Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 4 of PHDwin Week 2025. Happy to be here with Nikhil Joyce. Hey, Nikhil, how you doing today?
Very, very good. Good morning, John. How
Yeah,
you
good
doing?
morning, good morning. So we had a good day yesterday, I think, right?
Oh man, yeah, it was a great day. Very
I
good day.
I was really impressed by the presentations yesterday. Were really technical. I think
hmm
really went into some awesome workflows, so some cool technology that our partners have been working on this year, right?
hmm
So
Yep.
That's what we're here for PHDwin Week. A little bit of training, a little bit of technical know-how, a little bit of workflow and best practices, and we pull it all together, and that's what we call PHDwin Week. We got another day lined up that's going to be very similar. We're going to start off with a quick start from QED, just like the previous mornings. And then 10 o'clock, Garrett Gramillion is going to do our ethics presentation for the year. You know, you got to catch this one to get the PE hours,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
So make sure that y'all are catching that. And then afterwards, JD Patrick is going to jump on and he's going to talk about tips and tricks from the support desk. So that's just going to be a little bit of like, here's how I do things in 2, here's how I do things in 3. You know, just kind of work through stuff. You worked on support for a while, right, Nick? That's how you started here, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's all about learning from every call you do. You know, when I first started, I didn't know much about how to answer the questions, but I learned from they call it trial by fire. And then I would use those tips and tricks to help the next caller. But doing it on a mass scale like this is much more effective, right? You get to talk to more people.
That's right. That's right. And so I'm looking forward to that. I think that anyone who is here for the training part of PHDwin want to make sure you catch that session. So this morning is full of kind of must watches between the ethics session you need for PE hours and then basically a training session with JD Patrick. Then we're going to do a replay during the middle of the day. A lot of y'all have been watching the replays during the middle of the day, and that's very appreciated. And what I've been doing, Nick, is I've been jumping on and giving extra tips a little bit for those people that
That's
jump
right.
on.
That's right.
So
I was actually getting some help there too
yeah,
on
that's
some of
right.
those. I was
That's
watching those
right.
too.
So we're having so far over 1,000 unique viewers have watched Peach to Win Week this week. We know some of y'all are watching it all day long. And so, you know, if you haven't seen previous Peach to Win Weeks, that's why we have the replays so you can kind of see the best of from previous years. But I'll probably do the same thing again where I might jump on and give a little bit of tips. So y'all keep an eye out and keep the feed rolling. And then at 2 o'clock, the highlight of PHDwin Week, the Connor Award. And my understanding is that Larry Connor might be around town to give that out himself, huh, Nick? Is that what you heard too?
Yeah, I think he's been seen nearby.
Yeah, I think so too. There's been a sighting. So we can't wait to have Larry back on the feed. We can't wait to see who the next Connor Award recipient is. So make sure you tune in for that. ChatGPT says that PHDwin Week is the premier technical conference in this industry. So does that make it the premier award? I don't know. That's what I would say.
I would say
So
so. Yeah.
I think so. So we're really looking forward to the Connor Award. That's going to be from 2 to 3 p.m. this afternoon. So make sure that you catch it. And then 3 o'clock, you know, we've been working with different companies throughout the year. I started the developer program earlier this year, and a lot of companies jumped on. One company that jumped in early to that and has been collaborating with us is Well Database. We have them coming on at 3 o'clock to kind of go through and show some of their workflow, talk about some of the problems they've solved. But you use Well Database on your presentation on Tuesday, right?
Yes,
So
sir. I'm a big fan of Well Database. Gotten to know them a lot better this year. They met with me and taught me how to use their program. It's a great tool, and it made for a much better presentation for me this year.
I think so too. I think so. So make sure if you didn't catch Nikhil's presentation on Tuesday, that was a very insightful one because he went from Well Database all the way through the program to the PhD reports, my baby, the V3 Connect. But if you're looking at maybe a new data provider, check out Well Database, 3 o'clock. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to have Energy Domain on in the 11 o'clock spot. And so this is a year to maybe look at these vendors, trying to figure out what the rest of your software stack looks like. And then, as I've been saying all week, if someone wants me to work with an outside vendor, be sure to reach out to me and I'll be happy to work with them. One little last note I want to make is I want to give a shout out to the team behind the camera. So me and Nikhil are in front of the camera the whole time. I want to give a shout out to Sebastian Trujillo. He's been director of PHDwin Week 2025. It's great, Nick. I was the director previous years. He really stepped up this year and got everything aligned and all that. We really appreciate it. And so if you have problems with your website, if you're a client and you want a new website, you want to polish up your website, you like what the PHDwin Week website looks like, be sure to reach out, sales@PHDwin.com. We'll point you in the right direction of that Empower team. And we appreciate the Empower team for all the hard work they've done to make PHDwin Week a reality this year. They've just been working around the clock, around the world pretty much. So it's been a really big effort. You know, this whole office comes together for PHDwin Week, right, Nick? That's what's great about PHDwin Week. We got sales, we got support, we got everyone coming together to make this a great presentation. And then next up, we've got Courtney Stevens from QED Energy Associates. She's going to talk about how to model late stage shale in PHDwin version 3. You want to see why you need version 3? This is the session for you. It is definitely one you don't want to miss. She's been really looking forward to this as far as presenting this on PHDwin Week. Also, you know, I want to talk about whenever you're watching the stream, everything on the stream is going to be rehosted on YouTube. We're going to have all the replays from the major sessions on YouTube, but you do need to watch that 10 o'clock session that comes on after the QED session in order to get the PE hours. We're tracking, no matter where you're watching, we're tracking where you are. You're going to account for it because that's part of the way the credit works. You have to account for it. We're going to have a form. You account for it. We verify, and we're going to send out those certificates. But one of the questions is going to be, did you watch the ethics session? And you have to ethically answer that one correctly. So let's make sure that we catch that session. Garrett put a lot of hard effort into it. And we're really looking forward to starting the 4th day of PHDwin Week 2025. You ready for it, Nick? You ready for another big day?
Yes, sir.
I'm excited about it. All right, bye, everyone. And good luck, Courtney Stevens.
Up next, we'll hear from Courtney Stevens at QED Energy Associates. Courtney will guide us through modelling the economics for late-stage shale reserves, focusing on how to effectively use PHDwin for evaluating workover projects. She'll demonstrate how to accelerate reserves and check the rate of return, all while maintaining technical accuracy. Additionally, Courtney will discuss QED's specialised training programs tailored to the needs of reservoir engineering professionals. Stay tuned for this informative, hands-on session.
Hey guys, Courtney Stevens here from QED Energy Associates, where we make the world's best reservoir engineering technicians. Coming to you today from our office in the Villages on the west side of Houston. That's Memorial High School right over my shoulder. It's a beautiful day, and we are grateful that TRC Consultants has allowed us to be a part of PHDwin Week 2025. Big thanks to John Smith. Thanks for being our advocate and supporter. QED loves to participate, and we appreciate you hosting a wonderful conference again this year where we can all learn and grow as professionals. I get to talk about one of my favorite things today, which is training people how to model the economics properly on accelerating reserves in late-stage shale. Over the last couple of years, I've been training production engineers how to use reserves and economic software to check the value on workovers that they're doing on late-stage shale wells. What I find time and time again is that your reserves and economic software can get in your way. It can absolutely be very cumbersome and make it difficult for you to check your rate of return on these types of projects, unless you're using a PHDwin product, in which case it's going to be super easy. This is super easy to do in PHDwin version 2 and super easy in PHDwin version 3. I'm excited today to show you how to quickly and efficiently check your economics on accelerating reserves in late stage shale on a case in PHDwin version 3. I've got a database over here that is a Woodford Shale fake database. These are not real wells. You might notice your name on this list. I did try and pick names of people that we knew would be participating in PHDwin Week, and I picked one of my favorite engineers right here, Joe Holson. Hope you're on the line, Joe. And so we're going to go ahead and look at this particular case, the Brandon Penner 1H. It looks like this well came online in September of 2012. Pretty good Woodford well we got going here. We are later in the life of this well, and my engineer has reached out to say that we might want to spend $75,000 to do a workover on this case and see if that would yield us a good rate of return on that investment. We would expect kind of a 20% increase in the rate at the time of that workover, but we would not be increasing our technical EUR. So we would need to remain EUR neutral. We wouldn't be increasing the amount of hydrocarbons that we're pulling out of that rock. We would just be accelerating the time frame by which we get the hydrocarbons out of that rock. So checking this can be tricky. There's a few critical concepts we need to be aware of. First of all, we need to remain EUR neutral on a technical EUR basis. Obviously, the economic EUR changes all the time based on the changes in economic parameters. That technical EUR is what we need to hone in on, and we need to make sure that that doesn't change as we do this evaluation. The next thing that we need to do is we want to make sure that we're evaluating that incremental change of doing this job. We are planning to recover these reserves over a specific time period that's on this forecast right now. And what we want to know is how would our value change if we change the time frame over which we were going to recover these reserves. This is going to be fun and easy and interesting. So let's start with step 1. Let's duplicate the case. So I'm selected on this case right now in my case list. Let's right click on it and choose duplicate. When that case appears, it's going to appear on this case list right here. I'm going to flick over to the General Info tab. So I'm going to be on that case. So I've double clicked this duplicate case. You'll know it's the duplicate because PHDwin is going to insert a -DUP on the case. I'm going to delete that and I'm going to change it to workover test. I'll go ahead and change the reserve category to proved non-producing. We can't call this particular case proved developed producing because the definition of PDP would be no further capital is required to access these reserves, and in this case I am talking about future capital being required. Now any reserves manager out there is welcome to give me a call and educate me on if I just said that wrong. I am a reservoir engineering technician, as is everyone at QED Energy Associates. Please note that our entire firm here at QED is a firm of reservoir engineering technicians, not reservoir engineers. Any work that we ever provided or anything we ever said would need to be verified by a qualified professional prior to being utilized to make investment decisions. Again, we are technicians, not reservoir engineers. So I've duplicated the case. Now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to save that. And after that saves, I'm going to refresh my case list since I did change the reserve category, and I expect that to change where it is in the case list. So now I'm just going to make sure that I am selected on that PDNP of the Brandon Penner 1H, which I've called workover test, and that is just the duplicate of the original one. So when we're looking at this case, so now we've got our case in this PDNP category where we can do some testing. Step 2 is I am going to go over here on this projection ribbon on the right hand side. I'm going to turn on the walk, and for that I need to go to the tools menu, hit the drop down and click walk. What that does is it gives me a little node where I can walk the walk marker around, and then I can read the parameters within the walk box. Specifically, I want to read what's happening at that point, January 1st, 2027. So I'm going to type in 0101 2027 and hit return. So now I'm kind of reading some of the ARPS parameters at that point. I like to, as a step 3, snippet with just a regular snippet tool on your computer those parameters from that box. I mainly want to know this technical EUR because, again, I'm going to highlight it for us. That isn't that great of a highlighter on that color, is it? I just want to make sure that we remain EUR neutral on a technical EUR because, again, my reserves group's going to be upset if I change the reserves of this case. I want to very specifically accelerate the reserves and not change them. As I'm exploring the ARPS parameters at this point, I can definitely see that we've already hit minimum decline at this point. And that makes sense. You know, this is late stage shale. So the fact that I've got a minimum decline of 6% and we're already at 6%, that totally makes sense to me. What we can do right here is the next step 4, let's add another segment to this forecast. So I'm going to click the plus button, and what that's done is that is broken up this total forecast from being one segment into being 2 segments. So this is where it becomes very important how you lock your segments. We're going to want to lock the X position, but not lock the Y position. So make sure that you see that on your ribbon up here on the projections tab. You know, your next step, step 5, is going to be lock your X position. Now, we know that for this $75,000 investment, we expect a 20% hike in the rate. So, you know, I have some magic math that I've already done for you in a little spreadsheet. On our second segment, and let me flick over to the second segment to show you, the current rate at that point, January 1st, 2027, is 5,925. So if we increase that by 20%, we're expected to be at like 7,111. Now I've got my X position locked, but I want to solve for the decline that it's going to take to stay EUR neutral, meaning not change the volume. So I'm going to drag and drop this calculator button from where it is. So I'm going to click with a left mouse click this calculator on the ribbon in the projection section. I'm going to drag it over here to the decline because I want PHDwin to find the new decline to stay at that volume, but we're going to increase the rate. So I'm going to click in this QI box and I'm going to type that new rate, that 20% increase, 7,111. And when I hit enter, PHDwin is going to calculate for me what that decline would need to be for us to keep that area under the curve. So if I pop up my snippet, I can see that I did in fact remain EUR neutral. Let's just really make sure. 0.22 versus 0.23. I think all reserves engineers out there would agree that on a technical EUR basis, that we remained EUR neutral. What we have done is we've created a projection that's now in 2 segments, and it hikes us up just a little bit with a sharper decline to hit that same EUR. Okay, now let's throw the investment on there. So on the investment tab in this particular view, I'm going to click add, and this is going to be my workover. I accidentally hit escape. I'm going to type workover one more time. On the category, I'm going to choose workover. I'm going to put the timing of this as the date 01/01/2027, and the amount is going to be, I'm going to say $75,000 of tangible, and I'm going to hit save. Now remember, whenever you're making changes, it is saving to the highest qualifier in your current scenario. So do need to make sure before you ever start work in PHDwin V3 that you are on the correct scenario. So now we need to make this case incremental to the other case. So first I'm going to drag and drop the base case, that Brandon Penner 1H. And then I'm going to drag and drop my workover case, which is incremental to it. All right, my friends, now we can just run it. And what we're going to see is the incremental value add, just the rate of return on that portion where if we spend $75,000, what is going to be the benefit of that 20% hike and acceleration of those gas reserves without changing the total technical EUR. Let's run it. So to make a run, we'll flip over to the reports tab. I'll choose a detailed report. That's one of my favorites. I just want to run the current case. I'm going to choose cases only, and for destination, I do like that previewer. That's pretty good, so I'll click run. So the previewer is that, kind of separate reporting engine that's going to come up. I really do like this, and I'm sorry it popped up on another screen. I'll drag it over for you. I really do like this reporting window because you can make, edits within this window. I could say, well, I want a 3-volume report with NGL, and then boom, it'll auto update, the entire report for you right here within this kind of reporting program. So I like the previewer. That being said, let's check the economics on this. Is this the type of investment you would want to make? Great question to answer. And you can use the cash flow to make that decision. And now, how about real quick? Well, what if, it didn't bump it up to 7,111? What if it bumped it up to 10,000? All right, I've typed it in. Now let's go over. Let's run that report again. It's going to pop up. I'm going to drag it over for you. All right, now what if it was 15,000? Let's check it again. Projections, 15. It's changing that decline so that we could remain EUR neutral. I'm going to flip over to the report, so I'm going to run it again. Now, I told you in 15 minutes or less, you would be able to check the return on investment on a late stage shale well, workover job. I hope that this has made sense for you to be able to make a quick evaluation of lots of different factors whenever you're looking at cleanouts, acid jobs, workovers of late stage shale. Let's go through those steps one more time. I've made a little PowerPoint for you to be able to check out the steps. Duplicate the case, turn on the walk function, snippet that technical EUR so that we can go back and check it. On your projection, add the new segment at the date that we're going to do the job. Lock the X position. Drag and drop the calculator. It's going to be solving for the volume, but we want to take it and drag and drop it. Instead of solving for the volume, we want it to solve for the decline and leave the volume the same. Okay, then we're going to adjust the rate, drag and drop both our original case and this upside escalated case to the incremental tree. Then add our investment and run it. I'm going to flip back over to PHDwin. Let's do it on another case, just to make sure we definitely know how to do it. Let's do the Brandon Penner 2H. All right, I'm going to pretend like it's the same situation. So I'm going to duplicate the case. I'm going to double click him, and I'll go to the General Info tab. I'm going to change the name to Workover Test. Now I like to hit save in between changes I make on this tab, so I'm just going to hit save on the menu bar. And I'll change the reserve category to non-producing, and then I'll hit save again. Why do I do it that way? You know how sometimes when you're using a program, you figure out things that just feel right? That feels right to me. It's the little things that make PHDwin v3 and all the programs run very smoothly. Now on the Home tab, I'm going to click Refresh so that Brendan Penner 2H will go down to the right reserve category. Make sure I'm clicked on him. All right, I'm going to be on the graph. I'm going to go to the Projection tab and I'm going to turn on the walk. I'm going to type in the date at which we're going to do this job, 01/01/2027. I am going to add a new segment at that point. I'm going to make sure that my X position is locked. On that second segment, I'm going to drag and drop the calculator from where it's at over to the decline. Before I change anything, I'm going to snippet my EUR. And I'm going to remember that that's the EUR that needs to stay the same. I'm going to adjust the QI. Let's see, from 4,300. I want to go up 20%, that'd be 5,160. Now that's adjusted up. Have I maintained the same EUR? Let's compare it. 2657930. That is right. That looks good. I'm going to go ahead and click Save. My next move is just to add these to the incremental tree. So I'm going to drag and drop that first one, the Penner 2H. And now I'm going to drag and drop my incremental case. I'm going to make sure that saves. I really want to click the Save button here, but that's an implied save. So now we just run the case. Wait a minute, did I forget to add the investment? Let's do that real quick. So on this Brendan Penner 2H, I do need to add an investment. I'm going to unpin this guy. I'm going to call this my workover change this to work over. The date's going to be 01/01/2027. I'm going to do $75,000 tangible. I'm going to hit save. Now I'm ready to run. I'll go over to the reports tab. I'll make sure I'm on the detailed. I'm going to run the current case. Case is only in that previewer, which I like, and I've clicked run. Now this popped up on another monitor, but I'm going to drag it over for you guys, and let's check it. All right, we accelerated the reserves, but did we make your metrics for making that a meaningful investment? You can check this out right now. I hope that was quick and easy. I hope that made sense. If ever you wanted to contact QED Energy Associates, just shout out. You can reach the executive team at QED, which is myself, Frankie Delgado, our Managing Director of our technical staff, Aaron Randolph, our Managing Director of Training, and Ashley Añez, our Managing Director of Sales and Operations. Anytime you can get us, all four of us, by emailing dreamteam@qedea.com. What we do is somebody's checking this email address like 24 hours a day. Even if I'm on vacation, I mean, I'm not going to lie, I'm checking my email while I'm on vacation, but somebody is constantly replying to our clients. So if it were the middle of the night and you needed help, this is the best way to get all of us, one of us, very quickly. You can also call the office anytime, and that number is 832-581-3758. The types of services that we provide are three things. One, we make great reservoir engineering technicians. You can try them today on a temporary basis. They could come and work at your office for 3 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 months. We don't mind. At the end of that term, you can choose to hire them or not. You could hire one today. We are grateful for our clients that have a lot of trust and faith in us that they don't need a temporary period. They hire our reservoir engineering techs from day one. You can use our placement services. Finally, we do have training services available, and so if you need me to teach some production engineers how to model things in reserves and economic softwares for classes of 6 or more participants, we can come on site to your office. We do devise a customized training for every person, for every company that we give training to, and so that is a long preparation time. We don't have off-the-shelf classes that we pull out and disseminate. What QED does is we meet with the stakeholders, we meet with the supervisors, we figure out where the current gaps are in people's understanding. We talk to the people, we see what they want to learn, we design specific curriculum. It's not just the same old slide deck for every training, to close the gaps that actually will add value. Why? Because I stand behind every product that I sell. And I need to make sure that if you're paying me for training, that it's going to be exactly what you need. So if you did need a training class, please leave 12 weeks ahead of time. We need notice to go ahead and start that process of interviews, surveys, and curriculum design. And we're happy to teach topics, anything from the theory of reserves and economics modeling, how to use a specific tool, how to maintain economics consistency, or how to be a professional in an upstream office. Whatever you need, we probably got you covered. If we can't do it, also, it is my policy to tell you straight up front that we can't do it. So in the past, when people have said, "Oh, can you train my one person?" I've been like, "Well, let me see." I got my first ever poor Google review with somebody saying, "Well, Courtney Stevens didn't deliver." And in that case, it was a lady that wanted one-on-one training, and I was like, "Well, let me see if I can find a free spot in somebody else's class. Let me see if I could find one of my own training classes that I could slot you into a back seat." And I just never found that spot. So from now on, I just say it up front. We can only sell training classes if it's 6 or more people, and that's because of how long it takes us to put together a meaningful curriculum that I'm happy to stand behind and provide a money-back guarantee on. We would love to be of service. I do offer a money-back guarantee on any of our reservoir engineering technicians. So you know that we've trained and placed hundreds of reservoir engineering techs at energy lending banks, reserve space lending firms, reservoir engineering consulting firms, operators, minerals companies, software companies. You got 2 PHDwin wonderful employees that are trained and brought into the industry by QED. We make great techs. We do certify all of our technicians based on their competency level. So if you call me to ask about anybody that we've ever trained here at QED, I've got on file their exact competency demonstrated while they were training here with us. So we're testing them every day to see the level to which they can take their skills. So there's a difference between a QED level 5 technician and a QED level 9 technician. And so if you ever wanted to hire a technician, I'm going to listen to you and see what you need for the specific workflows in your office. And I'm not going to sell you a level 9 when you need a level 5. And obviously the pricing corresponds with those things as well. Golly, I appreciate you sitting here and listening to me do this whole sales pitch about my company and the great technicians I make at QED. Everybody over here at QED's people pleasers, and we want to make your life easier. So if ever you need our service, you know where to find me. I'm not going to come banging down your door anytime soon, but I do appreciate you being here on PHDwin Week. Again, thanks John Smith for having us. It is our honor to be any part of PHDwin Week. We're so grateful that you've let us do it every single year since inception. We love you guys. Signing off from the west side of Houston.
Thank you, Courtney, for that insightful presentation. It's great to see how PHDwin can streamline evaluations for late-stage shale and help ensure accurate economic assessments. Now, we'll be moving on to our next session. Up next, we have Garrett Gramillion from Oakstone Resources LLC. Garrett will be presenting on his expertise in reservoir management and the strategies that drive successful oil and gas operations. Stay tuned for this next engaging session. Up next, we're pleased to welcome Garrett Gramillion from Oakstone Resources LLC. Garrett will be presenting on a crucial topic: practical ethics for reserves and valuations. In this session, he will dive into how to apply SPEPRMS and SEC standards effectively, avoid bias and misclassification, particularly with PUDS, proved undeveloped reserves, and ensure transparency when communicating uncertainty. Grounded in real-world case lessons and best practices like documentation and peer review, this presentation also qualifies for PE Ethics credit. Let's hear from Garrett.
Good morning and welcome to PHDwin Week 2025. My name is Garrett Gramillion and I'm very excited to be presenting the ethics speech this year, which will focus on ethics in reserve forecasting and asset valuation. Before we dive in, let's quickly review the disclaimer. The views and opinions expressed in this presentation are mine alone. They don't represent my employer, any professional society, or regulatory authority. This presentation is for educational purposes only. Trust me, I'm not giving legal advice. My goal is to equip you with frameworks, examples, and lessons learned regarding ethics so you can apply them in your own professional practice. Let me give you a little background on my career thus far. I have over 20 years of professional experience. 17 in the oil and gas industry, with positions that have taken me from commercial lending to field operations to overseeing reserves for both a public and private company. I am currently the Senior Vice President and one of the founders of Oakstone Resources, an oil and gas mineral company located in Houston, Texas. Prior to Oakstone, I held several positions at Blackstone Minerals Company, one of the largest publicly traded mineral companies in the U.S. Previous positions held include Vice President of Corporate Planning and Reserves, Vice President of Engineering and Geology, and Director of Engineering. Other positions outside of Blackstone include working as a field engineer for Baker Hughes, both onshore and offshore, and I started my career as a commercial banking officer for Whitney National Bank out of New Orleans. In my time, I've been on both sides of the table, helping generate reserve reports for bank syndicates and SEC filings, as well as reviewing and interpreting sell-side reports prepared by others for potential acquisitions. I've worked with executives, bankers, auditors, and third-party firms. I hold a Bachelor of Science in Geological Engineering from the University of Mississippi and a Master of Business Administration from the University of New Orleans. A quick review of topics we'll cover this morning. We'll begin by defining ethics, its role in our society, and how ethics is understood within a discipline or career. We'll discuss ethical decisions you currently make in your everyday life and how to think through what making a good ethical decision looks like. We will move on to ethical considerations for the overall petroleum industry, and then dive into ethics as it relates to forecasting and reserves, something more specific to reservoir engineering. We will touch on several case studies that have impacted our industry in the past and the fallouts from those events. And finally, I'll provide a list of tools and resources that you can refer to in order to take a deeper dive into ethics as it relates to our discipline. Let's start with the foundation. Merriam-Webster defines ethics as the discipline dealing with what is good and bad, and with moral duty and obligation. In simple terms, ethics asks, what's the right thing to do, based on a set of shared beliefs? In a professional context, such as reservoir engineering or geology, ethics sets the standards for how we work and behave. They're not meant to restrict us, but to guide our actions and safeguard the integrity of our work. You shouldn't fear the study of ethics in your profession. It would be more appropriate to fear working in a field that does not currently have a high focus in this area. A current example playing out in real time is the debate over ethical guidelines for artificial intelligence. As the capabilities of AI grow, industry leaders and policymakers alike are calling for standards to prevent harmful consequences, both short and long term. Our petroleum industry has long recognized the importance of ethical considerations and investing in professional organizations to help guide decision making. Lastly, let's quickly comment on the difference between ethics and morals. The difference is important. Morals are your personal beliefs about what's right and wrong. Ethics are shared principles we agree to follow in a professional or societal context. Ethics consists of rules, standards, and acceptable practices. This set of rules provides benefits to the profession or society as ethics forms trust within outside relationships. It's worth noting that you might personally believe something is acceptable, but if the ethical guidelines within a profession say otherwise, the ethical standards should govern your conduct in that role or situation. For example, an engineer may follow an industry standard for safety factors, even if they personally think those standards are excessive. Why? Because the code of ethics requires it. In those cases, you're acting ethically by adhering to the agreed upon standard, even if it doesn't match your personal moral beliefs. Let's start with the foundation. Merriam-Webster defines ethics as the discipline dealing with what is good and bad, and with moral duty and obligation. In simple terms, ethics asks, what's the right thing to do, based on a set of shared beliefs. In a professional context, such as reservoir engineering or geology, ethics set the standard for how we work and behave. They're not meant to restrict us, but to guide our actions and safeguard the integrity of our work. You shouldn't fear the study of ethics in your profession. It would be more appropriate to fear working in a field that does not currently have a high focus in this area. A current example playing out in real time is the debate over ethical guidelines for artificial intelligence. As the capabilities of AI grow, industry leaders and policymakers alike are calling for standards to prevent harmful consequences, both short and long term. Our petroleum industry has long recognized the importance of ethical considerations and has invested in professional organizations to help guide our decision making. Lastly, let's quickly comment on the difference between ethics and morals. The difference is important. Morals are your personal beliefs about what's right and wrong. Ethics are shared principles we agree to follow in a professional or societal context. Ethics consists of rules, standards, and acceptable practices. This set of rules provides benefits to the profession or a society as ethics forms trust within outside relationships. It's worth noting that you might personally believe something is acceptable, but if the ethical guidelines within a profession say otherwise, the ethical standards should always govern your conduct in that role or situation. For example, an engineer may follow an industry standard for safety factors, even if they personally think those standards are excessive. Why? Because the code of ethics requires it. In those cases, you're acting ethically by adhering to the agreed upon standard, even if it doesn't match your personal beliefs. Trust is actually one of the many benefits ethics can provide to a community or profession. Ethics do more than just keep us out of trouble. Ethics, when applied appropriately, promotes cooperation, upholds fairness and justice, prevents harm to others, enables progress within the community, and protects the vulnerable. Imagine a society that did not trust its financial lending institutions, and in turn, those institutions did not trust its customers. The exchange of money for commerce would not occur. A business would slow down greatly. But there exist lending standards, rules, and financial ratios that are applied to loans across the industry to facilitate transactions, and in turn, those customers trust those institutions with their assets, cash balances, kids' college funds, etc. But who gets to set these ethical rules? Historically, philosophers and religious institutions have influenced and shaped organizations, both civic and sometimes professional, into setting ethical frameworks. Any government organization that intends to set criminal or civil laws over its citizens expresses some degree of ethics within those laws. Within professional bodies, organizations such as the SEC and FASB set rules to protect reputations and dealings of their professions by establishing codes of conduct and guidelines. And of course, individuals themselves operate within their own set of ethical principles to guide them in their everyday decision making. So how do you know if you've made a good ethical decision? There may be some basic concepts to consider before a decision or action is made. Some of these might include identifying stakeholders associated with the process and the consequences of various outcomes. You may have to balance competing interests between several different parties or priorities. One of the best indicators you have made a good ethical decision is that you can show transparency on how you arrived at your conclusion, and you're happy to take accountability of your final product. One of the other major goals is to strive to ensure that you and your actions are treating others with consistency and avoiding impartiality or bias. Other questions you might ask yourself include, does this align with my core values or the core values of my organization? Is anyone being exploited in this situation? Is the outcome of this decision providing good for the community? It is always good to consider any long-term negative consequences, and if those consequences can be addressed now. Sometimes the answer can be very clear. Other times, there is no perfect choice. Try and balance competing interests as best as possible with all these questions in mind. The reality is we make dozens of ethical choices every day. When we go to the grocery store, as it relates to parenting our kids, how we relate to civic duties, or even driving decisions. Some of the questions on this page might hit home. Personally, I know that I struggle with being the most courteous driver all the time. In Houston, I am convinced that some folks see blinkers as a sign of weakness. In my mind, their attitude must be something like, keep Houston strong, thin out the herd, you're not getting in front of me. I'm sure that's not the right thing to do. But what if that person's vanity plate is really obnoxious? One thing is for sure, emotions can certainly cloud ethical decision making. So in sticking with the driving example, not only do you make ethical choices every day, but others around you do as well. Let's watch this scene unfold on 610 in Houston.
Drivers and nearby witnesses were stunned to watch this crazy towing job in Houston. Only in Houston, police say the blue sedan broke down, so the driver called his girlfriend to come on and help him with a tow. After they got on the road, the axle broke, causing the car to swing back and forth, and down the road they went.
Was the girlfriend driving?
Was the girl? No, he was driving.
I'm not surprised.
Sexist. The couple eventually pulled over. Neither driver got a ticket, but police say the owner of the blue sedan was arrested for an unrelated warrant out of state. Shocker.
Hey, man, yeah, they just got to sometimes just bite the bullet, call the tow truck driver, man.
These folks made some fairly poor choices in general, as well as some poor ethical ones. Would they have followed through with any of these actions if they had asked themselves the following questions beforehand? Could I get hurt? Is there the potential for hurting anyone else? Is this conforming with the highway laws of the state of Texas? Who else tows a car backwards at 60 miles an hour? Do I currently have any outstanding warrants for my arrest before I engage in some outrageous driving actions? I agree with the anchorman. Sometimes you just have to pay for the tow. Now that we've discussed some everyday ethical decisions, let's bring the conversation back to our petroleum industry, where we face a unique set of challenges across all aspects of our profession, upstream and downstream. Our industry is required to steward massive amounts of capital. And with that capital, we provide some amazing benefits to our society. We provide the energy needed for transporting goods and people via cars, trucks, trains, and planes. We produce electricity to run our homes and manufacturing facilities. Petroleum products heat us when the weather is cold and cool us when the weather is warm. Some of our industry's end products are the starting points for products in other industries that our society depends on, such as plastics, fertilizers, and pharmaceutical products. Most people are unaware of the roles we play in those areas. Hydrocarbons power telecommunications, create thousands of jobs, and offer investors opportunities to diversify in the energy sector. They also generate revenue streams for local, state, and federal governments. We have done, and currently do, a lot of good for the world around us, and that good will continue on into the future as we power AI data centers and other emerging tools. I personally believe no other industry has done more to bring people out of poverty around the world than oil and gas. But we also must balance these benefits with considerations for the environment, as well as truthful financial and reporting transparency to all stakeholders. Ethical oil and gas operations aren't just a matter of adhering to a society's legal codes. They create the crucial picture of how our industry is perceived by others. I'm confident the vast majority of our industry wants to be good stewards to the environment, investors of capital, and earn public trust. But as with any large industry, we have experienced technical incidents as well as some poor players who do not take their responsibilities seriously. It is my belief that the more responsible we are, the more transparent we are, the more we want to work to minimize the potential negative environmental impacts to our communities, the more we will be perceived in a positive light. Ethical standards, good practices, and transparent communication foster trust, and not only help our industry's public perception, they attract greater use of our products and a greater desire by others to invest in our companies. Let's continue to dive down from our industry into our discipline, reserve forecasting. For the next several slides, we'll focus on ethical approaches to forecasting production, the basis of reserves. One of the first attitudes to bring to the table is an honest handling of uncertainty and risk. There are several potential future outcomes from any data set. As Yogi Berra said, it's tough to make predictions, especially about the future. But I would add that applying best practices and industry standards derived from prior experience can greatly increase consistency and accuracy in forecasting. One of the first pieces of information to consider is, what data do I have? Does it represent a complete data set, or are you missing any crucial information? Have you performed the proper analysis over the data to get comfortable and defend your answer? When working and manipulating data, it's always a good practice to review and clean it up if necessary and document all your work thoroughly. This will make for a very defensible product. Another important thought should be which tool or tools are the right ones to use when analyzing the data. Maybe you have already experienced and are comfortable forecasting in a certain play, or a coworker has that experience and can help guide you on the best tools and method to use. Ethical forecasting means using tools responsibly. Lastly, always be on the lookout for biases, both personal and in our tools you might use that can either overestimate or underestimate forecasts. Our industry has developed several effective methods to use in forecasting production over a wide range of reservoirs, and there are dozens of books and hundreds of SPE technical papers written by people who have spent the majority of their careers studying these methods. Leverage off that material. We have a very knowledgeable professionals in our industry that understand the nuances of these tools. Several organizations and societies host seminars, luncheons, and meetings that discuss these topics and continue educating professionals in the current uses and best applications of these forecasting methods. Our industry has adopted these tools and created others to help tackle forecasting issues, even as the industry itself has changed over time, from drilling conventional reservoirs to tight gas and coal bed methane wells to unconventional horizontal drilling. So how do we reduce the risk of error and bias in our workflows and increase the accuracy and dependability of our forecasts? As stated already, best practices start with understanding the data. Check for accuracy of the readings. Clean and reprocess data points if needed. Screen for shut-ins, workovers, or artificial lift changes. Then, understand the reservoir. Work with the geologist. I promise it's helpful. Understand the drive mechanisms. Review analog production trends from similar offsetting wells. And document your work so it can be audited and reproduced. This doesn't just make for a defensible product. It's very helpful in good communication. Choose the appropriate tools and use your judgment. You have likely reviewed thousands of wells in your career. You're going to have a good gut feel for what is reasonable and what is outside the realm of possibilities within a data set. More recently, the role of auto forecasting has been a hot topic in our profession. Dozens of tools now exist, some of which have actually been on the market for several years, and some make claims of fantastic accuracy. It is indisputable that they do some things very well. Our industry has drilled thousands of wells during the unconventional revolution. Data sets have gotten larger and computers have become much more powerful and faster. We are stuck in the crunch of less time and more wells. Some of these tools apply forecasts to thousands of wells in minutes. They are very efficient for potential deal screening, quick type curve work, and economics. Some also have made some very good data visualization tools embedded in their product, and others claim that they can integrate very well in traditional reserve software programs. But these tools are only as good as the data they're being fed, the workflows of the algorithm, and the judgments they are making on errant data within a series. How robust are these models really? I'm going to suggest that when you approach auto forecasting tools, please consider the following. What is included and excluded from your data sets? Are pressures considered anywhere in the process, and do they need to be? Is all the information you would normally use to forecast being considered? Have operational circumstances been accounted for? Can the tool identify flow regimes and apply forecasts appropriately? Are they learning from the older wells and applying that knowledge to the newer, more valuable wells? Has geology and spacing been considered? SPEE has performed several blind tests of various tools available on the market. It's worth reviewing their efforts. For the past 2 years, they have held bake-offs discussing and comparing these products. Thankfully, there are several organizations that aid our profession in guidance on forecasting. They have spent a lot of time considering best practices and have documented their thoughts on a wide range of forecasting topics. These organizations include SPE PRMS and SPEE. SPE PRMS is the cornerstone of forecasting guidance in our profession. SPEE has written several monographs on the topic of forecasting, including ones on forecasting in low-perm reservoirs. I urge you to lean on these institutions. They are there to help us refine our forecasting capabilities on plays that have been around for quite some time, as well as providing guidance on forecasting in new plays the industry has just started drilling. So again, why are standards important? Although standards leave room for interpretation by individuals and organizations, they provide a baseline. Let's use the example outside our industry, but familiar to everyone. How about the heat sensation produced by biting into a pepper? The effect of this feeling differs from person to person, as well as how much an individual likes or dislikes the peppery sensation. The Scoville heat scale was originally developed in 1912 by Wilbur Scoville, an American pharmacist working in the pharmaceutical industry. His goal was to quantify the heat level of pepper extracts for medicinal use. If a pepper had a score of 50,000 SHU, that meant it had to be diluted in his process 50,000 times before the heat sensation disappeared. The scale created a baseline to compare one pepper against another. If you know which pepper and SHU is most pleasant for you in your food, it may help you avoid other peppers which could be too strong or too weak. But honestly, does any sane person really want a Carolina Reaper in their salsa? Now that we've commented on best practices to forecast individual wells, the next step is to assemble them together into a complete reserve report. This is where those production curves become part of a formal, auditable document that ultimately communicates volumes and values to various stakeholders. So what is the goal in evaluating oil and gas reserves? This is the general definition, but it gets to the heart of what we're trying to communicate to an audience. The general purpose of a reserve report is to provide a technical and economic assessment of an oil and gas company's assets by estimating the recoverable volume of hydrocarbons under current conditions and to present the economic value associated with those volumes at a given point in time. Essentially, how much is a company's hydrocarbon assets worth? And if all reserves are done under similar standards, a reserve report gives stakeholders, whether their background is legal, financial, or in accounting, a common tool to evaluate a company's assets and performance. Outside parties do not have the proprietary data or perhaps the technical knowledge to reproduce or report themselves. Reserve reports are a communication tool for all audiences. Some folks may not know what an MCF is, but they can understand the dollars associated with it. Money is a universal language. Let's discuss how reserve reports are used. Reserves are reviewed by multiple parties, including stock analysts, commercial lenders, investment bankers, executives, internal managers, and outside investors. This community, in turn, uses that assessment of value to compare companies or opportunities against one another, value a company or a specific asset, assign risk to a loan or line of credit, price a bond issuance, or decide the best use of company capital when comparing different projects. Standards and best practices in reporting give this community not only a valuable tool, but the confidence it needs to make these decisions, which in turn allows us within the industry to keep drilling wells. What are some general best practices in ethical reserve estimation? First off, apply reserve definitions rigorously. Follow SPE PRMS guidelines as well as SEC rules when preparing an SEC report. Clearly understand and separate classifications and categories. Those categories communicate the degree of certainty or uncertainty about reported volumes and values. Document the assumptions used in the analysis and be prepared to defend those assumptions. And, as previously discussed, follow best practices in forecasting, adhering to industry guidelines and standards set out by our professional organizations. Some additional best practices include embracing peer review. Two sets of eyes are always better than one, and it's always beneficial to hear another point of view. It may give you food for thought on changing a forecast, analyzing inputs differently, or catching an obvious error. In the long run, peer review can save time. Be aware of bias and avoid cherry picking in the best wells when estimating PUD volumes. If the goal in your work is to achieve a P90 estimate, make sure the methods used reflect that desired outcome. For example, if you're creating an SEC report, you're going to want to have strong confidence when developing PUD locations. So use definitive geologic and engineering support. If the report is for internal planning purposes or something closer to a P50 estimate, calculated inputs may differ, and you may have more flexibility on some assumptions. Maybe you are expecting drilling efficiencies or lower costs in the future. You still want good documentation of all assumptions and should adhere to your company's internal guidelines. It always helps to communicate clearly to your audience by stating assumptions made, highlighting any important risks to a project or limitations of knowledge. Some of this information may be provided in the cover letter. Cover letters are important documents. They give a lot of good information to the audience. Just be careful. Not communicating clearly invites misunderstanding. So let's elaborate on some common pitfalls to avoid when forecasting producing reserve estimates. And let's start with reserve categorization. Reserve categorization conveys the relative degree of certainty. Reserve subcategorization is based on development and production status. If it's not online yet or shut in, it is not producing. With regard to reserve write-down discipline, it's been my experience that most people never have an issue in revising a forecast upward, but seem to hesitate when that forecast may need a downward revision. Up or down, your practice should be the same. What is the data saying? Do you have enough data to make a judgment call? And if best forecasting practices call for it, take the write-down. Lastly, if you're using an automatic forecasting tool, review the curves. No one is going to ask a software button when they have a question on a forecast. They're going to ask you. If you put your name on it, it's yours. Let's turn to a list of pitfalls to avoid when booking undeveloped reserves. Type curves become biased by ignoring poor performing wells or using unrealistic recovery factors. Next, drill down on drill schedules. If your company is not considering the capital it'll take to develop the stated schedule, you may want to think hard about the timing and have a conversation with the finance or planning departments. Keep track of your historical PUD conversion metrics. How did you do in converting PUDs in the previous 3 to 4 years? Did you convert 20%? Why not? There may be good reasons, but understand those reasons. What assumptions were made in those reports, and should you change your methodology? Next, honor the 5-year rule. Undrilled locations can be classified as having undeveloped reserves only if a development plan has been adopted indicating that they are scheduled to be drilled within 5 years. unless specific circumstances exist. If a location has been on the books for 5 years already and has not been drilled, you likely need to take it off. Ownership. It's always helpful to know you have the legal right to develop the asset. If a contract is not expected to be renewed in 2 to 3 years, you shouldn't put volumes on the books past that date. And lastly, when developing PUD volumes, give careful consideration to spacing and potential infill degradation. How will child wells be affected? So what happens when things go wrong in reserves? Two of the most notable and largest examples of reserve write-downs in our industry are Shell and El Paso's revisions in the 2000s. In Shell's case, they wrote down 4.47 billion BOE of previously reported proved hydrocarbon reserves, or 20% in 2004. Upon investigation, internal managers were aware of the situation stretching back to 2001. In fact, one employee complained in an email that they were sick and tired of lying about the extent of our reserves issues and the downward revisions because of far too aggressive, optimistic bookings. As a result of the findings, executives resigned and internal processes were altered. But the reputational damage was done. The SEC pursued a securities fraud case resulting in a multi-million-dollar settlement. In the El Paso incident, the company reduced its estimated proved oil and gas reserves by 1.8 TCFE, or 41%. Standard & Poor's rating service lowered El Paso's corporate credit rating to B- to reflect the write-down. The stock price suffered, and later on, the company exited several business lines. The SEC charged the company and several employees with fraud for improperly inflating their proved reserves. In 2019, the industry got a more recent example of reserve write-downs in the shale world. Around the 2015 to 2016 timeframe, Alta Mesa bought acreage to develop in Oklahoma's stacked play. When the company began trading on a public exchange in 2018, its market cap was $3.8 billion. Only 1 year later, the company shocked investors by writing down the value of its oil and gas assets as well as the pipeline operation by $3.2 billion and laid off the majority of its workforce. So what happened? During development of the asset, Alta Mesa reported drilling and completing 17 groups of wells with spacing ranging from 6 to 10 wells per section. The play targeted 3 different benches with dense spacing assumptions in each bench. It was thought that the benches were geologically isolated and the wells would produce independently. That turned out to not be the case. There was more interference than initially projected, and the potential production from wells was a fraction of what the operator initially expected. Shareholder lawsuits and formal investigations ensued. The lawsuits alleged misleading disclosures. The company filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, and its assets were eventually sold off at a fraction of what they were once worth. So how did these situations occur? These companies did not meet the SEC definitions of proved reserves. All lacked proper internal oversight and audits. In the El Paso case, the SEC's complaint alleged that in an environment of weak internal controls, El Paso assigned proved reserves to unproved reservoirs, attributed proved reserves to wells and undrilled locations without sufficient underlying data, and failed to take into account negative drilling and production trends when estimating and reporting its proved reserves. So when El Paso had new information from drilling activities suggesting that certain fields were not as productive as they were once estimated, they failed to investigate why and did not reduce or write down prior estimates. These weren't just technical failures, they were ethical failures as well. So why did these situations occur? Within the oil and gas industry, there exists tremendous pressure to replace your reserves and show a growing asset base. That pressure filters down the chain and can create a corporate mindset that prioritizes appearance over performance. Keep the stock price high. Maintain a good credit rating to get the best financing terms. This attitude can also create a very negative cultural issue within the company. Let me pose this question as a litmus test on how good your company's culture is. How does your company handle bad news or a difference of opinion? If the answer doesn't give you comfort, maybe there is a better way that needs some discussion. Recognize when you're being pushed down a slippery slope. If it violates adherence to industry norms and guidelines, you're likely already there. The bottom line, reserve reports, especially public ones, must follow strict guidelines and standards so that the public, investors, and regulators can properly assess the company and its performance. Anything less is not only poor practice, it's a breach of trust. Next, let's dive into asset promotion and valuations. Rules and best practices really don't just apply to SEC or bank reserve reports. Before reserves ever hit a formal SEC report, they will show up in internal company exploration meetings, or perhaps in a situation where a new management team is promoting an idea to outside investors. Both internal reports or promoted assets may, according to your company's guidelines, have a different set of standards than an SEC or bank reserve report. But they are helpful in evaluating potential plays, acquisitions, or wildcatting attempts, especially if the company has good internal guidelines in place on how to create them. Let's be very honest about our industry and face some hard facts. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. If you stick around long enough, you'll see some new plays shoot to the top of the production chain and then a bunch that just don't work, even though we desperately want them to. I'd bet that when new engineers or geologists began their careers, they were very excited and dreamed about the massive economic possibilities of their exploration ideas. But how did these teams describe the level of risk and economic benefit around the potential play internally or with investors? What metrics were used? How did they describe forecasting and economics? When dreams didn't materialize, how did they explain it, and what were the interactions between disciplines within the company? Good internal policies and standards around risking and valuation metrics can greatly help these conversations and allow companies and investors to allocate capital properly within their portfolios. Before you even agree to perform an asset valuation or promote a new play, it's best to disclose any conflicts of interest you might have. These conflicts might include direct ownership of an oil and gas interest being evaluated, anticipating a royalty or override tied to the outcome of an investment, or already being employed by another party in the transaction. Some of these situations do naturally exist in our field, and that's okay. It's really the disclosure of some of that information that is the most important. Regarding other disclosures, you should discuss inputs around what pricing, LOE, CapEx assumptions were made in the evaluation. This might take efforts from several different departments: engineering, geology, accounting, and land. Let managers or clients know what you reviewed and what you did not review. As always, the information provided by your client is considered confidential and cannot be shared with outside parties. So what is expected from a fair valuation? A fair valuation requires a disciplined, transparent, and objective process that integrates best practices and standards from multiple disciplines. This work results in an economic forecast that balances risk and uncertainty with financial gain. Your clients or managers may not always like your answer, but they should appreciate the diligence and effort put forth in the process. Let's split the conversation apart for a couple of slides and discuss two specific types of asset valuations. One on internal company project promotion and another on promotion to outside investors. Regarding internal projects, employees present projects to management to compete for budget dollars. This sets the stage for some inherent conflicts. That's okay. In fact, that's kind of the point. but let the project economics experience the conflict, not the process or the people. If the company has standards and best practices across all teams performing the evaluations, it should help avoid what some people call the stretch case to get their project dollars approved while other teams lose out. The point is, if all employees are evaluating company projects with the same methods for inputs and calculations, whether that's porosity, recovery efficiency, type well creation, etc., it can greatly avoid some real awkward water cooler moments. Remember, you're on the same team, and you want your company to succeed with the best projects winning the most dollars. Good standards and ethical practices within a company can promote not only a good work environment and culture, but the highest return on dollars invested for the company. Regarding pitches to outside investors, state assumptions and methodology used in the valuation, present upside or downside risk, describe performance expectations and uncertainty, as well as any mechanical or technical risk associated with the project. All are appropriate topics of discussion. It always pays to be as transparent as possible when investing money on behalf of others. I believe this to be especially true in our space. We deal in technical areas that are foreign to many outside investors. Some have what I call the Jed Clampett attitude, where they believe every oil and gas project is going to make millions. Just put X on the map. Others may have already experienced a loss of investment in our space and be extremely jaded. Being open and providing good information up front helps to differentiate yourself from their prior experiences and may win your project capital commitments. So what are some common economic metrics that could be presented in these types of projects, internal or external? Let me propose some of the following. Internal rate of return describes how quickly you get your money back and is typically considered for capital efficiency. Return on investment, or how many times you get your money back over the life of the project, is also commonly used. Some managers or investors have sensitivities to payout dates, or when a project will turn cash flow positive for the company. Another powerful metric is net present value, or a stream of future cash flows discounted at a specific rate, indicating an IRR. NPV is an excellent way to discuss the balance of risk and reward. Price sensitivities and price scenarios also offer managers or clients what-if scenarios to consider. Price changes can greatly vary in our industry and can make or break projects. At the end of the day, the combination of all these metrics present a dashboard to investors and managers who may make a decision weighing one metric more heavily than another. But the full combination provides the big picture that helps managers plan their investment decisions. Financial metrics help distill our technical work efforts down to that common language of money. I want to spend a moment discussing the power of using various present values associated with appropriate reserve classifications and definitions. When communicating with decision makers, it can help to present a range of PVs with a reserve classification. Managers will typically understand current market conditions. For example, PDP is trading for PV10 or PV8. PUDs are trading at PV25 or 35. There may even be a need to put some value on possible or probable reserves or on the total resource base. Why is that important? It can help recognize all upside potential or downside scenarios that may be a better portrayal of the total project value, even though it falls outside of the formal definition of proved reserves according to certain criteria. Good conversations can be had discussing infill drilling or spacing that has not yet been proven, or if a reservoir is separated by a fault, but a technology being deployed strongly suggests the possibility of a large economic but unproven resource. Of course, with more uncertainty comes more risk and higher discount rates, which translate to lower values on those asset classifications. The point is, discussions like these help present a more complete picture of what the project can financially achieve for a company. I want to share with you a personal anecdote about a new play, one that I had a lot of hope for, but never materialized how I envisioned it. New horizontal drilling started in the Canyon Line play in North Texas around 2014 to 2015. The play had a lot of positive data points starting out of the gate. A new log through the section indicated an astronomically high volume of oil in place. We just need a small percent recovery over a fairly small acreage position to make an economic well. Two major, well-known operators were interested in the acreage and did take a position. As the mineral owner, we had a lot of running room, and I was drooling over the future royalty streams. However, things did not turn out that way. Operators drilled several dozen wells, but had a very difficult time in the vertical section, which caused well costs to skyrocket. The IPs on most wells came in lower than the initial wells drilled in the play. And to top it all off, oil prices went from $100 a barrel down into the 40s. Rigs disappeared and royalty revenues from the plays shrunk. The oil is still there, it just doesn't seem to want to come out of the ground anytime soon. I had high hopes on operators fully developing the asset timely, but Mother Nature had different ideas. We had very good internal work done on trying to understand the play, and we communicated very well with operators. But when the play did not work out as hoped, we also tempered our future production volumes and any reserve forecasts for that area. As part of this presentation, I wanted to give a plug to professionally licensed engineers and the reports they produce. I'm not a PE myself, but I have used several different firms in my career to provide various reports for different projects. In doing so, I have come to greatly appreciate PE licensed engineers and the assistance they can provide. A PE signed report carries confidence in the evaluation, provides transparency, credibility, protects investor interest, and ensures ethical standards have been met. It always gives you a high level of certainty in the product, in how it was prepared, and in the high level of standards that were used in creating the report. I have used them appropriately and effectively as tools to negotiate with. I would also note that non-PE reports, sometimes prepared by a firm you may not be familiar with, can be lacking in review and have historically been a red flag for me that just signals, do your own homework. PE signed off on reports are a must for several industry needs, including revolving lines of credit and many debt instruments. They are very helpful and, in my opinion, really needed when in potential litigation proceedings. With the right PE firm behind you, they can actually save you costs in this area. The PE seal is recognized worldwide for a reason. It signals to outside parties that the high standards have been met and ethical practices have been woven into the final product. So as I start to wind things down, if I have not convinced you that ethics matters in our industry, let's take a look at some of the consequences of poor ethical standards and oversight in other parts of the economy. In 2008, the financial markets froze. Subprime mortgages made to higher risk borrowers, often with little documentation, were bundled into complex financial instruments and sold to investors globally as low-risk assets. Credit rating agencies provided favorable ratings to the products even though they had conflicts of interest, and banks, wanting to increase their balance sheets and revenues, were eager to dive into this new market. When borrowers began to default on loan payments within this pooled and low-risk asset class, the financial institutions that held the assets stumbled or collapsed, ultimately causing a worldwide recession. This was not just reflected in stock prices and firms on Wall Street. This was personal. People lost their jobs. Some lost their houses or businesses. Events like this affect the community in a negative way and erode trust in our financial markets. Some of the products that caused this event were new, misunderstood, and misrepresented to the market. The basic underwriting of the loans within these pooled assets lacked proper documentation and underwriting standards. The banks who made the loans exhibited poor diligence in their processes. Throw on top of all this the lack of proper internal and external oversight, along with the market's overall strong appetite to purchase these de-risked assets, and the stage was set for disruption from the get-go. It was never really going to work out well. It just took time to unwind. So, where in our industry can we turn to for help on the topic of ethics and standards? For those in Texas, the Texas Board of Professional Engineers and Land Surveyors hosts online ethics webinars and continuing education programs on a regular basis. SPE has a professional code of conduct, bylaws, and webinars, some of which have on-demand access right on their website. SPEE, I'll give a major plug for these guys, has an entire area on their website for ethics resources. They also host specific seminars on applying ethics to our field. And as always, check for internal company resources. Focusing on resources for ethical forecasting and reserve estimation, SPE and the PRMS provide a great amount of information. The SPE website will also have technical papers, webinars, publications, and training. SPEE has a very good material on forecasting and valuations, including Monograph 3, which focuses on practical evaluation methods to estimate undeveloped reserves in resource plays, and Monograph 4, which describes estimating ultimate recovery of developed wells in low perm reservoirs. Both are specific to current low perm resource plays. If you are a public filer, pay attention to SEC Regulation S.X and S-K. Relating to SEC filings, the Financial Accounting Standards Board Statement number 69 is going to tie into this conversation. The SEC relies on FASB to set accounting standards which should be understood when preparing a report. Lastly, be aware of the valuable information contained in the SEC's comment letters. These can be found on the EDGAR website and can offer insight into hot-button topics and sensitive areas for the SEC. Comment letters will provide guidance on their expectations. So to wrap it all up, this is our industry. We're responsible for it. As a last note, and a hopeful one for our industry, I have to think that as some money managers who have invested in energy projects outside of our industry might see their realized returns and reconsider investing in our sector of the energy space. We should be prepared to welcome those funds with transparency and the confidence that we can put them to work diligently and wisely, and for the betterment of our community. Thank you for your time today. I hope this conversation has been insightful. As we all go about our day, we make thousands of choices. Ethics may not be always at the forefront of our minds, but it's always in the background, shaping outcomes more than we realize.
Thank you to Garrett Gramillion for that insightful session on practical ethics for reserves and valuations. We hope you now have a deeper understanding of how to apply standards like SP, EP, RMS, and SEC, as well as the importance of transparency and peer review in reserves reporting. Up next, we'll hear from J.D. Patrick of TRC Consultants LCPH.
Hello, everyone, and welcome, welcome, welcome. That was an excellent ethics presentation from Garrett. We really appreciate that. Every year for PHDwin Week, we've had an ethics presentation. That's part of the requirement for these to count towards PE hours. And I just have to say, Garrett did a great job here, and this was definitely my favorite one. I love the infographics. I love the car clip. I mean, that was crazy, huh? The way that car was driving down the highway. But I love how we can connect that to real ethical concerns in the industry. I think it's one of those things where there's been a loss of confidence in the industry last couple of years. Come on, we all have to admit that. We all know that, there's been valuation issues. There's been funding issues because of those evaluation issues. And a lot of that comes back to, ethical concerns and how we carry ourselves in this industry. And that's why we try to work with partners like Garrett, who have a very high ethical standard, like a Dwayne Stewart, like a Kimberly Ayers, like a Dwayne Purvis, like a Courtney Stevens. You'll see these people that we bring on, Jim Take, all these people that we bring on, Richard Scherer, every single year. The consulting firms that we bring on again and again, the Ryder Scott, the Gordon McNaught, and Haas Cobb. Why are they part of PHDwin Week? Well, some of it is that they're thought leaders, they're ahead of the game in this industry. But part of it is that we look for people that have really high ethical standards, because that's what we hold ourselves to. And that's what we want to see out of partners in this industry. And I think one really important thing that came from this presentation is, you put your seal on something, you sign your name next to it. It doesn't matter that PHDwin or some cloud thingy generated the curves. It's your work. It's your responsibility. It's going to be your head that rolls if it turns out that it's overvalued. And we're very conscious at our company to make sure that we always say that engineers need to be at the end of the switch, that our auto fits are a starting point, and there needs to be a human to verify these things. And we think that the only way forward is for people with high ethical standards to know what they're doing, know what they're talking about, and being able to lift that up, being able to take on, being able to articulate why they came to that answer, why that curve is where it is, why that number on the bottom of the report is what it is. And that's all on all of us. That's all on each and every person in this industry to do the best work they can, to just be willing to say, maybe I don't know everything. Maybe I need to go to do training. Maybe I need to reach out to a consultant. Maybe I need to have another set of eyes look at this thing. There's sometimes ego can get in the way of really good work, and that causes real big problems whenever it comes to, how we are, putting ourselves out there in the industry and the kind of work that we're producing, on what is our job, our career, our livelihood, the thing that keeps our kids in school, the things that keeps our car payment paid, right? Like, I'm the MBA, so I get down to the money, I get down to the bottom line. But bottom line is, if you can't have a personal brand, if you can't have a high standard, then you might not have, the kind of career that you want in this industry. And the industry might not be in a place, if we all do that, might not be in a place that we want years from now. So, here is Garrett right here. Hey, Garrett, how you doing?
Hey, doing well, Jonathan. How are you?
There's just a little bit of a delay. It caught up. Doing great, Garrett. Doing great. Thank you again for that excellent presentation. We really appreciate it. I mean it, and I said it. That's my favorite ethics presentation done for PHDwin Week. You knocked it out of the park, bud. So good job.
Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that, and appreciate you guys.
So we're kind of running up against the next session, which is fine, because I'm not doing a little bit of the next session too. So we get a little bit of wiggle time here, but we won't do this too long. I just want to ask you two quick questions. So first thing, you're doing independent consulting now. And just if you wouldn't mind, you gave a little pitch at the beginning of your presentation, but if you just wouldn't mind letting our viewers know, what are you looking for? How should they reach out to you? And what kind of partners are you looking for in the industry at the moment?
Yeah, I'm doing some independent consulting, but also doing an oil and gas mineral startup. That startup is kind of focusing on more mature assets, but low decline, things that we can maybe provide to investors who want to have a very long life asset and somewhat more stable production. So we're pretty excited. We're giving that a shot, and we think it's going to be very successful.
Well, I'll sign off on it. It seems like everything you get involved in is successful, Garrett. You got the Midas touch. So I wish you the best of luck of that. And anything, of course, we can do at TRC to support you. We'll be happy to do that. So one question that came in that I'm kind of interested in hearing what your perspective on this is. In your experience, what unconventional play can be the hardest one to forecast?
I think the Haynesville presents some very difficult challenges just because it's phenomenally productive, especially in the early stages in life of the wells. They typically have to be, rate constrained. And because of that, certain tools are very difficult to use or maybe even inappropriate to use. So if you're trying to just use decline curve analysis, it's going to be pretty hard because it's rate constrained. I've tried flow and material balance. That can sometimes overestimate reserves. I've looked at PI decline. Sometimes that can be present its own challenges, but is a pretty good one. So analogies and bringing offset locations in just to make sure you gut check and backstop things is always healthy. So in the unconventional space, man, that's probably, in my opinion, one of the more difficult ones to analyze.
Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. Well, just kind of to thread off of that a little bit, what other common biases do you regularly see in forecasting?
Oh, on the conventional side, one of the biases tends to be not properly maybe addressing if a reservoir has either a partial water drive or a water drive. And Dwayne did a great job kind of walking through that earlier on. Another one that I'd say in the unconventional world is a lot of engineers really want to, within a particular play, if they're forecasting a bunch of wells, they really want to stick with a common B factor for everything, even though that may not be what the data is saying. So kind of listening to the data for every individual well is certainly important to make sure you get the best accuracy possible.
One that I see come up a lot, Garrett, and I don't know if you want to comment on it a lot, but just from our position at TRC is what I call the analog decision. So as you're looking at type curves, if you're looking in different plays, what analogs are you picking to go into that type curve to be representative of what that looks like going forward? And sometimes I get discussions with people where they almost have, to me, it seems arbitrary, like how large that data set needs to be viable. I know there's a lot of discussion there. How many data points do you need and all that? But I see people just kind of opening up that scope and they just keep adding in wells and data points. And I'm like, well, now we're 2 fields over. Now what's going on here? And they're like, well, it's the same part of New Mexico or whatever, right? I just need enough data points. I'm just doing the circle big enough to get to those data points. And I feel like that ends up kind of being a challenge too, is picking good analogs, knowing what's a representative data set, and then maybe knowing in some cases that, hey, I'm just not going to have a representative data set. Maybe I need to do a different type of evaluation. I mean, do you want to speak to that at all, that analog issue?
Yeah, it's a great point. I would say, and I think my geology friends are going to appreciate this, talk to the geologist. I love, especially if you're in an unconventional play, making sure you're looking at a net pay map. And then since a lot of unconventionals are just, kind of depletion drive reservoirs or whatnot, looking at a pressure gradient map, I think is also very, very helpful. But tying the geology to it is always 100% beneficial when you're really trying to look, for analogs. Proximity is always good. I know a lot of people, kind of like you said, they want to bring in, all right, pounds per foot, exclude this data set. All right, well, how much fluid was used in the completion? Include this data set. But I think the more, the better, but you definitely have to always tie it back to the geology.
I love that answer. And I always say some of the best users of PHDwin are geologists. I get a geologist, I go, I don't know if I can do this. And I go, well, I'll tell you what, I've seen some excellent users of PHDwin because you understand the engineering side enough, you understand the geology side. It really makes for a winning combination, right? And that's why those parts of the company really need to work together. So let me ask you back kind of to my so I'm the MBA, I'm wearing the suit. That's kind of what my thing is. Let me ask you a little bit about on my side of it. You included a section on economic metrics to be presented to management. Why are those metrics so important?
So I think in our industry, reservoir engineers typically get a bad reputation as being a negative Nancy or a naysayer or, somebody who always plays down a potential project. I don't think that's really the case. I think if you're using, kind of the language appropriately within the setting, and you can show, this is my proof, this is my unproved, or this is my possible or probable, and assigning just different, valuation metrics, especially present value associated with each class, that helps communicate to the managers, hey, look, those guys know PDP is typically, market value is PV8 or PV10, right? For this particular play at this particular time. So they can assign a value to that. They can look at their approved undeveloped and say, okay, generally that's going for a PV20, PV25, but then also including, what may not be strictly definition wise proved, but still very viable potential future locations, and then assigning a value to that, I think helps them see, one, you're not being overall a reduction in value type of guy when you look at an overall project. You're trying to see the total potential and value of an asset or a project. And that comes into play, a lot. If there's a fault over a particular area in the conventional world, but you've got great technology that says you can get some level of comfort that there's a really great economic resource there, then that can communicate to the manager, hey, look, this is of high value, what discount rate you'd put on it. That can be a great discussion point. But it just shows, hey, you're being thoughtful about everything. You're considering the total project, the total resource potentially available, and just making sure you can put some really good, economic boundaries, around that.
So one thing I think about a lot, Garrett, is that there's a time crunch. I think that ends up being the balance, right? There's this, you got to turn around, especially in A&D, I need to turn around that bid quickly, but I need to do good work. And how do I balance those considerations? And, some people, they're like, well, how fast can I crank out 1,000 curves? That's some of the answer. How fast can AI, machine learning, heaven, man from the gods can do that for me? But what I like to really point out is, why don't you sit there after you've got your curves, after you got that initial look, let's look at value. Let's say there's a value rank report is one way to look at PHDwin value, $M sort or whatever. And you've seen the packages like I have. If you have 100 wells in a package, what is it, like a dozen of them maybe is the majority of the value in the package? Why don't we spend a lot of time on those, right? Like, why don't we make that the main emphasis, and then you get a really good idea of what you're getting into, right?
100%. Yeah, that 80-20 rule typically always applies every time you look at a big package, whether it's working interest or minerals. You're going to see the top wells wind up making up a massive percentage. And then digging into those wells is always the appropriate thing to do to recognize where your value is really coming from in the future.
I mean, I was talking about AI, but you get this, Garrett. This is an industry where we're predicting into the future. And the future is uncertain. I love it. There's this engineer a couple years ago came to one of my training class, and he pointed at me and said, how much of PHDwin forecasts are right? And what he wanted with the answer is none of them. They're all going to be off a little bit. They're all going to be, we're all talking about degrees of accuracy here. And, people are looking for like AI, machine learning, all that to move forward. We're not saying that those aren't good tools, but AI requires there to have data there. It's a regressive model. You feed data into AI, and then it gives you what the future looks like based upon what's there. Well, if you're going into a unique play, you're going into a new area, sometimes the knowledge and expertise are in the head of the engineers that have been there a long time, right? And that can't be easily plugged into the model. And so, there's that balance of people, we're the technology company, and we love to take on technology, but we have this real conservative evaluation method for what technology we put inside PHDwin. We have like a 5-year kind of scope look at things, because we don't want to put anything in the program that's going to make it seem like it's an answer when it's just kind of a recycled answer. What do you want to say about that? What do you think about these type of emerging technologies and how we train them and how we can use them going forward in the industry?
So I think you hit the nail on the head with the time crunch, right? We get these phone calls and it's like, I need that answer in 2 days, right? That's when the bids are due or whatnot. And so you're seeing a lot of folks trying to employ, these machine learning, AI type of auto forecasting tools. I think there's a lot of potential error within some of those tools, especially at the moment. I think they can generally over forecast in a lot of plays, which is very dangerous from putting in too high of a bid. I think you need to understand the mechanics of what's going on within the tool in order to even feel comfortable using that tool. But, you know, the time crunch exists. I think a lot of guys want to start leaning on those tools, but I think a lot of that technology needs to always go back to what is best practices for forecasting in this industry. Identify, if you want to do decline curve analysis, fine, but where's the point in time where you're hitting boundary dominated flow, right? Forecast maybe from there. Are those older wells and the learnings from those older wells then being applied to the newer, more valuable wells within a data set? And if they're not, that's a problem. I also think, if you're not giving proper consideration to well spacing, especially as a lot of these tier 1 plays mature, they're getting out into tier 2, which has already been somewhat developed in some areas as well. You really need to give spacing consideration. And I'm not quite so sure how well those tools are doing that right now, to be frank with you. So I think a lot of things need consideration other than, hey, we're just using the data set of monthly data and forecasting from there. I think they could be a starting point, but I think we certainly need to approach this as thoughtful as possible and just lean on all of the good work SPE, SPEE has already put forth out there. And so if there was ever a tool that said, hey, we have honored as much of that as we possibly can, that would be a fantastic, starting point for those type of tools.
And that's one thing we always try to do. Those monographs get passed around the office like playing cards. Do it like a convention center or something. Like it's a big part of how we consider how we move forward with PHDwin, because as you know, you get in the industry long enough, people look at you for your expertise. People look at you for your own standards, right? You have, you're a very well-respected person in this industry. Whenever we announced that you're going to be on PHDwin Week, all these people popped up. I can't wait to hear from them. I have people call me this year, Garrett, and they go, I don't really know what PHDwin is, but I've been told to call you because y'all know what y'all are talking about. And so tell me what I need to do and how do I move forward? I feel like there's, post-COVID, there was a big loss of knowledge in the industry as a lot of people retired and moved on without there being adequate replacement. And that really means that the people that are left need to step up. They need to be willing to mentor. They need to be willing to pass on that knowledge. We don't need to hold on to what our little secret sauce is. And we need to be able to get that out there. That's why we do PHDwin Week. So we're constantly broadcasting every year as much information as possible. We have experts like you come on that we know have a high standard. So that way you can represent what you think are best practices. And I think there needs to be more of this discussion going on in the industry so that we can all move forward and get to a place that can bring back that investor confidence, like you talked about in your presentation. Get to the point where Wall Street and all them look at us as trusted stewards of their money, of their capital, of their future investments. And that's where we got to get to. That's where we need to be, right? I mean, just that's clear, right?
100%, going through, that 2008 to maybe 2015 timeframe, certainly we all recognize that there was a lot of financial mistakes made, in the past. But I think we have grown as an industry, learned from that, documented that stuff, trying to come up with better ways to do everything. And I think this industry is going to be here for the very long term. And we do a lot of great things for people around us, society. We're not going anywhere. We're going to help power, the AI data centers, and then whatever comes past that, right? We can just provide reliable, energy systems. And because of that, you're right. We are going to need to, I think there's probably going to need a good staffing up of reservoir engineers in the future, as we kind of did see a lot of, the 30-year, 35-year guys retire in 2020, during that COVID time. So, I think you guys have a great product, and, it'll be there for us in the future as well, for sure.
Well, we appreciate that, Garrett. I appreciate you being part of PHDwin Week and jumping on. Thank you, everyone who watched. I know we ran a little long here, but when I get someone like Garrett on, I want to make sure I ask as many good questions as possible, and we're moving forward that discussion. Tell everyone where to reach you real quick, Garrett.
So we've got our website, Oakstone Resources, and then my email, on the front is, always a good one to email me. Happy to email back. So that's all great.
You want to go? So go to our website. You can find more about Oakstone Resources. Thanks again, Garrett. We appreciate you. And thank you for hosting our ethics this year. All right, everyone. Next up, I just got a little note that JD, apparently we've gotten so many requests for version 3 downloads that JD, who's usually on the support staff, actually needs to help people do V3. So me and Nikhil are going to take on his session. We're going to give you some tips and tricks about version 2 and version 3. Luckily, I'm the project manager for 2.11, so I've got the version 2 stuff. You saw Nikhil on Tuesday. He's turned into the V3 Pro. So we're going to mix and match a little bit, and we're going to be doing that on the next session. So we're going to take a quick break, go chug some coffee, and then I'll be right back on the camera, and I'm going to show you all some really good tips for both version 2 and version 3, so that way you can have a more effective workflow in PHDwin. Thank you very much for joining us for PHDwin Week, and thank you very much, Garrett, for being part of PHDwin Week 2025. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. My name is Jonathan Smith. I am the 211 project manager, and I'm the sales director for TRC Consultants. I am stepping in for JD today because, quite frankly, we've had such a demand on support that he needs to help people install copies of version 3. You know, there's been a big call to arms this year as far as let's get into version 3, let's learn how to do it. And so many of y'all have responded this week. I kind of got to take on a segment. Happens every year. There's always a little pivoting going on. That's why I make sure I take all my vitamins before PHDwin Week so I can do a little bit extra, this kind of thing. So where I want to start today is we're going to talk a little bit about V2 tips. I'm going to give y'all some information about 211. I was the 211 project manager. It's kind of my baby. I'm the one that's part of the team keeping 211 and version 2 rolling forward in the future. So I'm going to give you some tips about 211. And then for the 3 part of it, I'm going to bring on Nikhil Joyce. He did a really good demo of version 3 on Tuesday. If you didn't get a chance to check that out and you're thinking of moving to version 3, that maybe needs to be your starting point, is looking at his demo once we have that replay available. And so I'm going to have him on, and he's going to kind of jump on and add a little bit extra from that presentation on Tuesday, give you some extra tips and tricks in version 3. If you're on the YouTube feed, go ahead and leave a comment as I'm going. I'll try to answer as I'm going. This is, all live and juggling, so that I'll do the best I can. Y'all bear with me a little bit. We're obviously pivoting some, but I think I've got some good tips for y'all. I think I can give y'all some good content. So let me go real quick. Let me share my screen so that way I can get this lined up, and then we are going to jump in and I'm going to show you some stuff. Okay, so here we go. So where am I going to start today? Where I want to start today is, you should see right now an error message that I captured from PHDwin 210. This is what happens whenever you try to open up a 211 file in 210. It says your PHDwin file is 296 and cannot be opened in this version of the program. What does this mean? Well, what this means is that 210 is basically fundamentally broken in modern operating systems, and 210 is not compatible with version 3. And so we have a real problem with 210. And because of that reason, it's not on the website anymore. We're not supporting 210 through the help desk, not directly. We really want everyone on 211, because you cannot go to Best Buy right now and buy a computer and have 210 work on it. The reports are broken. If you try to install version 3, it's going to cause you issues. So there's 2 times you see this error message. One time is if you try to open a 211 file in 210. If you're on support and maintenance, you get 211. Just download it. I know some of y'all pay his support and maintenance. I talked to a guy the other day. He's been paying the whole time, and he's still in 2.9. Time to move along. Time to get to Modern 2. Modern 2 is 2.11.1. That's the current version 2 is 2.11.1. 2.11.1 matches numbers for the last 210, so you don't have to worry about a number match, right? But what happens is when you open up one of these files in 210, the fixes that fix it in 2.11 have been baked in. And 210 doesn't have that in its code to take on those fixes. And so it says you cannot open that file type. A similar problem happens is if you have 210 installed in a computer and you have version 3 installed in a computer, you'll see the same error message. Because 210 is having a conflict with version 3. Version 3 can pull in any version 2 file, 211, 210, 2.9, it can pull them all in. But because 210 is incompatible with version 3, sometimes when you pull in a file in version 3, you'll see the same error message in version 3. So we're going to start off today by just saying the easy fix for this, as easy as it can be, it just simply is, you got to get rid of the 210. It's time to move to 211 at the very least. I mean, ideally, this is the year to get into version 3. Get JD and Dre and Dell and the support team and Hunter helping you install version 3. But, if you're not quite there yet, we're still supporting version 211. I'm personally going to keep it running. I make the promise right now. If I have to update version 2, which I might, Windows 12 might come out with something else that makes it so we got update 2. We're going to keep trying to update as much as we can. I can't make promises as far as how long that'll go, because it's up to Microsoft. They're really working hard to get rid of the access component underneath version 2, to get rid of 32-bit compatibility and all that. But I test version 2 on Azure. I was just doing that last month. I tested on new ARM laptops. It works fine. It works fine on a Snapdragon laptop. And so I'm testing it. I'm keeping it running. But I might need to update it one day to work with the Windows 12 or work with something. That'll be called 212. We will not have any updates to 211. If we need to update version 2 again, it will be called 212. We're just going to make it real easy for version 2. Version 2 will be one version. There's no in-between builds. We're just going to go straight from 211 to 212. It's acquired. And then if we do that, then we're going to have a 297 file. And then you're going to have the same issue. So if you're on version 2, you still want to be on support and maintenance. You still want to be part of, PHDwin Week. You still want to be in our ecosystem, because that is how you're going to get those upgrades. That is how you're going to make sure you can continue to run the version of the program you're comfortable with. That's what I'll just outright say it. You pay my salary to be able to test those things to keep version 2 running. So you want version 2 to keep running, keep paying support and maintenance, keep supporting us being here for PHDwin Week, and make sure you're on the newest version, which as of now is 211, and then this problem goes away. So that's the first problem that you deal with. in version 2. Next thing I want to talk about in version 2, so I'm going to go ahead and go into a file real quick, is that we added some really cool reports to version 2.11, and a lot of people aren't familiar with those reports. I just want to talk about them real quick. So 2 of the reports that we added in is one that's called the investment one-liner. So I'm just going to go ahead and pull these over, and I'm just going to run the investment one-liner so you can see what it is. Part of 2.11, I went through and I cleaned out the defaults from the 2 series. 2 had all these old models in 2.10 and 2.9 and 8 and all that weren't relevant anymore. I got rid of them. The default PV was 15 in 2.10. I made it 10. I made it make more sense, right? And so if you have a 2.10 file and you open up 2.11, it's not going to change the defaults. We're not changing numbers. But if you start a file in 2.11, it's going to have the more cleaned up defaults. It's going to get rid of those models. It's going to have the PV10. So that's one thing I was able to do. The other thing I was able to do is I was able to add these reports in. So here's one report that gets added in. This one's great. It just gives you a grand total line. It gives you a case by case. It gives you the gross tangible, the net tangible, and then those risk values. So this is from the risk tree. Version 2 had a risk tree. There's discussions internally of bringing that back for version 3. So that's one thing that we're looking at considering right now. But since it does have that risk tree, this output in version 2 does give you those risk values. And then you'll notice this grand total line, it gives you a grand total value. So that's great. That's one report that we added to 2.11. The other report that we added to 2.11, and me and Garrett Hoover, he did a presentation yesterday. He's our report specialist. Me and him spent like a year on this bad boy. I'm real proud of this report. Basically what this is the one-liner from V3 Connect. So if you're used to version 3, you saw in Nikhil's presentation earlier this week on Tuesday, you saw V3 Connect. I did my best to backgrade that one-liner into version 2. It was hard. Version 2 is not meant to handle that much data, and I couldn't get it all there. Some of the stuff like technical EUR water data is only version 3 output specific. But this one-liner tries to match the V3 Connect one-liner as much as possible. And that's how I evaluate a roll forward. So if I go from version 2 to version 3, I run this report out. I run out the V3 Connect report. I compare line by line those cases. And then I can see if anything has changed because of the different new updated economic methodology that we're using in version 3. So I'm gonna go ahead and run this report real quick. So what do I mean by updated methodology in version 3? There's 2 big changes that I'd really like to point to. There's dozens actually, but there's 2 that really change the numbers. First one is that the taxes are done differently. In version 2, to deduct the state taxes from the local taxes was a setting. Most people did not use that setting. Certain companies did, and so your numbers will match. But we change it so that it is the default in version 3. Quite frankly, it just makes sense as the MBA. I mean, you don't pay tax on text usually. So that's the way it should have been. But if you weren't using those settings in version 2, then you can't do that. Let me show you exactly what I'm talking about. So if I go to a case in version 2, and I go to the taxes tab. So if you're using a model, you can't use these settings. And that's why I think a lot of people didn't do it as a default in version 2. But if I delete out the model and then I just drill down in here, we have deduct prior to local tax calc, that little checkbox right there. That is what's checked basically by default in version 3. Now there's a way to change it in version 3 to match this setup without that being checked. You just need to talk to the support staff and they'll help you change the formula. It's basically a formula that you change. And then one change, boom, it matches. But honestly, it's been impressed on us. This is the right answer, so to speak. And so that's what we're doing in version 3. Another change that we made in version 3 is now with reversions. We were kind of cute in version 2, and we made it so reversions happen the day that you hit that payout, or you hit that cum volume, whatever you set the token to. We were told quite blatantly that's not PRMS standards. PRMS standards is you wait till that next period, you wait till that next month. So we changed that. Now it waits till that next period to change over the ownership. You don't get like a blended month or something like that. That's to match other systems. That's to match what the standards are. We're constantly updating our program to match the standards. Something with version 2 are baked in the crust. I didn't go back into 11 and change that because it would have changed all these other numbers, and y'all don't want that, I promise you. But in version 3, we did fix that. Last thing that we changed in version 3 is that in version 3, you know this well. I mean, in version 2, you know this well. ECL after. Ooh, what a thing to manage, huh? Your well goes offline because of a marginal price, because of stripper well, or because there was this big expense that you're going to push through anyway. And you know what you have to do. You have to come in here and change it to some other segment. You got to change it to being an actual date and just force it out. We get clients that one technician will force it out 5 years, 3 years ago. No one goes back and updates it. Is this still the right answer? No one knows. No one's checking it. It ends up being a real problem. So in version 3, we got rid of this. We no longer have ECL after. In version 3, whenever you run a report, because now we've got 64-bit code base, we've got these multi-core processors. Version 2 was built for the Pentium 4 generation of computer. We've come a long way since then. So version 3 takes the economic engine, it batches it out, it parallel processes these calculations, and it finds the day of the maximum cash flow. We call the calculation max cum cash flow. It finds a day basically when that asset makes the most money, and that's your economic limit. You don't have to force it to that point with an ECL after. And what I've seen is I've seen companies where they switched from version 2 to version 3, and all of a sudden their valuation went up 10% because people weren't watching the ECL after properly. And I had this one company in particular. I'm not going to call them out. I'm not going to name names. But the boss called me and he said, "John, I really need your help. These young engineers, they're wanting to move to this new cloud type curvy thing, and I'm not comfortable with it. Yeah, I've got the PHDwin file. We're thinking I want us to move to version 3 instead. Can you come talk to us about that?" So I got a meeting with them. I imported the version 2 file into version 3. And their value of the company went up 15% going from version 2 to version 3. And I opened up the 2 file and we dug dinner on the meeting and I saw all these arbitrary ECL afters. And I asked them, I said, "Who's been managing this?" And they go, "Well, I think it's," and the finger point happened and no one could figure out where it came from. And I was like, "Look, guys, I know y'all want, this all fancy technology, but we need to do the job here. Like, y'all weren't watching this. No one's watching this. How about y'all move to version 3 so you don't have to manage this anymore," right? And so that is one thing that we did change in version 3. It will change your numbers a lot of times for the better because it's going to find those future cash flows. But that's something to watch for. So how do I manage this, John, on the version 2 side? My big report. So what's in this big report? Well, first of all, we've got what archive you're using in the case, right? And a grand total line. So that makes it easy. You can see all the totals, right? Then I have the project because y'all split up these databases in version 2. Version 3, you can put a bunch of databases together and report out of one big data system. Version 3 can take 100,000 wells, something like that. Version 2 is limited. I forget what it is. It's like the 32,000 wells or something like that is the most you can have in version 2. And so this tells you what project you're in if you're in version 2. Then we get what partner we're in. You'll know about partners in version 2. There's the classes and categories. We have all the header data like the operator, county, state, API, latitude, longitude. So you can take this sheet, map it if you wanted to. You can just plug Spotfire directly into this sheet. Some clients are doing that. And then see all your locations on the map. What type of case is it? What's the major phase? Then I have gross for oil, gas, NGL. Back calculated shrinkage. So not what you input, but after all adjustments, including catch formulas, the nets, the units, the pricing for oil, gas, NGL. Okay, very useful. The revenue, the net revenue of each of those products, the total net revenue, op costs, trans costs, the only report in the history of version 2 that breaks out trans costs. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, I know. We've been waiting for that. It's in this report. Other costs, all the variable expenses totaled up. The well costs, the fixed costs, the net expenses, the local taxes versus the state taxes, the investments broken out, and including abandonment being broken out. Our session yesterday, Jim Teague talking about P&A costs. That was a barn-burning session. We got more questions on that than almost every other session combined so far. But apparently that's a big deal this year, is making sure you're accounting for these obligations. That's why I broke it out in its own column here. So that way you can easily find those obligations. Next up, the discounted cash flow, non-discounted cash flow, discounted cash flow. What the primary factor is, again, in version 2.11, I made it 10. It's not 15 anymore. The units, the case life, and then here we go, the ECL after. Are you using a link or are you using a date? So I opened up that one company I was talking about. I opened up this sheet and it was just weird dates all the way down here. All right, boys, why do we do this? No one had an answer. Now you can figure out, if you're watching this right now, go run this report And then you're going to see that answer for you. So that way you can make sure you're QCing ECLs before maybe you bring in a version 3 or before you turn in those reserves at the end of the year. Let's get the right answer. This thing also gives you the reversion dates if you have reversions, what the ROI is, the discounted ROI, the discounted payout. This is what I call a flip switch. It tells you if true or false, what cases are economic, what your adjusted revenues are being, where your well counts are, where they started, where they ended. If you have any case multipliers, any volume multipliers, ooh, and then look at this. So mine is special. Mine has ID codes bolted on the end. This is not a standard behavior in version 2. How do you get this? Let me show you real quick. So I'm going to close this report. I'm going to show you how to do this for yourself. So underneath reports and views, select and run. If you double click on my Excel one-liner report, this is how it's going to be set up here. Let me get it back to, so this is how it's set up. It's got access query name, connect one-liner, sort sum, and only economics is checked. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to check ID codes. I want you to go in this drop down here and move up 3. You move up 3. So not ID, not sort. You want the one connect, one-liner, ID codes, sort sum. Pick that one. Make sure your ID codes has a check mark. You're going to get a crash. So pick that, pick this, click OK, and then you get the same output I did, which takes you that wonderful one-liner with, I think, up to 175 ID codes dynamically bolted on the end. We didn't do that as a default because some of y'all have more than 175 ID codes. Yeah, I know who y'all are. Hello. I love working with y'all. Y'all have a lot of ID codes. But so we didn't want to have this report just break for those companies. But if you have less than 175 ID codes, which is most of y'all, then you can do this trick and then you get the ultimate V2 output. And this is the thing that will carry you forward into a version 3 future. In just a second, I'm going to bring on Nikhil Joyce, and he's going to help us move into that version 3 future. He's going to give some tips and tricks from version 3. I got one last one for you, though. One last tip and trick that you really need to know if you're using version 2. IT managers, let's pay attention to me real quick. You need to do this on every single machine still running version 2. Ready? So here's the story. Version 2 used a report engine called Crystal Reports. So if I run like a detailed report, here I'm just going to do it on a single case real quick. If I run just like a detailed report and it bolts up that little window with the detailed report in it, that's actually not our program. It's a programming license called Crystal Reports. Back when we built version 2, Crystal, this was not an economic case, but y'all know what this window looks like. This is Crystal Reports. We licensed it. In version 3, we got rid of Crystal Reports because, quite frankly, it's kind of fallen off as an industry standard. But 2 has that legacy. And here's the problem with it. Crystal Reports has this thing where it pings your printer every time you open the program, every time you open this window. Even just sometimes when you're using PHDwin. You ever had version 2 lock up? You ever had that happen where it locks up and you can't click it? You have to Alt-Tab or something to get it working again? That's because of Crystal Reports pinging your printer. You got a network printer or something. No one has USB printers anymore, like whenever I was a kid. Everyone has a Wi-Fi network printer or whatever. And until it can find that thing on the network, your 2 is frozen. And if it can't find it, it's frozen for good. So how do you solve that? How do you fix that? Notice how my printer selection up here at the top is Microsoft Print to PDF. I want to show you how you fix that permanently. So what you do is you go into printers and scanners in Windows itself. And so I have a bunch of different ones in here. So look, I have a nice Wi-Fi LaserJet on our office network. I'm not using that printer as my default. My default is the Microsoft Print to PDF. You pick on the Microsoft Print to PDF. You say set as default. You just fix Crystal Reports. Almost. One last thing. Down here, Windows has this setting, let Windows manage my printer. You do not want Windows to manage your printer. It'll keep going back to the laser printer, and 2 is going to lock up again. So what am I going to do is I'm going to uncheck that and make sure that is unchecked. And a PDF printer could be the Microsoft PDF printer, could be the Adobe one. We're a big fan of one called Qt PDF. If you talk to Dre and the support staff, he's big on Qt PDF. Make one of those your default printer. Don't make it the network printer, and you just fixed version 2.11 freezing up or starting slow or having those kind of problems. You're welcome. I wish I could have fixed in 2.11, but it would require taking out the entire report engine, which is what version 3 is. So you saw yesterday, Garrett did a big highlight of reports in version 3. We were able to do that because we have our own now custom report engine in version 3 that we can do amazing things with. Version 2 is limited by this Crystal Report, so you need to change this default. So that is my little tips and tricks for version 2. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and bring on Nikhil Joyce, and he is going to help us and learn a little bit more about some tips and tricks in version 3. So let me go ahead and see if I can get him on real quick. There we go. What's up, Nick? How you doing?
Very good, very good. Can you hear me?
I can't hear you. There we go. Just was a little bit of delay. I can hear you now. Talk a little bit more.
Great. All right. Yeah, it's me again.
Okay. Well,
I'm ready
perfect.
to go. All right. So
all right, share your screen and show some people some tips.
Perfect. I'm gonna start sharing my screen. Let's see here.
I'm gonna turn off my camera so they just watch your pretty mug this time.
Perfect. All right, should be sharing now. All right, so I did my demo on Tuesday. If you didn't see that, that's going to be going on the website. It's going to be going on YouTube. It's going to be very easy to watch it. We're also going to be sending out this demo to plenty of folks. And I did a very simple A&D evaluation, but I started with Well Database and I went on. I'm going to be working off that same database here today. I'm going to just show you some more tricks. You know, we could do, I often do these demos. I do them one-on-one, or I'll do them for an entire team of people, do them with people all over the world. Sometimes it's a little tricky because the terminology varies in different regions of the world, but I learned from that. It's great. I really love demos. You know, everyone here knows I get really antsy when I'm not getting demos. So, you know, feel free to reach out to me if you want to do a tailored version of this. But I'm working off that same database here. And I'm just going to show you all some random tricks, just little stuff that I've learned over the last over 2 years that I've been here working in this program. You know, the program's gotten better and better and better. I've seen it happen in live time as I've been here. And so here's one thing I really like to do. This is the default theme. So we have actual themes in PHDwin. Everything you've seen this week, I believe, has been in this default theme with the color scheme. Personally, I love to go to this preferences tab and just go to the themes in the top left. And I like to switch it over to Day Trader. I just think this looks really cool. I think, you know, I like to feel like I'm a Wall Street broker when I'm doing this analysis, and I like to show that. And I like to use this. I would share my screen sometimes when I was doing stuff with clients on support, and people would say that, and they would always go, "Ooh, that's really cool. I want to know how to do that." So this is a really great. I just like the way it looks. But we have a few other ones here as well. There's a high contrast. This helps for people who have a little bit more trouble, you know, differentiating between different colors. So this one really pops out that contrast, so everything's extremely visible. But I'm just going to stick with Day Trader for today because I just think it looks good. You know, it's really simple. Sometimes it's just a matter of preference, and that's why we're in the Preferences tab. Another couple of tricks. There's always some stuff when I get a little extra time with someone who has a little bit more time, and I just want to show them some cool tricks in the program that help them out. Here's one that people really like. On the very bottom here, we have the status bar. This, people often don't even notice it. I think it's because it can kind of, you can kind of tune it out because it seems kind of like the taskbar at the bottom of your Windows machine. It's just always there. You don't really look at it, but look at it. Please look at it. This is extremely valuable. This is live data from the program. I mean, this is showing me what's going on in my case without having to make a run. That's magic. I mean, I can just see the economic life. I can see EURs. But here you go here, you can right click on that bar and go to status bar settings, and you can add more stuff. So this is really great. You know, you can go add location. I can add eco indicators. I can add ownership and qualifiers. I can have all of this stuff show there. Boom, all of that's there. I can see that in live time. I can click through cases. I can see the economic life of these cases without having to make a run and go look at a separate output and go into DevExpress, go into Excel, go wherever you need to go. So really, really useful. I mean, this just speeds everything up. You know, I want to see basically what the economics are looking like for this case over here. I can just go select it and boom, I can see all of that stuff in the status bar. Really useful stuff. Another little trick I really like. Some people, you know, sometimes it gets a little frustrating to have to jump from ribbon to ribbon to get to where you need to be. If you look in this top, we call these the ribbons: home, projections, reports, database settings, and preferences. Those are ribbons. Let's say, you know, let's say you're in the database settings a lot, or let's say you're in the projections ribbon a lot, or the reports ribbon a lot, and you don't want to have to, but you have to switch between scenarios. It's very common, especially if you're running reports. You're going to be running them in one scenario. You want to switch to another scenario, and you have to go back to the home ribbon, and switch over to that one and then run the report again, I can just right click on this in the home ribbon, add to quick access toolbar. So this is kind of like the status bar that we have on the bottom, but we got one at the top. You can add buttons to this top, and that way when I switch back over to reports, I can run a report in default. I can go here, change it to another scenario. Now we don't have any other scenarios in this database. You know, this is the same one I made on Tuesday. This is the well database demo that I used then, and I finished up there. But that's just little stuff like that really adds up. A lot of our clients are in the program 40 hours plus a week. During certain times of the year, it can be well over that. Little things like this really, really add up in terms of saving your time. So that's really valuable. You know, sometimes I'll stay on demos for a long time because people just have lots of questions and I don't have a hard stop. So I'll just say, let's keep going, right? So some of the questions that, I love doing that. It's my favorite thing. I love when people just keep hitting me with questions, and if I can answer them, then I'm happy. If I can't, I'll get back to you. You know, I'll find out. I'll go to someone who's more qualified than me. I'm the bottom of the totem pole here. I've only been here 2 years. We got folks here who have been here 15 plus years, sometimes even more than that. I'll write down your questions. I'll get back to you by the end of the day. I'll get you a great email or I'll call you back. I'll make sure you get taken care of 100%. But yeah, some of the questions, for example, people get into the reports and they want to know what kind of reports we have. They want to be able to run out just graphs, for example. You want a report of just the graphs? We got that right here. You look into this list of default reports. You know, in my demo the other day, I didn't have anywhere near enough time to get through all of these. Of course, there's so many of them. Thanks to our reports department, Garrett. You know, he works on these reports all the time. We're always adding new reports to every build of PHDwin. But look right here, we got graphs only. You can also go into the settings of the report and you can change stuff there. So you can actually see in detail. If I go to this graphs tab, I can choose which graphs I want to be displayed in my report. So let's say I want the 30-year rate time. I'm going to go ahead and save that. That's right here already. We have that in our standard view in the bottom right. We got our 30-year rate time. If I go ahead and run, I'm just going to run it. Let's run it for a few cases. We're on selected cases for a report group. You can also make custom report groups by going there. You know, you can make, you can use your sort order. So that's very common. If you have a sort order and you have things grouped by certain categories, you can just select that sort order and just run out that. Again, all your reports are going to be based on the sort order that you chose in the home ribbon for the case list. So make sure you play around with sorts, get good at that, because you're going to want to have that skill. It's not a difficult skill. It's very easy to sort your reports. V2, it's the exact same situation. You want to make sure that you're good at that and you have that set up right before you start getting to reports so that you can organize your reports really well. But I covered that on Tuesday, you know, but I might brush over some stuff I already talked about on Tuesday. But we're doing selected cases here, and I'm just going to select and just going to shift click and go with those. And I'm going to run these to the preview. And I'm just running 30-year rate time graph. You can see the graphs only report is being created in the bottom right in that little, that little progress bar. And it's generating, several reports right now. And it's pulling all of that stuff from the back end, from the SQL instance. All these reports are stored in your SQL instance, in the PHD reports database in the back end through SQL Server. You don't need to know that. You don't need to manage that. If you need to ever go into that, just call our support team. They're real experts on SQL Server, and they know how to run it, and they know how to do whatever you need in there. Some folks we do have actually, go in there and do some back end work themselves. But it's powerful stuff, and it can be really, it's way more complicated than just using the program itself. The program itself is this nice GUI to show you everything in a very easy to read way that anyone with experience in reserves economics can understand. And here we go. These are the 30-year rate time graph for all those cases I just selected. And again, I can also, like I did the other day, you can make changes in the parameters of the preview for any of these reports. You can change some of these products that you have showing as well. But if you're going to really do that, I do recommend, if you're going to actually want to change your graph and then rerun out the report, I recommend going into here, going into your product, your graph properties, and you can go, this is looking a little dark now. I think I'm going to switch it back over just for filming or just for streaming purposes. I'm going to switch it back over to the default just to make sure everyone can see that in case they have like a slightly darker screen, look how easy I can just switch it right back over. If I double click here, this is where you can change the graph. You can get really, really particular with what you want to see on this graph. Something that I really like to show in version 3. So we got oil, and it's just the base value. It's just showing volumes. But, you know, we can actually show economics on the graph. So that's really great. I like to, so I can take oil again. See, it already tells me that I have oil already, and it's exactly matching because I got the same base value stream, and I got the same interest as well. So it's making sure I know that, and it's just going to be copying over, showing a perfectly overlapped thing. So I'm going to change this stream to revenue. Apply and close, and boom, you can see now. I'm just going to drag this out a little bit so you guys can see it a little better. See, now we have projected oil revenue on the graph. And I could now go rerun that graphs only report with this showing. And I could also copy this as a graph model, copy it to all those other cases for this graph, for the 70-year graph or the 30-year, whatever graph you want. And then I could run the graphs only report, and you can see the oil revenue on the graph for everything. Notice how it's not quite as straight a line as the volumes. But that makes sense. It's because it's not normalized anymore. It's not normalizing the days per month down to, on average, 30.4 days per month, which is what is done to actually show a smooth line on the graph. It's showing the actual values for the revenue of oil. So that's why it's going up and down very slightly. That's 30, 31, 30, 31. And then the slightly lower one is February. And then it even accounts for leap years. So like every fourth one is slightly not as low as the other ones. I already covered that, of course, on Tuesday. But again, I tend to repeat myself. They say you never tire of your own stories. So that definitely applies to me because I tend to repeat myself quite a bit. So that's another really great trick that I love to use. I'm going to go ahead and save that. I always like to make sure to save. You know, it is being saved to the back end. You know, most of your work is being saved to the back end, but make sure to save the individual changes to the cases on that top left. You know, you don't want to do some work and have to go back and do it, of course. That can be frustrating. Okay, what else we got? So we did the graphs only report. Let's go ahead and do nested graphs, or collated graphs, as we also call it. So I ran the detailed report the other day to show you guys all the stuff you can do in the preview with the detailed report and how powerful that is. Very, very popular report, very useful for running out individual cases. But you can do more with that. You can actually run it out with graphs. And I think I mentioned this in my demo on Tuesday. Sometimes I lose track of all the stuff I'm saying because I say a lot of stuff. But if I go into that settings again, I just hit that little gear wheel again next to the report type, the report, and I go over to graphs, and I can add a graph. So this way, okay, it looks like I already had this showing graphs for my detailed. So I guess I was doing that earlier today. So I'm going to have that 70-year graph included. So that means it's going to show my detailed report followed by my graph, and a detailed report followed by the graph. So it's going to, for each case, it's going to be graph or report, graph, report, graph, all the way through. And I can do that on all my cases if I want, just because I added it right there and checked that box. So I'm going to run this. Same thing. I'm going to run this for the same cases. I still have those same cases selected in my case list. See it run in the bottom right. Another little trick, you know, while you're running reports that you should look at is if you ever get slow reporting, it might be because you have a ton of reports here stored. All of these are all my runs that I've made for a few months now. I run a lot of reports doing these demos and doing custom training. You know, this can get cluttered up. All of this stuff is getting stored in that, what I mentioned before, the PHD reports database. It's one of the 4 system databases in the back end of version 3 that live in your SQL instance. All of this stuff is getting stored. All of these V3 Connect reports are a lot of data. So I have a bit of a cluttered mess in my PHD reports database. And that's an important thing to be aware of. If you have that happening and you run a lot of reports and you end up getting slow reporting, you might want to clear this out. Make sure you read them first. Make sure you know what's in there. Make sure you're not deleting anything that's important. You know, be careful. We can't save you if you really delete some important stuff. And now it looks like I sent it to the back, but here's our report, and we got our detailed report showing there. And like I said, you can go into the detailed type and you can change it to 3 volume oil and gas and water. Let's say I want to add water there. Boom, hit submit. And it should add that third column, gross volumes, net volumes, water price, and all the same stuff there. And again, I can change, let's say I want to break out those investments or those expenses, do expenses, and I'll get multiple categories for expenses. It's running that all in the back end, quick change, trans cost, op cost, fixed cost, well cost. Looks like we only have op cost because that's the only thing we added in our quick demo on Tuesday. But that's just another example of the way you can customize these reports just within the preview. There's a lot more you can do beyond that as well. Investments, let's say I want to break out my investments. Now I would have 4 different columns, abandonment, capital, development, and other for investments. You can also customize those here in any of these drop downs. So, don't know how much time I got. I think I got a few more minutes. I can do. I don't know if I want to go into scenarios and qualifiers because that can take a little bit of time. I always want to get into this, but this is an incredibly valuable tool in that it speeds everything up an incredible amount. Essentially, the way it works is you can set all your basic settings for the scenario here. And then let's say I want to make changes to the scenario without overwriting the data. I can, first of all, I got to go edit mode. Got to go into edit mode. That's single user mode. That's where you can actually make changes to any of the database settings. It locks out any other users who may be in the database at the same time, sharing your SQL instance. But I go into edit mode and what I can do, let's say I don't want to overwrite any of this data, but I want to do stuff with it and I want to run new reports. And I maybe want to run sensitivities where I can compare to the original data that was in this scenario. Right click, duplicate scenario. You can rename it, just call it new. That's fine. Everything's the same. Report date, start a period, all the discounting stuff is the same. And all of that is stated there. Not only that, but the qualifiers will be the same. So if I go into qualifiers, if you have experience with Aries, they have scenarios and qualifiers. This is pretty similar stuff. So if you have that experience, this will come along easier. I know when I was on support that this concept for new users would sometimes take a few conversations to really get them flying with it. It's kind of difficult. It takes a little bit of time to understand, but it's because it's so powerful that it's a little bit intricate. But it's really, really worth it. If you learn how to use this and you get powerful with it, you can save yourself so much time, and you can also save yourself from potentially losing data. And that's really, really important. So here we can see we only have default qualifiers, but just to explain really quickly how this works. Let's say I want to keep everything the same in my original scenario. And then I copied over this new one. And then I want to keep everything the same in this new one, apart from one thing, one of these categories. Let's go with expenses. It's the first one, it's at the top. So let's go with expenses. What I'm going to do, I already have it. I guess I didn't need to rename it new because it's already called new qualifier, but I just made a new qualifier. These are your list. This is your list of qualifiers. I see folks with dozens of scenarios and even more qualifiers, and that's fine. You can really, really load this up. This is supposed to be, this is all about data storage and data management. I got my new qualifier here. What I do now is I'm going to drag it in because I want this to be the one we're using for just expenses. So there we go. It goes primary. And now you see we have this new column, alternate 1. It slides it to the right. So now you can consider it as protected. You can look at the primary column. I like to consider it a line of defense. It is protecting alternate 1, alternate 2, and so on. Default will always be at the end. You're never going to have a completely blank row. That's impossible. That would, the program would not expect that. The program is designed to never let that happen, and it never happens. So the default's always there, and it's always stored. So now it's protected. So like whatever I had stored in my expenses qualifier, in my default expenses qualifier in the first scenario is protected. I go into this new scenario, I make a change to expenses. It's only going to save that change to the new qualifier. So that is, that's actually pretty simple, I think, in that case. And a lot of times you'll see these scenarios that are way more complicated than that. You'll see tons of scenarios, and you'll have a whole list of qualifiers, Q1, Q2, Q3, and they'll move along. Sometimes it'll be mix and match. Sometimes they'll only drag in the Q2 for some of the categories, and then they'll do a Q3 for some of the other categories, and they'll start to look like kind of a mess. But that's okay. You get used to it. The more you use this, the faster you'll be. This is the thing that speeds up PHDwin users more than any other tool I've seen in the program. I really, really recommend getting used to this and getting really powerful with it. So I'm going to save that and jump out of edit mode so that I can go back. So I got to exit edit mode here at the top, that little globe. And see, it gave me that in the quick access toolbar as well. All right, we're loading back our original layout. All right, so another thing, let's do one more thing before I jump off here. I'm going to show you guys the merge. This is something that JD was planning on showing you guys before he got hammered with downloads of version 3. So he's over on support getting people set up with 3, which is good news. That's fine. We want people moving to 3. Like I was saying on Tuesday, it's very important that you start at least getting used to 3. It's coming. It's gonna be the way the industry moves. It's already the way the industry is moving. Maybe you haven't received the PHD3 file yet, but a lot of people are receiving them. They're going around. They're huge in the industry right now, and you're going to receive one. You're going to receive one. It's absolutely, and it's not a question of if, but when. It's going to happen. I really recommend getting set up. You can call JD, you can call Hunter, you can call Dre, you can call Dell, and they will happily get on with you and get you set up with version 3. And you're going to be glad you did it. You're going to be really glad you did it. So one more thing I'm going to show you is the merge. So this is the same database I built with the well database file on Tuesday. So let's say I want to add a whole other database to this database and keep it all in one place. Just for example here, I'm going to use the sample databases. This is one of the ones that comes in when you install the program. And this is the one I often use for my canned demo. Oh, look, it's already selected. Perfect. This is the one I often use for my canned demo. If someone doesn't bring me client data to work off of as an example, and maybe get some of their project done during my demo, then I'll usually use this one. I think soon I'm going to be using the actual well database method more and more often, or by request. If you prefer to see that, give me a call. We can set up a demo. I'd be happy to show you that in a more catered way. So I have my database selected. These are all my databases that I have listed in my SQL instance. I'm not going to show that too much because you never know what's in there. I got a lot of stuff. But it'll show you that if you're in that SQL instance, it's going to pull that up as soon as you hit that merge button. Back up before merge. I highly recommend doing that. You don't want to make a mistake and overwrite your data and have to rebuild the database. I log in, and it gives me all the scenarios. You can do one scenario at a time with the merge. So I'm going to just do, let's say we do the low price. We got all these scenarios in the sample database. This database, by the way, that we're merging in, it comes with the install. You can play around with this. There's a couple sample databases that come with the install of version 3 that you can play around with, and I really recommend doing that to start getting used to it. It's the only way to really learn is to play with some data, and it's better if that's like declassified old data that we can give you through the install. So I dragged in my scenario. There's the low price. I'm gonna go next, match criteria. So this is where you would actually match if I was merging in cases that already exist in this database, but let's say they have data that I want to add to those cases in this database. I can do that with the merge. In this case, there are no matching cases. This is my, I'm bringing it into this database I just built the other day with new data from well database. So I'm going to hit that bottom left, if no match, add as new cases. So we're not matching anything. We're just bringing in fresh new cases and all the data involved, which brings me to the next option, or the next step in the process, merge options. By default, everything is checked. This is where you select what do you want to actually bring in with this merge from those cases that are coming in from that database. I want everything. I'm not, in this case, I don't want to ignore anything that's in that database in those cases. So I'm just going to leave it checked. I don't have to do anything here unless you're really trying to ignore certain parts of it and be really particular. But this is there for anyone who wants to do that. Now I can go ahead and merge. It's telling you that, again, it's switching over to single user mode for the database that we're merging into. This is another one of those things that requires single user mode, just like the database settings I was just showing in the scenarios and qualifiers. So now it's doing the merge, and it shows you the results as it goes. So you can see this is kind of backend stuff that's showing you. It's kind of more for development and testing than anything. It's a little bit more convenient for us to test the merge when all of these results are showed throughout the merge process. But there you go. You can look at that, and it's actually pretty easy to read. It's just telling you every piece of data that's coming in as it's coming in, and I always love that. I personally, when I'm waiting for a computer to do something, I like for it to inform me of what it's doing as it's doing it, as opposed to having to wait a long time and being kind of in the dark. So, I like that feature. I think it's nice. But yeah, merge is a really it's a very involved thing in the back end. It's doing a lot of stuff to combine two databases at once. Sometimes I'll show people the actual back end just to show them how incredibly complicated this program is and how much is going on. The number of tables that goes into a single database in the back end is unbelievable. I mean, it's 4 million lines of code that went into building this program. That's just like the C# stuff that they did in development, and then there's the SQL tables on the other end. It's a lot going on, and the more you understand about that, the more impressive it gets, right? So here we can see merge is done. I can go ahead and close, and I can see I got a whole bunch of new cases here in this database that were brought in, and you can do that a bunch of times. You can combine 10 databases into one. It might take you like 45 minutes, but you can do it, and it's really valuable to do. I like having everything in one database. That's one of the great things about PHDwin version 3. It's so much more powerful than version 2. I can't tell you how much more powerful SQL is than Microsoft Access. Bulk inserts. I studied this in college. This is how I actually got this job, is that I took a databases course in my business analytics class, in my business analytics program at Trinity, and they taught me how to build a database in SQL and how to query it. And it's a really amazing tool. It's a really amazing language, and it makes it possible to handle huge amounts of data at once. The largest database I've seen in version 3 was around 350,000 cases, and it worked. At first it was a little slow, but we fixed it, and now it works. It works really well. Like, you can actually run reports on 300,000 cases. When you really start to look at the history of programs like this and database software, that is mind blowing. If you told someone 20 years ago that that's possible, they would not believe you. So, all right, yeah, I'm ranting a little bit here about how great this program is, but that's all from me today. I'll probably be on again, and but yeah, thank you for listening to me. I appreciate it. Hey, John.
Great job, Nikhil, showing off version 3, talking about that. I love how you ended on the merge. I just want to point something out. Aries doesn't have a merge. All you techs out there, y'all know that. You saw how he merged one scenario into a different database, scenario-based merging. Unprecedented in this industry. No one's seen anything like it. No gluing tables together and all that. We've got it handled for you. All the database settings, we've got it handled for you. I love you showing off that, Nikhil, because a lot of people don't know that functionality is there. Also, the merge can be an export. So one thing you can do is you can set up a scenario with all the cases that you want to export out of a database, load up a blank database, merge into the blank database that scenario with those cases, and then you can make the PhD of that blank database with just the cases you want. So it's merge, but it's also export, and it's unprecedented for the amount of data that we, when Nikhil was talking about the amount of data we have in version 3, the scenarios, qualifiers, and all that. No other system on the planet is able to handle and move around that kind of data in that way. That's one thing we're really proud of that we got working in version 3 that wasn't in launch. This is the type of thing that we've iterated over years. We've updated version 3 as we're going. If you're on support and maintenance, you get those updates. Where can they find to learn more about support and maintenance, or how to get up to date on PHDwin accounts? Nick, tell them where to find us.
You can call us at 888-248-8062, extension 4 for sales. extension 5 for support. Or
So
you can
give us a
email
call.
us at sales@phdwin.com or support@phdwin.com. Support's a little better. They're a little better than us. They're faster and a little bit smarter, if I'm being honest. But,
You did good. You did good. Everyone's give Nick a hand. He did great for this. So we're going to have a replay on in a second. And then don't miss it. 2 o'clock. The Connor Award is going to be presented to a new person. We're really excited about it. I saw him in the hallway. Larry Connor is here to present the award in person. So we're really excited about that. So don't be sure to not miss it. 2 o'clock. And then 3 p.m. Well Database. Nick was talking earlier about, his whole database was set up using Well Database data. Do you need some data for your databases? Maybe you need to check out that session. So don't miss it. 3 o'clock. We've got some exciting stuff going on this afternoon. Just real quick, I've already gotten some requests about getting the PE hours for the ethics session. We're going to have a form to fill out after PHDwin week. We can count for those hours. So we're going to do that all next week. We're not doing that this week. So just be patient if you don't mind, and we'll get that together. We'll be sending you that email. But we're going to go ahead and sign off for now, and we'll be seeing you later on for the Connor Award. Thank you all very much. We appreciate it. Thank you, Nick.
Welcome back to PHDwin Week. Please welcome Stella Iateo. Stella is a PhD candidate at the Texas Tech Bob L. Hurd Department of Petroleum Engineering. Stella boasts a decade-long career as a petroleum reservoir engineer, with expertise in reservoir modeling and simulation, reserves assessment and documentation, well and reservoir oversight, design and analysis of well testing, field progression, and optimizing production. Stella's research encompasses integrated reservoir simulation modeling for geological CO2 storage projects, unconventional reservoirs, and the constructive repurposing of produced water. With a rich background spanning industry and academia, and a dedication to excellence, Stella stands out as a significant contributor in the realm of petroleum engineering.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stella Iateo. Thank you for joining this presentation today. I'll be presenting on accessible produced water volume for beneficial reuse. Very quickly, I'm going to be giving you my profile. Currently, I'm a PhD candidate at Texas Tech University, and I also have a teaching and research assistant job role. In terms of my academic background, I have a diploma in chemical engineering, and I've got a BSc, MSc, and now a PhD in petroleum engineering. So prior to my academic journey in PhD program, I've worked as a petroleum reservoir engineer for about 10 years, including a field experience. I've also had the opportunity of working as assistant lecturer at the Federal Polytechnic in Nigeria. My area of specialization is in reservoir modeling and simulation, reservoir estimation and reporting using the PRMS standard, asset evaluation for investment, divestitures, farming opportunity or farmers opportunity. I've also had experience in well and reservoir management, field characterization, both in modeling and also the planning and execution in the field. I've had a little experience in well planning and optimization. I've had opportunity of being recognized with numerous national and international awards and scholarships, including the Eridowitz Scholarship Award from SPE, the Paul Whitfield Fellowship Award from Lubbock University Women Club, New Era Foundation Award for Leadership from the Lagos State Government, and also Marie Curie Award for Academic Excellence from the University of Lagos. I've had opportunity to volunteer in various organizations such as SPE, Society of Petroleum Engineers, Hammer, charitable organization here in Lubbock. I've coached and mentored several petroleum engineering students and also interns especially in my former company in Nigeria and also here in the United States. Currently, my project is actually on geological CO2 storage optimization. I'm doing something on numerical simulation modeling of this storage mechanism. And the sidebar is the Produce Water Beneficiary project, which I executed with a theme that is organized by the Texas Produce Water Consortium. So the Texas Produce Water Consortium was actually established in 2021, and the purpose of that consortium is to bring together information and resources to study the economics and also technology related to beneficiary use of water, that is externally, not in the oil and gas industries. So these are the three directors that currently head that team. We have Mr. Rusty Smith, and we have the co-directors, Dr. Waxin and also Dr. Eric Bernard. So if you're looking to discuss further or support this mission in Texas, you can reach out to Dr. Watson Marshall using the email below that you're looking on the slide. Also, I have some external contributors and also collaborators which help out in fulfilling most of the work that was done on the Texas Produce Water Consortium. Most of them are professors from different universities and also some industry experts like Dr. Rob, Dr. Kazem, Mrs. Lisa Henton, and notably is also Dr. Marshall Wigwe of PHDwin that gave us the resources that we used in projecting produced water volume that will be accessible for beneficiary use. So thank you so much, PHDwin, for that. So the agenda for this presentation goes thus. I'll talk to you about the background, some perspective on the beneficiary use of water using some environmental tools in order to explain the oil and gas industry perspective. Also, I'll show you how we analyze the data in the Permian Basin in order to project what accessible produced water volume will be in the next couple of years, and give you a brief conclusion. So on the background, I believe we all know what produced water is actually a natural occurring water that is produced as a byproduct during exploration and production of oil and gas from the subsurface system. But these days it's not just limited to that, because you have different types of operations like hydraulic fracturing, where you produce water, and this water is called the flowback water and is also considered as the produced water in this context. And also we have some other type of water that are produced during process analysis and things like that. These are all grouped as produced water. And as it is currently, the essentiality of water in the oil and gas is not any different from any other industry. The only difference that we see here is that we produce quite a lot of water than any other industry, and such that water needs to be managed properly, needs to be treated before disposal. And the oil and gas industry has actually come a very long way from utilization of water in general. First of all, they started with, because we use a lot of water, so we use a lot of fresh water, and they graduated into using fresh water plus seawater in order to reduce the intensity of freshwater usage. So we moved again ahead to using fresh water, seawater, and then groundwater. And then from all those, we moved to using fresh water and produced water. So hence, we have different kinds of mixing rule. When we are trying to do our operation, we can use like 50% of fresh water, 50% of produced water, etc. So, but now we are looking forward to a future where we can actually replace fresh water use with just produced water only. And that's in line with the SDGs dream, which is to conserve water. So we are trying to also conserve water, basically. So how do we do that? These are some facts, that is well known in the country. So I'm using the United States as my, case study here. So the pie chart on the top left-hand side represents the cumulative produced water that has been produced from 1933 to 2022, which is about 1.8 trillion barrels of water. And as you can see here, you can see the top 10 states in the United States are the highest producer, with Texas topping the list. The list at 38% producer. And then on the top right-hand side, you see a map that represents total withdrawal of water, just water, fresh water, saline water. So each of so this plot shows how the volume that is used by each state, basically. According to the United States Geological Survey, in 2015, about 10.5 billion barrels of water was withdrawn. And out of this 10.5 billion barrels of water that was withdrawn, 87% of that water is actually fresh water, while the remaining 13% is a mixture of surface water, seawater, and all kinds of sources. So based on that, you can still see that the top producer of produced water are actually also the top users of fresh water from in 2015, based on this map. And if you look at the map under that, the first one, that represents the intensity of droughts that we have in United States. This was measured over 5 years using an index called the SPEI. And so the negative value of those SPEI represent the fact that those states are experiencing droughts. And notably, you can see that about 60% of the United States actually experience moderate to severe intensity droughts based on this data points. And it's not coincidence that it's also where you have highest producer of produced water, highest withdrawer of fresh water that are also experiencing this drought. So this is like a problem that actually have a solution in itself. So from what we did in Texas Produced Water Consortium, we discovered that the potential for treating produced water could actually lead to an estimated 2 billion barrels of water per year, which you can use over about 256 acre foot if you're using that kind of water for agriculture, for example. And it also has a higher potential of going up until 4 billion barrels per year. So what this means is that instead of withdrawing water from using fresh water, you can actually replace some of this fresh water with produced water. What do we do currently in the oil and gas industry, and what is the future aspiration? What we do right now is we've done a lot in trying to use produced water internally, but like I said, we still have a lot of that produced water being disposed of using saltwater disposal wells, the SWD. So our dream and aspiration is actually to see how we can convert the portion of the water that is disposed of into using them externally in industry such as agriculture, manufacturing, and also industrial products, and other ones like construction, energy generation, and even some, like for example, in New Mexico Produced Water Consortium, they are already talking about converting this water to purified or potable drinking water. So, but it's there's a lot of challenges in doing that, and there's, a lot of questions to be addressed. So some of those questions are highlighted in this slide. The first one is, what is the environmental and economic value for all stakeholders? What is produced water volume? What is the quantity really? What are the typical produced water constituents that can serve as basis of engineering design? And how do we have sufficient and efficient treatment technology? And what is the cost implication of using that to achieve our goal? And in terms of regulation, where are we? What are the regulations in place to be able to use this produced water? Just for you to have like an holistic view, I try to, as much as possible, to address each of those questions, and also before I share the bulk of my presentation with you. So for the oil and gas industry, what is important is actually their key drivers here are quality and quantity, the technology, infrastructure, and availability. What is the cost implication? Are they going to make profits? What is the proximity of transporting the produced water to the end user or usable facility? And also corporate social responsibility and liability management, etc. For the environmentalists, they are more interested in the short and long-term exposure effect of produced water, because as we speak now, do we really know everything that is in the produced water? We have the ecological impact, the continuous availability, social acceptance, and public perception. Are they going to agree to us using produced water in farming, edibles, and things like that? And the government is more involved in the permitting, approval, authorization. What is the process? How do we monitor the water quality? What stringent compliance should be followed, and sustainable development goals, environmental health, and safety. So all this come into play. We have different stakeholders with different objectives, really. So, and the question begs, where is the meeting of minds? Because the oil and gas are not, I don't want to say they are not charitable organizations, but they are actually out there to also make profit. And there's little that can be done in terms of the investment in this kind of projects. So it's kind of like really, really expensive to do. So those are the challenges that we have there. So let me just explain more about the cost aspects here, so that we have a holistic view. as to what is going on with implementation of beneficiary use. So this table here represents all the costs that you have to consider if you want to convert produced water to reusable products outside the oil and gas industry. So the first one is, if you look at it, right now, the oil and gas industry, they dispose the water and it costs about 0.55 on average to about 1.81 per barrel to dispose of, depending on the proximity to the deposition disposal sites. So the 0.55 represents if you have built in a pipeline and you want to transport your water from one end to the other, so it's cheaper. Or if you are using trucking like we use in Texas here, you're going to be in about $1.81 per barrels. So the cost per barrels of utilizing groundwater now, as it is today for agriculture, is about 0.03 per barrel. So, but the issue is, if you want to now treat the water to a higher specification to meet the requirement for other purposes like agricultural uses, you have to spend more money in treating the water to get it to that level. So, for example, the US EPA site report on Eureka Resources, did something like that by treating flowback water. And they came up with a cost of about $6.5 to $10 per barrel. So that means if they treat the water is going to cost that amount for you to use in agriculture. And then when you use like a crystallizers, to reduce your discharge to zero, basically, you're going to be spending about $11 per barrel. And however, because there's a lot of things going on that even in the produced water, you can actually extract some resources like lithium, some chemicals like carbon carbonate and things like that. So when they factor that in, that okay, if we are able to recover some materials from the produced water, how much will it cost? It costed about $7 per barrel. So you can see that these amounts are far from 0.03 and also far from if the oil and gas industry are just going to dispose the water away. So for beneficiary reuse to be viable, the cost per barrel must be less than $1 per barrel. And that's really like the big challenge in executing this. So this now involves just investment by the governments and investment by different stakeholders to be able to carry out studies where you can actually treat the water at a cheaper rate than what we have obtainable right now. And then another challenge is actually the produced water volume, because there are no known rule guideline that says, oh, you must report your produced water volume every year, just the way it is for oil and gas, where you can actually, what is being produced in California, what is being produced in Texas, because they are being reported every time, right? To a very large accuracy. But in the case of water, it's not like that. It's a waste, right? Even though the company knows the value internally, but do they share the real data, into an open access database? I'm not really sure that is correct, because we have different variations in values. So if you look at the plot on my right hand side, that shows the cumulative produced water billion barrels per year from different sources, you can see that variation very clearly. So there is poor public produced water volume database, the actual volume of water is actually estimated based on water oil ratio, which is taken from very scanty good well test data. So it's like maybe when they take well test data in every 3 months or 6 months, they just extrapolate what the produced water will be, and that is not the case in many scenarios. So we also have a lot of speculations, that such as sustainability of the produced water to alternate energy. Sustainability, the energy, mixture, the renewable energy that are coming up. People are like, oh, oil and gas is going to be abandoned very soon. And if that happens, are we still going to be looking at produced water? Are we going to be producing enough? So people are banking on the fact that we might reduce production. And when you do that, you actually reduce water production as well. So you have all those in the hair. So people don't really want to invest in it because you don't really know what the end game is. So that again, this is one of the problems that we try to solve in terms of looking at just the Permian Basin, which I will discuss towards the final presentation, towards the end of this presentation. So again, another issue or challenges that we have is also the typical produced water constituents. So the problem is we have enormous, boundless constituents in produced water itself. So, and that leads to, when you want to design for treatment and things like that, which of the produced water are you looking at? So you have to go down to the region, the reservoir, if in fact the wells, because it can change. There are different mechanisms going on in terms of generating hydrocarbons. So based on the different type of hydrocarbon constituents that the inherent water has been with for a very long time, it tends to affect the type or the constituent of the produced water itself. So you could have range of values, from a very low value to a very high value. So you see the graph on my right hand side that shows barium, boron, bromide, all kinds of components that you could have in produced water. Look at how the wide range that you could have the data. You could, for example, barium, you could have as low as 0.01 to about 10,000 or 20,000. So in fact, the TDS ranges 100,000 milligram per liter to about 400,000. So how do you design a treatment plan? So you have a lot of things going on. And in terms of toxicity, you can imagine from this report that we identify about 1,198 components in produced water. What is in the produced water? If you identify them by components, there are 1,198 in numbers, and also out of this, about 527 is known to be hazardous. But what is the toxicity of those compounds? We do not know yet. We only know for about less than 30%, which is 167. So the rest of it, the toxicity value has not been designed. The EPA just defined for oil and grease content, in most cases, even though they define for agriculture, which is about 35 in terms of oil and grease content now is about 35 milligram per liter. But what of the unknowns? According to the study that is carried out by New Mexico Produced Water Consortium, they have identified several unknowns right now. They don't know the impact of those components in produced water on human life, on aquatic, on your soil, etc. So there are so many unknowns when it comes to the produced water constituent. Then in terms of treatment, yeah, we already know we have several thousands of water treatments. I mean, there's research always going on. The technology is available. However, the major challenge here is the issue of actually choosing a proficient hybrid system that works for produced water, because now you're playing with different constituents. You're playing with different volume variation constituent and things like that. And when you now get the combination right, the question is the cost. Does it worth it? So that's one of the issue, with the treatment cost implication. Then in terms of regulation, like we all know that due to many existing regulations, the enthusiasts in external usage, we create more regulation for the oil and gas industry. And like I said here, the oil and gas industry is probably the most regulated industry that you can have. You have different rules that you must follow and things like that. So adding produced water beneficial reuse to them will mean that you have more regulation coming in for you to be able to use that water for external purpose. So in a way, the oil and gas industry are hesitant in order to venture 100% into beneficial reuse. So to put this in environmental terms, because usually what you find is there's a disjointment between the oil and gas industry and also the environmentalists, or even some people that are optimistic that you should be able to use the produced water beneficial reuse. So, but in order to manage that situation, we try to bring environmental into the oil and gas industry by using one of their tools to explain the oil and gas industry perspective, which is in this case we use the qualitative life cycle assessment to do that. So this is very simple. It's just a tool that we use to quantify the ecological management. It measures the product, services, or process environmental performance and economic performance as well. So that's what we did with this. So we looked at what is our goal. Our definition is either to dispose the water away using SWDs, or we treat the water and use for beneficial reuse. So we compare these two scenarios and see which one is actually better in terms of environmental cost and also economic cost itself. And then the inventory here is just like a system boundary that defines what goes into your system and also what comes out of your system. And then once we define that, we now use some impact category to define how what comes out of your system affects the environment, the climate, global warming, etc. And then we look at the economic impact as well. So when you look at the system boundary for saltwater disposal, you can see what do we have here. We just have the produced water going into a gravity separator, and then you use a gun barrel to settle, to allow it to settle for a particular time, and then inject back to the another well that is called the saltwater disposal well. So this is more like a dust to dust approach. Like you took water from the subsurface and you return back to the subsurface with little removal of contaminants like the oil, the sparse oil, dissolved solid, just a very you did minimal in terms of treatment. But when you look at the produced water, the beneficial reuse system boundary is a different ball game. Now you have how many modules of treatment plants. You have the API gravity separator, flotation unit, filtration unit, membrane bioreactor, reverse osmosis for desalination. You have a lot of things because you're trying to get the purest water out of this produced water. So in that way, you consume more energy, you use more resources, because some of these reactors, you have to add chemicals to be able to use them. Like, so you tend to use more resources, more energies, you have more modulars. And so as such, you use a lot of resources. So the question is, your end product, does it what the process, the entire process, does it balance out? And if you also look at here, you actually produce concentrated brine at the end of the day, which is now injected still in the saltwater disposal well. So in a way, you might still need the saltwater disposal well at the end of the day. So when you look at all these aspects, you can see that the saltwater disposal well, it has lower treatment costs. You have little or no toxic release, because now you're taking the contaminated, all produced water with all its constituents. You're taking them from the subsurface and putting them back in the subsurface. So you have lower energy use because you just have to operate two modulars, like the gravity separator and the settler, So you just have to manage those two. So you have low energy use. In terms of volume, resource use, because chemicals and things like that, you use less because you don't have a couple of those modulars. And also you have a lower number of treated modules, as shown in the previous slide. But for beneficial reuse, it's more like on the high side for everything, except that at the end of the day, you get a treated produced water at the end of the day, So this is one reason why we have, the oil and gas industry, really hesitant in order to venture into beneficial reuse. So as such, it relied majorly on government sponsorship and also oil and gas industry investing not for profit, which will be very, very difficult in this aspect. So let me go quickly into the technical work that was done in terms of looking at what will be the accessible volume should we want to implement beneficial reuse of produced water in the Permian Basin, for example. So we use the Permian Basin case study for that. And the reason for that is not like far-fetched. We look at all the volume of water that is produced in Texas, for example, and you could see that on all aspects, the Permian Basin rated higher. And you could see that in terms of water ratio, you have the higher water oil ratio, in vertical wells, conventional wells, compared to horizontal wells. Another thing that struck is, if you look at the prediction that have gone out, over the years from 2002, for example, you see that many people, the produced water volume is not following that popular trend or notion that produced water will continue to increase and increase, until a particular time. It's not really following it, because you can see from Lee in 2002 predicted that produced water production is 6.5. And then you have the Vail. They keep predicting, but it doesn't follow any particular trend. So this means that you have to do that evaluation on a case-by-case basis. It doesn't follow all the trends that we know in the literature. So how do we do that? Yeah, we use the popular decline curve analysis. However, what we did differently in terms of predicting our cases was to put a twist in and use what we call the type curve generation. It's one of the relevant tool, like really good tool when you're using PHDwin. So the first step was we did a quick data preparation where we clean up our data, load our data, and group them by county. You can actually group by reservoirs, by wells, and any level that you're looking to work with. Then afterwards, we look at, because when you do that, you see clearly some wells they have decline trend. So you can just like do your decline, adjust your trend, and you get a fit, and then you can use that for your production forecast. But in some cases where we do not have decline trend, and so we try to separate the wells, because what is happening is that new wells are coming up, so you will not see that decline. So we try to separate them by years so that we can actually see the decline for each of those wells, those group of wells. So we did that from 2016 and 2017 upward. And so we generated a type curve for horizontal wells, because what we are trying to do is we are trying to look at a scenarios where you actually keep drilling just the way it's done currently. So you keep drilling, the number of your wells increases, and we try to see how we can mimic how those wells will behave based on previous performance of wells in that same area. So we developed a type curve for those wells. We determined the initial decline and also the typical B factor for those wells. And so we also did some analytical work where we tried to determine the number of wells, horizontal wells, that will be drilled, over the course of the year. So we did that by considering several parameters like well lateral length, empirical drainage area, current rig count and prediction. And then finally, once we get that, we are able to create a prospective well and time them in terms of when they come into production based on the assumptions we made on the drilling rates and what have you. So afterwards, we are now able to generate a production forecast. This is a classic workflow that you can use even for your oil and gas prediction, which we actually did, but it's just that emphasis was on produced water. These are some of the assumptions that went into our work. First of all, we didn't consider some wells that are drilled but they are not completed, so they were removed from our evaluation. We used the APS model, which is inbuilt into PHDwin, and then we established our APS parameter. We used the 5% minimum decline, and then we assume for the projection, considering a range of DM of about 2 to 10%, we use like an example from Wright's literature. And also we use economic limits of about 5 barrels of oil per day. So once you have that, you cut off like every other things after that. Then we use the Baker Hughes rig count database for our low base and high case scenario, which I'll show you in the coming slide, and predicted our future drills, using those parameters I mentioned earlier. So in terms of looking at the area, so our focus was on Delaware Basin and Midland Basin. Also, we excluded areas with minimal tight oil, And the reason is because we noticed that most wells are the water production for like vertical wells, all the conventional wells, they are mostly used for water flooding, EOR. Excuse me. So they are mostly used for water flooding or EOR. So we excluded that from our forecast. And then in terms of new drill production, it was limited to just Midland and the Delaware Basin. And you can see that we have, for each of these basins, we have different layers. So you have different layers, and in the layers, you have different sections. So all this we look at in order to determine, the number of wells that will be drilled over the years. So this is the example of the rig counts and drilling rates that we used in terms of determining the 3 different scenarios that were considered. You can see we looked at them based on their districts, which is still within the Delaware and the Midland Basin, and we projected a high case, base case, and also low case for that based on all these plots. However, we didn't pick the highest point because these are just like peak points. It doesn't really sustain for long. So because of that, that was not like the priority. So we just pick like a baseline where we can use and more reasonable assumptions. Again, we look at our assumption was that we are going to be drilling the well 18 days per well. This was based on the like a survey that was put out to different companies, and they came up with 15 to 20 days. So we took their average, which was 18 days, and we used in our prediction. In terms of how we calculated the number of wells was calculated using this formula, like on drain area divided by the empirical drainage area. The empirical drainage area is just a function of the length, like the miles, the section itself, and how many wells is in that layer of that section. So that was what that was all about. So we determined the different average lateral length, the undrained area, the empirical drainage area, and then we use those parameters using this formula in this slide to calculate the number of wells. This is what our results look like in terms of the rig count for each of the counties, and also the number of wells that will be drilled per year at a drilling rate of 18 wells. And we determine the total number of wells that will be drilled over the course of 40 years. And then this is the results of for each of the type curve that was generated for the county, each of the county. We determine the B factor and also the initial nominal decline rate. And this table represents the variations in those rates. So for each one of them, for water, gas, and oil, you have different B values and different initial nominal rates. So basically, when you combine all the factors together, that's how we came about our production forecast. But just to give you like a more in-depth preview in terms of how we handled each county, that's what this slide is going to be speaking to. So this slide represents the Midland County. So this is what it looks like. So you can see the oil and gas wells, and then in each cases we look at the layers, which in this case they have like the lateral length. So on the average, you can see that you have them well distributed. However, they range from about 10,000 to about like 1,500. So depending on the layers. And then we have the number of well per section and horizontal wells in that section. So this enables us to determine the drainage area that you can expect from the remaining undrained area in that reservoir. For that particular well, this is the normalized curve or type curve, if you like. This is how it looks like. So if you look at all the wells stacked together, you will see that they have like a similar trend, even though from this point to this point you have a constant well number. So that's where you pick your decline from. So this point is showing some of the well being quitting, dying, and things like that. So it's not relevant to this production. That's why you see that the trend were picked, just around that area and followed through. So these are the type curve that we use for both oil, gas, and also produced water. So we use this type curve to now apply on the new wells to determine how they will perform as they are being drilled and brought in at different times. So, and that the plus below shows the forecast from about 2022 to 2060 thereabouts. So this now represents the annual oil production. If you put it in if you put the data in an Excel and try to combine them for the entire mainland, because it has different reservoirs and things like that. So when you combine them, this is what you have in terms of the high case, the base case, and the low case for all the three, like for oil, water, and also gas. So focusing on the gas alone, on the water alone, now for the entire Permian Basin, which in this case is the Midland and also the Delaware Basin, the Texas area of the Delaware Basin, this is what you have. You can see that the annual water production ranges from about 14.1 thereabouts to about in the high case about 20 million barrels per day. And this is for everything. So, but if you now exclude the vertical wells and water view, you have, it's now reduced to about 14 million, basically. So in summary, what we found is that for all, Permian Basin is actually like a place where produced water beneficiary use is possible, and you have a total maximum annual water rate of about 14.1 million barrels per day, which will represent a cumulative of about 145 billion barrels of water, over the course of 40 years. But this value that I'm quoting covers only existing horizontal wells and predicted new wells drilling. Basically, it doesn't represent the vertical wells. If you remember, I said we removed it from that production because most of them are used for enhanced oil recovery and water injection. And from the life cycle assessment that we did, we can see that beneficiary use, it allows for better quality of treated produced water generation. However, you have to spend more money, more energy consumption, resource usage is higher, and you have more sophisticated treatment plants to contend with. However, even though we have all these things, we didn't consider seismicity, because in that particular tool, there is no place that there's no index or no impact category assessment that represents seismicity. So that was not considered in this study, which is one of the disadvantage of using saltwater disposal well if not properly monitored. So the question is, if the sales of the treated produced water or any resource at all that you recover from this produced water will be a palliative or may will it be able to outweigh the environmental, technical, economic, and regulatory and social impacts that you have in case of water disposal well? So that has not been done, and is the next line of research for us to be able to do that and be able to prove that whatever is coming from the produced water will far outweigh, all the other issues that we have discussed earlier. But as it is right now, the source water disposal wells, they are the simplest, they are the cheapest that you can find. Hence, it's still being used as of today in Texas. In terms of, the conclusion is simple, is we know already that beneficial reuse is possible. The key drivers from here is the cost and also environmental benefits. And in terms of the treatment techniques, we know that we already have enough treatment technologies. One of the challenges is just how to make them an hybrid system such that the cost of treating the water is less than $1 per barrel. And in terms of government regulatory, they will still have to come up as to defining how to what are the toxicity level that is allowed of other compounds, not just the oil and grease that has been mentioned in their guideline. So they have to look at all the other components, and even the unknown of the unknown. They have to find a way to determine what the toxicity of those compounds are, and confirm that it will not have a negative impact on agriculture, human life, and wherever the water is said to be used. And lastly is the research and development. This area is still it involves a lot of research. There's a lot of research going on in New Mexico Produced Water Consortium. Also here in Texas Tech, there's a lot of treatment plants that we are trying to test, and combination that we are trying to test to come up with a suitable way and more cost-effective way to use produced water for beneficial reuse. So these are just some of the publications that we have put out there for your further reading. If you need more information and more explanation on what I've presented, you can go into these journals, read about them. And also we have reports by the Texas Produced Water Consortium on the website. Just type Texas Code or click on this link, and it will take you to the website where you can download the full report and then read for your pleasure. So thank you so much. If you're looking to connect with me or send me an email, here is my details, my email, my LinkedIn profile, my ResearchGate, and also my Google Scholar page. So you can reach out through all these platforms. Thank you so much. I can take question now.
Thank you, Stella, for that fascinating and captivating presentation. We hope you will stick around for Stella's Q&A. Today's hidden giveaway is a riddle. Here is half of the riddle. The other half will be in the Q&A. The riddle goes as, what always runs, yet does not walk? It can never speak, but has natural melody. Think you can guess? Listen into our Q&A to hear a few more hints. We hope you are enjoying your PHDwin week.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and friends, today it is our great honor and privilege to present the first annual Connor Award to a man whose name will forever be synonymous with excellence in our industry, Larry Connor, PE.
The Connor Award represents the highest standard of excellence, integrity, and service in the oil and gas industry. This award was created to recognize individuals who, like its namesake, have made lasting contributions to their profession, their colleagues, and their community.
Larry's journey is one of relentless pursuit of knowledge, integrity, and service, which has inspired many.
His career began with distinction as a second lieutenant in the Medical Service Corps in the United States Army, where he was entrusted with critical responsibilities at a young age, shaping his leadership style and commitment to his country.
Rising through the ranks, he retired with honors as a major, leaving behind a legacy of service, discipline, and strong moral character. His transition into the oil and gas industry marked the beginning of an extraordinary chapter.
Starting his engineering career at Amoco Production Company in Odessa, Texas, Larry developed an unparalleled understanding of oil and gas production operations, problem well analysis, and reservoir management.
His early years taught him the fundamentals of engineering, but his natural curiosity led him to delve deeper into technology and innovation, skills that would define his future contributions.
In 1981, Larry joined Ryder Scott, beginning a 42-and-a-half-year career that would leave a lasting imprint on the company and the industry as a whole.
From the moment he stepped into his role, Larry began pushing boundaries. He embraced the challenge of merging traditional engineering principles with the rapidly evolving world of technology.
When he arrived, evaluations were done by hand using French curves and graph paper, tools that seem archaic by today's standards. Larry was one of the first to envision how computers could revolutionize the industry, and he worked tirelessly to integrate new technologies into reservoir evaluations.
One of Larry's most impactful contributions came when he collaborated with TRC consultants on the development of PHDwin.
His deep reservoir engineering expertise and understanding of economic evaluations were critical in shaping PHDwin into the robust software it is today. Larry was a key figure in defining the user interface, calculations, and overall functionality that made PHDwin a go-to solution for engineers across the globe.
His hands-on involvement in software development, including training teams and supporting installations, showcases his dedication to equipping future generations with the tools necessary for success.
Throughout his illustrious career, Larry worked on a multitude of projects, from unconventional shale plays in the Permian Basin to coal bed methane studies in Australia and China. His expertise was not confined to the United States. It spanned continents, from deep water projects in Africa to the challenging terrains of the former Soviet Union.
His ability to integrate geological, geophysical, and engineering data was instrumental in unlocking complex reservoir problems, and his proficiency in reserves determinations became legendary in the industry. What made Larry unique, however, was not only his technical skill, but his approach to mentorship and leadership.
He was not content with being an expert in his field. He wanted to ensure that those around him thrived as well. Larry mentored many young engineers, guiding them not just technically, but ethically, instilling in them the same passion for integrity and service that defined his own career.
Larry always pressed us here at TRC to further develop better projection and economic techniques. He was instrumental in integrating flow regime identification for highly fractured wells, sophisticated economic limit calculations, universally correct incremental analysis, the development of complicated expense allocations, and proper type curve creation. A specific example was his advocacy for the use of war versus cumulative oil projection techniques in PHDwin's water flooding. Larry had the insight to see that these techniques were not limited to mature water floods.
Wherever strong water drive oil reservoirs were producing at high water cuts, fractional flow was the controlling factor. For these reservoirs, WR versus cumulative oil projection was the best predictor of future production. Curve fitting with ARPS projections simply wasn't good enough. Larry wasn't just pushing us. He was quick to support these techniques by volunteering to present the technical merits and applications at PHDwin Week.
Larry was particularly good at finding edge cases and encouraging TRC to address them. He always believed that the right answer was universally correct, and if we had an edge case, our main premise was flawed.
Good enough was never good enough. Only correct was good enough. Though this is a high standard, it is the right standard. Everything works better when the correct techniques are used. For those not familiar with his work, I strongly recommend watching the replays. Instead of keeping these techniques to himself, Larry sought to better the entire industry.
This sentiment perfectly encapsulates why we are here today to honor him. The Connor Award is not simply an acknowledgement of technical excellence, but a recognition of selfless service, leadership, and the ability to inspire others to reach greater heights. Larry has lived these values throughout his career, exemplifying the award's qualities of service, wisdom, integrity, and leadership.
Beyond his professional achievements, Larry has been a man of unwavering faith and family values. His farewell speech at Ryder Scott serves as a reflection of his character, where he emphasized the importance of loving God, caring for one's family, and living with generosity.
His words of advice: keep pursuing the excellent way. Don't shrink back from the hard work. Press forward, be bold, aggressive, and achieve success for the company, yourself, and your family, have resonated with all of us.
Larry Connor has given our industry more than just years of service. He has left behind a legacy of innovation, integrity, and mentorship. For that, we are forever grateful.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Larry Connor to the stage as we present him with the first annual Connor Award, a symbol of his extraordinary contribution to the oil and gas industry, his unwavering moral compass, and his dedication to the betterment of all those around him.
Today, we honor a career that has shaped how our industry evaluates value, risk, and responsibility.
PHDwin is proud to present the 2025 Connor Award to Dr. John D. Wright, PhD, PE. A petroleum engineer, a teacher, an author, a trusted voice in evaluation and economics across generations of practitioners.
For more than 45 years, John Wright has worked across the full arc of upstream practice. He has led property evaluation, production engineering, reservoir engineering, and coal bed natural gas development. He has served as a consulting principal for more than 35 years, guiding clients through complex technical and commercial decisions. When the stakes were highest, he was called on as an expert witness in more than 40 industry cases. Again and again, teams relied on his clarity, his rigor, and his insistence on getting the details right.
John's perspective is grounded in real work. He has been a pumper in the field and a petroleum engineer at the desk. He knows the pressures of daily operations and the discipline of careful analysis. He also knows what it means to have skin in the game. He has stood on both sides of the table as a working interest owner and lessee, and as a mineral interest owner and lessor. That breadth matters. It keeps our discipline honest. It connects models to field reality. It ties forecasts to outcomes. Some careers leave footprints. John's left a reference. As the co-author of Oil Property Evaluation and the expanded and updated Oil and Gas Property Evaluation, he helped provide a single-source textbook for evaluation and economic analysis. Engineers, analysts, and managers around the world learn the craft of translating uncertain reservoirs into disciplined numbers through this work. The book is not just a compilation of methods. It is a shared language for how we think about value, risk, and accountability.
John has always given back what he learned. He taught petroleum engineering at the Colorado School of Mines for 8 years, shaping students who would go on to lead teams and companies of their own. He delivered short courses around the world, helping professionals build repeatable workflows for property evaluation and economics. Students remember the clarity. Colleagues remember the generosity. Mentorship is not only about answers. It is about teaching the path to good answers, step by step. Service to the profession has been a through line of John's life. Within the Society of Petroleum Evaluation Engineers, he served as a long-standing leader. He was the chief technical contact and a presenter at 3 economic software symposiums, where engineering judgment meets data and tools.
In 2018, SPE recognized his contributions by naming him the 21st Honorary Life Member. These are not ceremonial milestones. They reflect years of work to raise standards, document best practices, and model how our profession should operate. John's practice has spanned 6 continents. Basins change, cultures change, regulations change, but the principles do not. Define assumptions. Test sensitivity. Respect uncertainty. Document clearly. Communicate honestly. That discipline protects investors. It informs management. It upholds the public trust. Whether the task is a single well evaluation or a portfolio study, those principles travel with the work. and they are evident in John's career.
The Connor Award recognizes integrity, innovation, service, and mentorship. John Wright exemplifies each.
Integrity. John's more than 40 expert witness engagements speak for themselves. In that arena, there is no room for wishful thinking. There is only the truthful answer, well supported. John's work has shown that integrity is not a slogan. It is a habit, built of one careful calculation and one clear explanation at a time. John has shown innovation, not only through authorship that codifies evaluation and economics into a usable, but also through a teachable framework that lasts. The textbooks John co-authored distilled scattered practices into coherent guidance. His leadership in forums where software, data, and engineering come together helped teams turn better methods into better decisions. When looking at John's service, this spans decades invested in SPE and in the wider community, publishing, presenting, and advising. These standards have raised the standard for how our industry evaluates and explains value. Service is often quiet and often voluntary. The impact is not. It shows up when reports stand up to diligence and when decisions stand the test of time.
From Matthew 6:3. When you do merciful deeds, don't let your left hand know what your right hand does. John has performed a life of service not in pursuit of awards, but in pursuit of what is right. In honor of his award recipient predecessor and award figurehead, Larry Connor, PE, we could not think of anyone better to receive this recognition.
John's mentorship spans not only 8 years on faculty, numerous short courses worldwide, and countless conversations in classrooms, conference rooms, and field offices. John's effort reaches much further than just that. Mentorship is at its truest form, multiplication with deliberate propagation. It means the next engineer is more careful, more curious, and more capable because of the time you gave them. That is John's legacy, and it is visible in the people he has trained.
The impact of a career in property evaluation can be easy to overlook. When it is done well, success looks like quiet confidence, an asset screened properly, a reserve report that holds up under scrutiny, a forecast that matches what the field later delivers. John's career made that quiet confidence possible for thousands of professionals and for the organizations they serve. He showed that good engineering is not loud, but it is decisive. It is built on evidence. It is documented so that others can follow it, challenge it, and trust it. Today, we honor not only what John achieved, but how he achieved it. With rigor, with humility, with respect for the facts and for the people who depend on them. He helped shape a shared language for evaluation and economics. He taught others to use it well. He served the profession that gave him his start, and he leaves it stronger than he found it.
On behalf of PHDwin and the broader reserves and economics community, we are honored to present the 2025 Connor Award to Dr. John D. Wright. Thank you for your integrity. Thank you for your innovation. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your mentorship. Please join us in congratulating John Wright on this well-deserved recognition.
Good afternoon. My name is David Pacinda, and I'm president of TRC Consultants. That's what I was afraid of. Okay, I think they got it in the room. Again, my name is David Pacinda, and I'm president of TRC Consultants. I am here today with both Dr. John Wright and Mr. Larry Connor, and we are presenting the Connor Award. This is a very special time for me in particular because these are probably two of the best engineers I've known, and I'm very, very pleased to be here with them and sharing this time. Last year's Connor Award was very special because Larry was here and we initiated the Connor Report, and Larry, I got to spend time with Larry and we got to tell some good stories. But what's even more important today, and what makes today even more special as the first No, that's exactly wrong. Okay, all right. Anyway, but we're happy to have them both here at this moment. And
We're getting horrible feedback here.
John, can we do something about this?
There's no sound. Well, that makes it easier. You muted the wrong mic. It's back. Okay.
All right, but I think we're hearing ourselves.
Amanda, can you hear me now? But echoing, yeah, okay. We're doing a timeout.
Okay, we're gonna take a moment here to time out. Apparently we have
Technical issues.
Yeah. So much for a bunch of engineers, right?
All right.
Okay. Why don't we start over again? Let's start from the beginning. And we'll apologize, and you can all blame me because that was my laptop sitting there that was doing the feedback. That shouldn't have been in this office. All right. Good afternoon. My name is David Pacinda, and I'm the president of TRC Consultants. And today I am very, very lucky to be sitting here with Mr. Larry Connor and Dr. John Wright. This is a very special time for me in particular because I have both Larry and John here today. So this is very special. Last year was very special. We started the Connor Award with Larry, and if you haven't seen that, I'd go back to the replay. We're happy to be doing this, but today we're now gonna honor John, and as part of that honor, when I had told Larry that we were going to have John in and he was going to come down, Larry decided he wanted to be here too. So not only are we lucky enough to have Dr. Wright here, we also have Larry here, and that makes it super, super special. The guy who shouldn't be here is me, who came to the laptop, okay? All right, so we're very, very pleased to have this. Now, I'd like to share a little bit about how I got to know Dr. Wright and where that all started, and then I'm gonna actually let Larry talk a little bit more about it because I think Larry's worked with John a lot longer than I have. My first introduction to John was many, many years ago about the year 2000, actually, specifically the year 2000, when John laid some pretty nasty traps for us, okay? And it wasn't just me, it was for most of the industry, and he'd gone to all the software companies and asked them to do some analysis in their software symposium. This was a test for all of us, and it was, in retrospect, a very elusive test. I mean, it was tricky. It offered a lot of insight. He was able to reverse engineer a lot about what we were doing. But he's forced us to really bring our A game. And during that test, I had a lot of questions for John. I was a young engineer, thought I knew more than I did, knew less than I actually did. So I pestered John quite a bit. Now, my takeaway, though, 25 years later, is how gracious John was to me. And in the years that I've seen since then, and the discussions I've had with other people who have interacted with John, that grace was not just, I wasn't just lucky enough to receive it. It went everywhere. He gave it to everybody. He was much like Larry, and much of the reasons why, he's our first recipient of the Connor Award after Larry. John's grace was first class, and he was nice to me, and he was considerate to me. He was tolerant of my questions. Wouldn't answer some of them that I kind of wished he would have made my life a little easier, but that's okay. That was okay. He raised the bar and forced me and forced TRC to really do our best. Okay, and in both cases, both these gentlemen here have been instrumental in what you see in PHDwin. John maybe a little less directly, but if we look at some of the work he did with SPEE, and probably this is a good time for me to apologize for not last night QCing well enough that little blurb you had coming in, because we were all sitting at dinner when I was supposed to be reviewing that. John's awards were out of SPEE, and he's got SPE awards too, but I think most of his work was done out of SPEE, and if we all are now running the SPEE recommended practices, they've infiltrated themselves into PRMS. This is really the work that John led. Now, he had help with other people, but he led a lot of this. And what I saw with SPEE in particular is that when John was there and at the helm and influential, there were a lot of important things done at SPEE that we all now in the research community rely on. So at this point in time, I feel really lucky to be with these two gentlemen, and I feel super lucky to be able to give this award. So John, I want you to know that when we looked at the list of people who were nominated, your name was on it, and many other names which I think you might recognize. But when it came time to pick somebody, it was a unanimous vote. Okay, and yeah, I might have had a little influence on that, but that's okay. I can bend arms. That's my job, right? Okay, but no, I don't think anybody felt that it wasn't inappropriate, and to even raise that a little bit higher, Larry wanted to make sure that he could be here when that happened. So, my recognition, yeah, who cares, right? But Larry also thought so. So I feel really special to have both you guys here.
Oh, well, thank you.
So Larry, do you want to? We'll let him talk at the end.
Okay,
we'll start with you.
John, it is an honor to express my sincere gratitude for the work that you've done in the industry. You are an outstanding educator, and you are a mentor. I've known you for quite a while. You and I have had conversations on the phone and in person over the years, and I've learned something every time we were together. It's truly an honor to be here and to recognize your work in the industry, your research, and your writings have really promoted the industry into a higher level. I started out with your first textbook with Mr. Thompson, Dr. Thompson, And after that, it was just, you know, I had questions and I would call you and talk to you, and you were very open and you were willing to share your ideas. And we've exchanged ideas back and forth, and we don't always agree, but we have different views and we have different applications. And that's what the real importance of mentorship to a younger engineer, and for myself to my younger engineers, is to be able to listen. And that was one of the things that I thought so remarkable, was your ability to listen and then try to understand the problems. And I think that your abilities to integrate theoretical, technical analysis and practical real world applications for the engineers, I think that's what kind of separates you from a lot of your peers. So I'm really honored that you get to receive this award, and I'm really pleased to be here. And thank you for letting me come and share this day, because it's a really special honor. Because I've worked with you over the years, and we've exchanged ideas, and particularly on ideas of uncertainty. And I think that that's an area that a lot of engineers really need to do a little more study on and apply it into their work. So thank you for all you've done, and thank you for letting me be here. I appreciate it.
As I get older, John, and I get to be maybe on the other side of this a little bit, you know, watching you and the way you mentor people, and Larry, the way you mentor people, that's helped me learn to mentor better. I don't know if I'm the level of mentor you guys are, but I'm aspiring. Okay, I'm aspiring. But I really think both of you guys take the time, and I think I would challenge everybody in this audience, if you don't know these gentlemen, get to know these gentlemen. They will talk with you, they will listen to you, and they have great pearls of wisdom. I mean, I'm a much better engineer because of both of these guys. And if you don't get to do these, look in your own community and find these people you can mentor with and work with. But we were at dinner last night, and you had an interesting you've got a version of DEI that okay, you've got a version of DEI that I might ask you to explain here a little bit, but I think it's consistent with your concepts about mentorship and about teamwork. Okay, because as we get older, we really quickly figure out that that we don't know it all, okay, and that other people know things, and and everyone can bring a piece of the puzzle, right? And when you end up putting it all together, the puzzle gets less is less of a puzzle when we all bring our own pieces, right? Mm-hmm. So we'll let you explain a little bit on that, but we're gonna talk a little bit about how great you are before you get to talk. So anyway, so that was. But that's what I saw. What I saw, and I think it's consistent with the Connor Award. You know, there's a piece of the Connor Award that looks to the technical aspect, okay, and that's really an important part. If you don't have the technical aspects, we talked about it last night a little bit. We talked about, in my view, it's the see one, do one, teach one. If you can't teach it, you don't really know it. Being familiar with an idea is not the same thing as knowing it well enough to teach it. That's a whole other level. Okay, but I think that's something you recognize. I think that's something Larry recognizes. I should recognize it more. But these are the important things. That ability to be able to be technical, and that's one aspect of the Connor Award. The other aspect of the Connor Award is that practical aspect. And I've known, you know, I was lucky enough to work in the field and be in the office and be on the technical side and also be on the field side. I think if an engineer doesn't get to spend the time in the field, I think they lose something. Okay, so we'll get some agreement across this. I think it's very important to have that practical side, because what you see, and this is getting to be a bigger problem as we get into data analytics, where people don't understand the data. Okay, and I find it with just the concept of units. People don't understand that. For a lot of people, it's just numbers, but these numbers have meaning and they have units, and these units are important. Okay, so I think the practical side of petroleum engineering is also very, very, very important. Okay, and you have to bridge both of those. And then the last piece of it, what I would say is the other important thing of the Connor Award is, it's more about being that open-hearted mentor, that man who talked to a 25-year-old engineer who had a bunch of questions and was pestering you, and you had other things that were more important to do, and you tolerated me, and you told me when I should just go look it up. Well, what do you think? You go do what's right. But it was always, okay, I made it sound like it was awful. He was very gracious to me. But he did challenge me. He challenged me. He challenged TRC. He challenged all of us to just do a little bit better. And I appreciate that. At the time, it's hard. Some of the best people that you work for, some of the best teachers you have that you remember 30 years later or 25 years later.
Are those who challenge you.
Are those who challenge you? Yeah.
Well, John, you bring some of the highest standards to the industry. Your academic excellence, your mentorship, and especially your integrity, I think, are just outstanding. And I think that is why you're being recognized today, is what you've done in the past, but also what you're still doing. So it's an excellent honor to be here.
Well,
we're pleased to have you. Would you like to say some words?
I might have to counter some of this that you've said.
Yeah, you can't. That's okay.
Well, first,
I get to control that part.
Oh, okay.
We'll cut it out.
No, first of all, thank PHDwin, and thank you, Larry, personally, for thinking that I am worthy of this award. Some of the greatest awards that you can get are the ones that come from your peers, and that was why I'm intensely proud of being an honorary member of SPEE. It's not something that very many people get to be, and I would encourage those of you who are out there to look into SPEE, especially, you're interested in evaluations. It's a wonderful group in that we get together and we talk about things that you can't talk about in any other setting. Who cares what the terminal value of B is? And yet you can sit around and have an intelligent conversation about it. But it also is an opportunity to be on committees and do other things
and exchange ideas.
And exchange ideas with knowledgeable people. I really highly recommend that you look into it. And the National Convention is where you can go and talk to people that are famous in the industry in a lot of cases. So this award is very humbling in a way, and I truly appreciate the honor that you bestowed upon me with this award and recognition. I think about my career. It started back in the dark ages, in 1967 when I went to work for the Continental Oil Company in the Franny field in northern Wyoming, sour gas field. We did things that probably OSHA wouldn't approve of today. But interestingly enough, I think about the lessons I learned as a summer student back then on a maintenance and operations team that still carry with me today.
How have you seen the industry progress?
Well, there's been a lot of obviously a lot of change in the industry. One of the things that's happened, Larry, you and I used to spend time out in the field catching logs or cores, and in my case, it was a lot of drill stem tests. We were on the rig. And there wasn't any way for the office to look at it. And we, we'd go out and catch logs, which, by the way, open hole logs can't be run in the daylight. And so we would catch logs, and then in my case, I was in Southwest Wyoming. I go find the one payphone in the middle of the desert and call in to Denver in this case and talk to them about what I saw and what I thought and what they ought to do, and recommend that they go non-consent on wells that Marvin Davis had drilled, which I only got to do once, even though I recommended it more than once. They only did it once. But we got versed in the field. And one of the things that I see that I think is missing from a lot of engineers today is not having been out there looking at how the data is collected, having an understanding of, how water cuts might actually be determined. On a good day, they might have spun them in a centrifuge. Some days they drove by and kind of looked at the wellhead. And we rely on this data, and you can run it through Spotfire and Power BI and anything else you want. But if you don't understand that there's tremendous limitations to a lot of this data, you wind up coming up with answers that really don't make sense.
Right.
And to me, that's one of the things that I would encourage anyone starting their career or wherever you are in your career is, man, spend as much time as you can in the field. You got to be where the grease comes out of the ground and understand what happens in that sort of a situation. I will tell you that I've had a wonderful time in this career. I love being a petroleum engineer. There's so much to learn about the oil and gas industry. There's so much to learn about petroleum engineering.
And it's changing all the time.
And you've got to, it changes all the time.
We're making advances all the time on analysis techniques and data manipulation.
But think about it. How often are we making decisions about reservoirs that are maybe a mile away that we get just
a speck of
stuff,
and we project that over miles.
Oh yeah, and then but think of like pressure transient work, and think about logging.
yeah.
I mean, we're looking at these secondary. How does an electromagnetic field interact with, and we're getting lots of information, but we also have to be very careful about what we're really getting, right? I mean, it's very easy. You can twist logs, you can twist seismic to make them say things that they probably shouldn't, right?
Yeah.
Or pressure data.
Yeah. But it's been a fun career. It's been an absolute joy to be doing this. I'm still working. Actually, I'm probably having as much fun now as I ever have working, because I'm working on essentially a conventional gas play, and it's back to where I started in the industry. But out to the field, so I wanted to kind of start a little bit with some ideas that I had. As Larry asked me last night about what would I say to the engineers, either young engineers or maybe not so young engineers. And so I thought about that a little bit. And there's a book that's supposedly by Stephen Covey that's actually by Rebecca and Roger Merrill called First Things First, which I recommend. And they talk about the big chunks first, or when you're filling a vase, you put the big chunks in first and you still have room for the little chunks. So I thought I'd start with a few big chunks. And then the other thing is that, of course, anytime you're giving a presentation, the audience will only remember about 3 things out of it. So I'm going to blow the doors off of that right away, because this is going to be recorded. So if you really want to see something, you can go back and look at it again. So we'll cover more than 3 things. Couple of big chunks. One, I think we should all be very proud of the industry that we are in. I am extremely proud of being in the oil and gas industry. I'm extremely proud of what the industry has done. My now retired optometrist, Sam Barron, had a saying. He said, the common person today lives a better life than kings and queens did 100 years ago. And he's absolutely right. If you think about the tremendous advances in civilization in the last 100 to 120 years, a lot of them, a very large amount of them, have come from the oil and gas industry. The ability to have inexpensive, large volumes of energy is so crucial to our current lifestyle. It's affected us in very many ways. I think about agriculture. I'm going to check some notes because I don't want to misinform it. But in 1800, 75% of the U.S. workforce was engaged in agriculture.
Family farms.
Yeah.
Family farms.
And hard work.
By 50 years later, by 1850, we'd managed this tremendous decrease. And now only 60% of the people were engaged in agriculture. Then 1858 came along. By 1900, we were down to about 38%. You got any guesses on what percentage of the United States workforce is engaged in agriculture today? We produce so much food in this country that we export it.
I gotta believe it's less than 5%, maybe?
Less than 5?
Yeah. No?
How about 1.3?
Okay, that's less than 5.
1.3.
That's pretty low, yeah. I wouldn't have gone that low.
Percent of the people in this country in the workforce are engaged in agriculture. Where did that come from? That came from harnessing mules and oxen to plows to plow a single bottom plow
into tractors.
Into tractors. Yeah. There's now you got tractors pull 40 bottom plows. I mean, you've got tremendous ability to leverage a single human being into creating food for 99% of the population of the country. And so that was brought to us by the internal combustion engine. And so what has this food done? Well, I like to look at the size of offensive linemen right now. Yeah.
Not talking about me.
Yeah, right now, they average what, about 3.25?
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't maybe 20 some odd years ago. If you had 220-pound offensive linemen, they were big.
Yeah.
I mean, the ability, what you'll see as animals grow large when there's abundant food. It happens to all animals. And, our industry has done that in combination with fertilizer, in combination with getting better grain seeds and all of that sort of stuff. But without inexpensive energy, we wouldn't be able to do that. I was flying on an airplane, taking a trip that takes 2.5 hours that my father would have taken probably 2.5 weeks to do in an automobile at the time he was a young man. And I had a little meal that I looked at, and we had butter from Denmark, and we had jam from Minnesota, and I'm sitting on an airplane flying here, eating food that's come from literally all over the world. I needed to buy my wife some flowers one morning for her birthday. I went down to Safeway. I grabbed a dozen roses. They were from South America. They cost me about $1 a stem. Unbelievable what advances have happened. That's because of transportation. That's because you can put flowers on an airplane, fly them to the United States, distribute them, send them to a podunk little town in eastern Colorado, and somebody can pick them up for about $1 a stem. Unbelievable. That happens because of oil and gas and energy. All of the stuff that comes across an ocean is brought by ships that run on bunker fuel or run on diesel. Liquid hydrocarbons are a tremendously safe and powerful source of energy for airplanes, ships, automobiles, trains, anything that carries any kind of goods. And so, and we've raised we've benefited humanity unbelievably in the last 150 years from the oil and gas. Natural gas, I mean, there's all this emphasis on electricity, and we're going to save the world by changing CO2. Natural gas and electricities. Where does our electricity come from? Natural gas in the first 6 months of 2025 accounted for 39% of the electricity generated in the United States. That's by far and away the largest single source for electricity. And so who's number 2 in that same time period? Nuclear. Nuclear energy for decades has run about 20%. So in the first 6 months of this year, they were about 18%. Coal is the next one. 16% of the electricity was generated by coal. Then we get into, the thing that people like to talk about, which is wind and solar. Wind's 12%, solar's 9%, and hydro continues to be 6%. It used to, for decades, it was about 7% and constant. Nuclear has been constant. Hydro has been constant. Natural gas has displaced coal, and because of that, our air is cleaner. And in a large measure, because of natural gas displacing coal, the United States during the first Trump administration actually met the Kyoto Accords agreements that the Obama administration had agreed to.
But doesn't that show a really big impact on the future reservoir engineers and petroleum engineers to be excited about the potential if natural gas is continuing to be utilized in such big quantities?
It's so, what's the future of petroleum engineering for young people? We're going to use petroleum products, oil and natural gas for decades throughout. If you're a college student today, you can end your career in the petroleum engineering business. Are we going to eventually not need it? No. Even if we have fusion, we're making some tremendous advances on fusion. They're now up to maybe a second where they can sustain the reaction. It may be a while before they get to 24/7. But even if you would get that and generate electricity, one of the problems we have is we got to have distribution systems for it. My own idea is that probably the best chance we have, if you want to decarbonize, is small modular nukes. If the NIMBYs will let us build them. But even if you get fusion, even if you get small modular nukes, even if you never do another natural gas, burn another natural gas molecule for electricity, which is not going to happen. You still cannot replace liquid hydrocarbons in airplanes, and probably not in ships, and not in trains, and not in
medicines.
Automobiles.
Well, yeah, you've been talking about the energy sector where we take the energy out of the molecule, but organic chemistry is the foundation of basically every medicine we do, every polyester we make. Those all come from those petrochemical feedstocks, and those are all oil and gas based. I mean, the natural gas for your synthetic oil comes, or the synthetic oil comes from the natural gas. the lubricants. There are not a lot of lubricants that can replace oil. So there's people don't realize when they look around them how much we're dependent upon oil and gas and how hard it would be to get rid of and what our life would look like without it.
And look how many things are made out of plastics, for heaven's sakes.
Yeah. And even if you want to go back to the ranch or to the farm, what the chemicals we use on our ranch to do the no-till. You were talking about plows and the energy to do the plows, but now we go to a no-till. Okay. Well, the no-till, the only reason we can do no-till is because we've got some very fine chemicals that we can use that can allow us to not have to roll over the earth. Now, you can argue that chemicals are an issue, but a lot of these chemicals are an improvement over what we were doing previously. And will there be more improvements? Yes. And as the chemistry gets better, yes. But this is everywhere. This is touching all of our lives, not just getting in the car and driving.
You're absolutely right, David. I mean, oil and gas is raised the level of humanity throughout the world, and so be proud of your industry.
So very proud. So how do you push back on people, because that is not the general narrative?
I know, and the unfortunate thing is there's this narrative out there that oil and gas is bad, and I think what you need to do is you need to be armed with some facts, and you need to be able to say to people, and you need to be able to say to people that these are the facts, and this is how oil and gas positively affects your life. And that's been something that I've tried to think about how to work on and what I can do to get that message across. And I think somewhere out there's some people that can understand how to get that message across, and you need to do it. You need to work on it. If you have some good ideas, get in touch with me.
I think I see another book coming.
I don't, you know what? I don't think it'll be a book. I think what it's got to be is, I think it's got to be a television program or visual. I think we need to have, like the Dirty Jobs guy. We need to have a Dirty Jobs guy that talks about all of the wonderful things that oil and gas have done. And lets people see it and hear about it and talk to it in stories and that sort of thing. Got the idea, I just don't have the ability to do it. But let me talk about kind of the elephant in the room. Let me talk about global warming or climate change or whatever the word's going to be next year. When did global warming start? When did the current episode of global warming start? Did it start in 1850, which is what a lot of people would have they want to talk about 1850.
We've got geologists and engineers that know better.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. I mean, you got the right crowd here.
Right. So the last global maximum ice age was about 26,000 years ago. So you could arguably say that the current episode of increasing temperature started about 26,000 years ago. Apparently, there's the Pleistocene was 11,700 years ago, so about 12,000 years ago. You could argue for that number too. So somewhere between 12 and 26,000 years ago it started.
It's been warming ever since.
Yeah, and it's been warming ever since. How much has sea level changed? How much has sea level changed in the last 12,000 years? Not a very long time, right? 12,000 years. 125 meters. So that's 330 plus.
Yeah.
Plus 100. Yeah. 300, 400
Close
feet.
enough. Yeah.
About 400 feet. How much has sea level changed? 400 feet in the last 12,000 years. And there's evidence of that all around the world. Every once in a while, off the shelf of Denmark, they found some human settlements that were under 50 feet of water. you find the human settlements under 100 feet of water. You can see it on every coastline. How much has sea level changed since 1850? This magic number of 1850. How much has sea level changed? What do you guys think?
Don't know. Can't read it.
10 inches. 10 inches.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. And we're kind of at the top there too, aren't we?
Yes, and
Okay,
so what
so-
we're
so
seeing
what's
is we
coming,
saw this
right?
tremendous increase in sea level, and it's kind of leveling out right now, and it's barely changing. And those of you that have dealt with cyclic processes know enough to know that when you start to see that kind of a picture, that we might be going the other way. And if you want to fear something that you can't do anything about, rather than fear global warming, fear the next cycle of global glaciation or North American glaciation. That would be a very difficult time for human beings. But anyway, so be proud of your industry. The other thing that's probably a big chunk that I wanted to talk about, we mentioned a little bit of uncertainty, and there's and you know, Larry last year talked about doing things right, and that's an extremely important thing. But one of the things we don't recognize in the industry, in my opinion, as much as we should, is how much uncertainty there is in our answers. And so that's been a theme that Thompson and I worked on back in the 80s, and we actually did an experiment with some students, and then had a guy named Scott Digert, one of our grad students, write it up. And so if you look under Digert, Digert, in the SPE single E literature, you'll find the study that we did where we had the students do a lot of forecasting of reserves and looked at how they did. And there's tremendous amount of uncertainty in what we do, just because we're dealing with Mother Nature. And one of the more important things you need to remember is that oil and gas comes out of rocks, which sounds like a stupid statement, but a lot of times we seem to forget and think that oil and gas seems to come out of computer programs or something. Oil and gas comes out of rocks. You got to understand the rocks. So we found a great deal of uncertainty in the results that we got. And then more recently, let's see, I've been associated with 4 different software symposia. And the most recent one was the one we did on auto forecasting. But in that, we had lots of vendors do auto forecasting on a lot of wells. And I also, a few years ago, as part of the Monograph 5, had some engineers do some forecasts on some wells in the Denver Basin, and we put all of those together. And when you look at it, you take some really good people, and there's a great deal of uncertainty involved in the answers that they get. Another thing, I worked on Monograph 5, which I highly recommend, SPEE Monograph 5. Highly recommend you guys get it. There's a very, in my opinion, they're one of the most important learnings from that, and there's a lot of learnings in it, but one of the most important is the amount of uncertainty that exists in taking a set of analog wells and then trying to extrapolate out what a drilling program will wind up being. And a lot of people think that as you drill, you reduce the uncertainty and you come to the answer that you were expecting. What happens is you reduce the uncertainty as you drill additional wells, but the answer, the average that you get from those wells, is not going to be the average of your analog wells. It can be dramatically different than the average of the analog wells. And in that monograph, we show you a technique that you can use that will give you an idea of just how wide the irreducible uncertainty is as you drill the increasing number of wells.
But John, don't you think it's important to communicate that to management?
Yeah, I think that's, and then we need to learn how to communicate this, because this is not something that I think most managers want to hear. And that's something that not a lot of engineers want to hear, that there's all this uncertainty in the numbers that we're giving them. But I think we need to spend more time figuring out how to communicate that to people. We've got some techniques that show you how to calculate it. And
so, John, can I encourage you to come back, and I'll give you an entire hour, or maybe even multiple.
Yeah.
And we, because I think as Larry says, this is an important topic. I know we're not going to be able to cover it because we're going to start getting people waving at us and telling us that somebody else gas on. Okay. But let's come back and discuss, because I think this is
a really important.
This is really important.
I think it is, and it's probably worth doing a presentation.
And I think you'll get. I think everyone will really appreciate that. So I think unfortunately we need to kind of end this here. I do want to thank John for being here. We're proud to be able to give it to him and recognize him. Okay, and Larry, man, thank you for being here and supporting this.
It's a true honor.
And I'm excited about dinner tonight because I get to go to dinner with you. And the conversations were wonderful yesterday, and they'll be wonderful tonight. And we were also lucky enough that she's off camera, but we'll recognize her. John's wife came down, Jane, who I've talked to many times over the years, and finally got to meet today. Today. No, last night. Anyway.
John, so, congratulations.
Congratulations. Right, well, thank you guys.
Thank
I appreciate it.
Thank you, John.
Really, truly appreciate it.
And this is his award, though you guys can't see it. We'll pass it to him. Okay, it's not the actual award. We got a better one for him, but that's our stand-in for today.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Goodbye.
Have a good afternoon, people, and please continue watching PHDwin Week.
Welcome to PHDwin Week. Up next is John Ferrell from Well Database with a practical start-to-finish walkthrough that takes you from finding the right wells to delivering structured data into PHDwin. This session focuses on speed and confidence. You'll see how to zero in on targets using the Well Database Well Browser map-based filters, and areas of interest. John shows multiple ways to define your AOI, including simple map bounds and uploaded shapefiles, so your selection matches the way your team works. From there, he covers smart filtering for headers, production, and activity, so you separate what matters from the noise. You'll also see quick checks on trends and decline behavior to sanity check results before export. Then it's straight into the PHDwin export wizard. You'll see how to choose the right level of detail, handle state nuances, set production granularity, and generate a consistent dataset ready for analysis in PHDwin. Updates take minutes, not days. If you're moving from map to model and want a reliable path from raw public data to audit-ready inputs in PHDwin, you're in the right place. Well Database. Search from Well Browser, Map AOIS, and export clean data built for PHDwin. Please welcome John Ferrell.
Hi everyone, I am John Farrell and thank you so much for joining me today. Before we jump in, I wanted to say a big thank you to the team at PHDwin for inviting us to be a part of PHDwin Week. We're excited to be here and walk you through some of the practical workflows that will help you get more value and a lot of more speed out of your production data. In this session, I'm really going to show you how to go from identifying the wells you're looking for in Well Database and exporting that clean, structured data to PHDwin. And then whether you're building a brand new project, evaluating an M&A deal, updating an existing one, we've got you covered on just about all bases. So let's jump right into that. So to get started, let's hit the basics. How are you going to find the wells you need in Well Database? So for those of you who aren't familiar with Well Database, what we're looking at here is our well browser where you got your map on your left, your analytics on your right. We can toggle a well list and that's where our exports will happen. But for this section, we're talking about our filters. So you can see here, I'm looking at my applied filters. If I flip over to all, you'll see there's a bajillion ways to find the data you're looking for. We won't touch on every one of those, but I'm going to hit on a couple of the most common ones. And my favorite way is to use a shapefile. So under area of interest, you'll see map bounds is a default setting. That means whatever you view on your map is automatically a filter to your analytics and your well list. But this is where if I click on the edit button and go to custom, I'll have an option to draw on the map, which is super helpful if you just want to draw a polygon or a rectangle. Or I can come and import from a file. I just so happen to have this sample file here that I will open up. Now what this does, shape files are combinations of multiple shapes in a lot of cases. And one quick note to make, when you have a shapefile, it's not just a single file. Yes, there is a file with a .shp extension there, but with that file is a projection file, the database file. And so sometimes it can vary between 3 and 5 files. For Well Database, you need to zip those up, and that's how our system will read it. So zip those files up like I just did there. But then when I come into the screen, I will be able to select the shapes that I want to use because you might not want every one of them. But for this purpose, I'm going to go ahead and just click them all, and then I'll just hit confirm. And these 12 will automatically become an AOI. You'll see right off the bat, my map is filtered. I'm zoomed into the shapefile that I uploaded, but if I just hit this nifty button right here beneath the legend, it will zoom to the extents of my well. And it's important to note that when you have an AOI, it's all the wells that have a surface or bottom hole within those AOI. So any well that touches what your land looks like there will be a part of this search. So that's one just really easy way to find the data you need. But while we're talking about finding wells, let's go to a couple other common scenarios. So I'm going to reset my filters here. And we are going to go to what I do consider is probably the most common list of API numbers. So I have a good list over here, just a random set of wells that I have. I'm going to copy these API numbers and then up here, if I scroll up to the well finder, now you'll notice there's an API filter. You can just drop these APIs in this list and it'll work. The big problem with that is that if an API does not match, you don't get a lot of feedback on that. And so it can be a little bit frustrating to know which API matched and which one didn't. And so that's why we have the well finder, which opens it up to APIs and more. So you can see if I drop this down, I can search by API 10, 12, 14, a UWI if you're in the Canadian data set. Use our internal IDs, a simple ID or an infinity ID, which you'll see in your PHDwin exports. But if I just stick with API 10, I've got 87 wells here. I hit find and 87 matched. I hit add matched and apply. Now those were in Texas. I was in the Bakken, and luckily it tells me they're not in my viewport. So zoom to results, and here we are. There are my 87 wells. Nice and simple. So what if your API list is not that clean? Say we've got some messiness in our APIs. Maybe we cross borders and we've got different formatting or different links of APIs. Well, that API search will help you with that as well. So over here, I've got another list of APIs. I'm going to go ahead and grab, and this one is artificially just goofed up just to make a good example, but we'll use this. So in order to do that, I'm going to open my filters back up again, hit reset, go back to that well finder, and now I'm going to drop this API list in here. Again, it's a little bit of a manufactured goofy list, but still, you see you've got 14-digit, you've got 12-digit, you've got mix and match of all kinds of things. And so here's how you would handle that inside well database. So first I start with an API 10 match. I hit find the values. It tells me it matched 25 and it didn't find 48. So now we automatically have some feedback as to which wells we did find versus which ones didn't match. I can go ahead and click add match, and it drops me right over to the 48 not found and asks if I want to search what's missing. And so I'll do that. Now you'll see all of my API 10 ones are gone. So let's drop down and choose API 12. It will automatically try to match the ones with 12-digit APIs, which it did, found 21 of them. So I'll add those, and I'm down to 27 that more than likely are all 14-digit APIs, but I'll go and drop to, let me hit search missing, and then I will drop to the 14-digit. And my 27 that are left. I add those. And so you can see with that how it makes it easy to interactively make sure you've gotten all your bases covered. So once I apply those, zoom to my results, then you'll see I've got a bunch of oil wells, and I'm on the Texas-Louisiana border here, which will make a great example for some of our exports moving forward. So finding wells in well database is super easy, and one thing to note, when you drop them in on the well finder, it gives you the ability to list them all, and from here you can do things like click this to hide it, show it. If you want to clear out, remove some of those, you can. Furthermore, if you're in your well list, you can select wells, and if you select sets of wells, you can say filter and include or exclude here as well. So there's definitely some more interaction that you can do in well database to help you find the wells that you're after. The other thing to note in these filters is that there's something for everyone. So if you're looking for leases, you can do that. If you're looking under land grids, if you got section, township, range, you can do groups of sections here. Makes that very easy to do. If you want to do counties, plays, basins, formations, you name it. And so honestly, if you're taking this to PHDwin, it's probably a set of wells that you want to evaluate. However, if you're looking for offsets, a lot of these filters will be super helpful. So that's in a nutshell finding your wells in well database. So we've touched that. Let's kind of hit the easy path and say, let's get these wells into PHDwin. So all I have to do in my well list is hit export. This will open our data export wizard. Now we support exports to a number of applications, but we're not going to talk about those today. We are talking about PHDwin. So I'm going to select that option, which gives you a very customized menu. Tells you you can choose if you want to export the volumes at a well level or at a lease level, as well as you can group these by reservoir. So if you've got commingled production, if you've got multiple completions, well database stores production at a per month, per reservoir level, and so this breaks it apart so that you can get multiple cases if you've got completions in different reservoirs. Down beneath here, you will see the reported production dates. This is an optional filter that allows you to select the date range for the production you want to export. So that's like super helpful in certain cases if you're trying to maintain a data set, and we'll look at that a little bit more. But all I need to do now is choose the level of production that I want to export. I will say in Texas and Louisiana, Texas is an oil well, you're going to be the lease level. In Louisiana, you have the LUW codes, which can mean lease or can mean well, so there's some trickiness in there. But if I just choose lease level and hit next, I can name this my ETX and hit finish. It's going to submit this to our backend system, and you'll see a notification pop up when it is ready. In addition to that, you can always go to My Exports. I'll open this in a new tab so we can look at it. And this will list all of your currently running exports and allow you to cancel them, re-download them, those kind of things. So it's a nice way to keep track of, is my export still running? Yes, it is still running. So while that finishes up, I will make one really solid point here is that you always want to export your data as close to the level at which it's reported. So in a state that does lease level production, it is ideal to export out your leases. Now that doesn't come with its own challenges because depending on how recent new wells have come on to this lease, it might affect your ability to get an effective decline on it. These are all things that most of you already know, but again, whenever you're dealing with potential variables in frequency of reporting and the roll-ups, it's just really important to understand your data before you go and just start slapping decline curves on it. Okay, so while I was talking, we got the export notification. The download is ready. If I go look at my exports, I can download it here as well. And if I want to download this and take just a second to give you a quick overview of what that looks like, I'm going to drag this over and we can see our sections are here. We are by lease level, and you'll notice it's TX, district number, lease identification number, and then you'll also have your reservoir dictated in here. I did not select the option to group by reservoir, but I could, and I'll do that in another example here. But as you'll see, you've got your header, you've got your production data, you've got test data, you've got the wells within that lease. Basically, everything you need is here, and everything that PHDwin can load in, we include in our export. Now, it's something that we definitely work very close with the team at PHDwin, and I got to tell you, they're second to none in helping us ensure that our customers have the most complete data set available to them. So when they add new capabilities in PHDwin platform, they are always in communication with us so that we can add those data points into our export to ensure that you are always getting the most complete data set into your PHDwin projects. And I'm just have to reiterate, that's not normal in this industry. That the team at PHDwin is fantastic and definitely puts the customer first in that regard. So I'm going to take just a second to say, if that's all you wanted to see, how to get data from well database into PHDwin, then you're kind of done. I'm going to dive through a few more scenarios, don't get me wrong. But if that's all you wanted to see, then you can go ahead and take a break. Maybe take the rest of the hour off, get another coffee, something. But for those of you who want to stick around, let's go jump in and play with a few of our options and kind of see how we want to deal with that. So I want to circle back around to my initial problem that I set up with that shape file. The shape file is really just a great example of the type of file that you get for filters when you're doing a new M&A evaluation, and that's something that Well Database can really streamline for you, can make that entire process much faster, much easier. So I hate to redo this, but I'm coming through and remaking this search one more time, and when I do, I can get back to my 40 wells here. And real quick, a neat tip here. I'm going to go over onto my map tool side. And so there's lots of options in Well Database that you can deal with. But I can take that same shape file and I can add it to my map in a more interactive way as well. To do so, I'm just going to go to Layers and create what's called a drawing layer. Just leave the default settings for now. And then from this drawing layer, you can draw new shapes on there. You can add well-known text, or we can import the file. We'll import that same shape file. And when we do, now we can click on these various segments of these various shapes and view the data in that shapefile. And when you're evaluating M&A deals, there's often a lot of good information in these files. It's just nice to have right nearby you as you're looking at the data. So again, it's a great way to kind of interact with the data points and keep that level of connection in here. So let's act like this is a new M&A deal. I need to evaluate these 40 wells. Of course, I can just export this data like we did before, but I can also come in and create a well database project from these. And so I'm going to do that. I'm going to call this the Bakken deal. And now project types are pretty straightforward, but you can do these are just ways to kind of pre-configure the sections of your project. So an M&A project kind of gives us a good setup for that. And if you want a description, you can put one in or not. When I hit save, keep in mind it just created my project. So now I have a Bakken deal. And then this next step is actually super important. You can create offset searches when you're creating a project. So when I create an offset search, it's going to say, what does your offset look like? How many miles is your distance? And so 5 is the default, but if you want a tighter 1 mile radius or a 20 mile radius, you can create your own idea of it. And then furthermore, your AOI basis, so the determination of what is 5 miles from what. It could be the envelope of the wells, meaning the extents of the entire well set you have, or it can be the extents of your filter. So in this case, that's pretty relevant because my filter is the shapefile, and then my wells extend well beyond that. So I'm going to go ahead and use my well envelope, and I can name this. I can put a little flag on each of these wells and just call them the active producers. And then we are good to save that. And now we've got a new project. So I'm going to click on this. I can also get there by going to my projects. Projects are a pretty straightforward area, but they're great for a number of things. To kind of get my bearings, I'm going to jump down to the bottom first. This is where I can invite other users to my project. So if I'm working on a team and I might have 3 or 4 people who want to evaluate or see results or understand or share this data with, I can simply add them here by dropping their email address, calling them a viewer, editor, or administrator, and those users will have direct access to my project that I've created. Additionally, the project is set up based off of the template we chose, but I can come in and add new settings like the files or economics setting. And that will change what buttons show up on the left. So very customizable for you. So getting past the collaboration part and kind of working our way down, our home is kind of the details where it just kind of gives us what we named it, the description when we created it, and then an activity stream. So if you add new wells, if wells are updated, if new searches are added, those will all be listed here so you can get a nice pulse on what's happening on this project at any time. Directly beneath that, we've got a message board, which is pretty straightforward, but it's a nice way to be able to come in and say, these wells are great. And then we can post that, and then people can reply and you get your avatar. Anyway, it's a great way to collaborate and really simple messages back and forth. Then the next step we have is the well list. Here is just a listing of every well that we attached to this project, those notes that we added, who added it, and so over time that could vary on who's doing what. But if I click on any one of these wells, it's going to open up and give me that well detail, and that detail is going to give me all of the information about the well. It's going to tell me CUME numbers, EUR numbers, the headers, production, directional surveys, you name it, the data's in here. So it's a quick way to access all the information about a well that's you're trying to evaluate here. This is also where I can come in and choose to map these wells, and it drops me right on a map with all of these wells selected only. So that's a nice way of isolating your data set. Moving on from that, we've got the search button. This is where all those offset searches were created. And so what it does is it takes the parameters for the wells that you have added to your project. So for example, of the 40 wells we add, the oldest well came online in 2012. And so to create an offset that is relevant to my data set, it's given me using that 5 mile offset, show me the wells that have started producing by 2012. So it's a great way of making sure your vintage is good, lateral lengths are consistent, TVDs, because I mean we could do it by formation, but let's be honest, and every geologist is going to call it something different, so we stick with TVDs to kind of help some of that. Top 5 operators, permitting activity, completions, and all wells in an AOI. So let's look at one of these, like maybe the first production date. I'll right click and open it in a new tab. And when we do, we'll open up our map. Now we see that our AOI is here with that 5-mile offset that we were talking about. I can still see my shapefile layer behind that. So that's really a nice reference point. And then if I open up my filters, I'll see a first production date filter of 2012. So this is a great way of getting a type curve, say, of the what the wells look like in this particular region. And you can start understanding some of the production dynamics there. But to come back to the project again, the searches will actually run every night to let you know what changes have been made. And so maybe for the first production date, not so interesting, but something if you want to keep an eye on activity, these 2 activity filters as the ones that are permitted and new completions, this will run and tell you how many new wells are permitted in your saved acreage here. So again, this is taking a 5-mile offset and alerting me when new permits come on into that offset, so that if this is maybe a lingering thing that you want to keep an eye on, this will tell you what activity is going on around those assets or that land. Moving down, when we click on the files, we can upload files to a project, and that's a pretty rudimentary use case, but very important to be able to say upload files to a project level. I can create folders, I can download these files, I can attach files to wells. Great way for organizing in a very simple manner. So it's pretty straightforward there. Then we get beneath that, we're in our analytics. So this is the extent of the full well database analytics that's packed into your project. The thing that you do is you can search using just your project wells or any of those offsets. Furthermore, you could choose an offset as your search and benchmark against your project wells to compare those. It's a great way of saying comparing the top 5 operators versus just my project wells. But within your project wells, there's a number of first pass steps that you can kind of do when this is an M&A activity deal. If I go into my dashboards, I can do a simple thing like go to my production, break this down by operators, which I venture to say will be all one operator. Yep, our current operator, we can see what those look like, but we can also benchmark this against a number of things. What are the well statuses? What are well types? What are the wellbore profiles? I picked a pretty consistent area in the Bakken, so a lot of those won't be super interesting. But if we're doing an evaluation, the other thing you can do is come down into your dashboards. Now, dashboards are pretty flexible, but a number of them are baked in for you. And for this purpose, under economic, you'll notice a few of them, like PDP overview. Now, this is using our backend forecast. So every time production data hits well database, we go and we create an EUR out of it. We apply a best fit. We actually try to identify volatile production months. We do a few steps to help normalize the production so we get a clean fit. And so what we find is an excellent estimate. It is a well by well level and then aggregated to the total. This is giving me a 30-year number because that's what I selected. But we do have 20 to 50-year numbers already databased. And so, again, for a first pass, I know that I've got 10 million barrels of total cum production for these 40 wells, and my EUR say that there's another 8 million remaining here. For gas, it's a little bit more than that, and then water actually is a pretty good number there, 11 million barrels of water left. And so that's PDP view. You can come down to an EUR summary, which is going to, this one I got set to a 50-year number, so it is giving me my standard EUR. So this is like for a type well, what my EUR looks like at 571,000 barrels. Average B value of 1.5, which is high-ish, but not out of the realm of normal for the Bakken oil. A 50-year per lateral length number. This is a little arbitrary, but still a number that people like to utilize. And then a time to half months EUR, so 76 months to recover half of my total EUR. All of this is customizable. You click on any of these buttons to edit them. You can clone these. You can add widgets. You can do anything you want. But these ones that are baked in, whenever you're doing an M&A deal, it's really nice to be able to take this first pass, literally just clicking a few buttons, applying that. What did we do? We applied the shapefile as a filter. We added these to a project. we went down to the analytics, and here we are. So if you want to do a first pass and give yourself a 5-minute go, no go kind of decision, this is an excellent way to make those first steps. Furthermore, if you wanted to look for potential hidden upside, things like coming into your offsets and maybe the top 5 operators, you can swing back over to the production tab, and now we'll get those 5-mile radius comparison of the operators. We can look at their production data, compare these operators, how they work. We can decide to look at, this is a type well on a cum scale. We can flip over to the time data and go to back to more of a rate time and a log scale to give us our more standard production look. But again, this is a great way to kind of just take a pass, get acquainted with the area that you're working with, understanding the offsets, and honestly understanding if there's some hidden upside that you're not aware of just by looking at pure PDP or EURs. So great and simple way to kind of dive in and quickly get yourself acquainted with an area. One other area for taking it a step further on an operator comparison, because again, it's finding hidden upside is just such a big key part of evaluating this deal. Our dashboards have an operator comparison that this is using those top 5 operators. It tells me within that 5-mile range, I've got 451 wells, a nice set to compare. Average lateral lengths of 9,200 feet, proppant 13 million pounds of proppant, 12-month oil and gas, average gas oil ratios, and then a box plot of lateral lengths. Looks like we're heavy on the 10,000 foot here, which is not abnormal for the Bakken. You'll see that some of the older Hess stuff kind of some flexibility, a few 15,000 foot laterals. But again, this is nice to know because it makes for a pretty good data set to deal with mostly 10,000 foot laterals. We've got proppant numbers, kind of the spread of what proppant looks like, and from a proppant loading standpoint, we have that as well. You've got oil numbers from that type curve as well as that cum plot. This is actually pretty cool. This is a distribution of B values by operator with a trend line, a polynomial trend line, to show you kind of are they trending up, down, left, right, whatever. Again, you're talking about if I'm evaluating key wells and the offsets are doing something better than perhaps there is hidden upside that my operator can tap into. Again, gas, same thing, oil, and the type curves and the B values. So again, another quick way to do this evaluation. You never really had to leave anywhere. Everything's in one place. Kind of makes life pretty easy on you. Beneath this, we do have the production data here for all of these wells. And one thing about Well Database that's pretty cool is that I can look at here where looks like 40 wells we're producing. I can highlight this region and I can drop a decline in Well Database. And so here I can choose my specific parameters, or it will take what I zoomed into, which you can see is 722 to 625, and it'll create a best fit along those parameters with a total 50-year number. When I generate that, we can see the hyperbolic 2.5, pretty high, but again, this is when you're doing a forecast on the aggregate, it can be a little bit challenging. One cool thing I can do here is I can copy this and say that number is fine, but what if we have a 12% terminal number? I can generate that, and now we can compare those items. And so we can see already the difference here. We're going from a 25 million barrel EUR to a 17 million barrel EUR just by going on that modified hyperbolic. Now, again, we're working at an aggregate here. This is absolutely not a substitution whatsoever for a full evaluation, but it is a great way to do a quick pass. Additionally, you can do a similar thing with a type curve. So again, we have 40 wells that produce for a time. Since we've got 34 months of that production, there's really no great reason to not just use those numbers. I will go ahead and hide the gas and water for now, and we'll take let's zoom back in, and we'll take the oil and drop a decline on that. Again, 50 years, best fit, and we see we've got a 417,000 barrel EUR. Again, you might say, well, what about a terminal decline? Let's try it out. We'll drop 12 back on there again because why not? And there you go. It goes to a 381,000 barrel EUR. Again, just really nice ways to making those first passes of understanding what we're looking at. Additionally, always remember every chart in Well Database, you can take out an image of that chart. You can download the CSV data behind that chart. And anytime you see any tables in Well Database, there will be an export button. The data is no good if you can't take it with you. So that's the extent of the project that you can do. But imagine if you are dropping that shapefile on, creating this project, doing some high-level analysis, and then you say, yes, I want to move forward. You simply come back to the wells, hit Map Wells. It's going to drop us back on the screen. And then you notice your data source says Bakken Wells, and that's super beneficial because now I can go on and apply additional filters if I want to, and they will only apply to the wells in my project. So if I wanted to segregate these out by section, township, range, or whatever, I can do those things relatively easily now. But for what we're trying to do now, we've decided we want to move forward. We're going to go back, hit export. And then we will go ahead and select PHDwin again. Now we are in the Bakken, and so we are going to want to do well level. And this is actually a really important time to point out that leases exist outside of Texas and lease level production reporting. So just because the production is reported at a well level, I can still export this at a lease level, although it wouldn't make a lot of sense because all you're doing is making it less granular than the reported values. So always attempt to be at the reported level, and then if you can't, you can roll up from there. But still, it's important to have an idea about how the regulatory body in question reports this production data. And so you'll find a link on our speaker page where we'll talk about all of the various a blog where we have all of the different reporting agencies and the frequency in which they report production, the level it's reported, and everything. So it really kind of answers all the questions you have for you. So make sure you hop over to our speaker page and look at that if you want to dive into those details. So here I'll choose well level. I will group by reservoir and hit next and call this the Bakken PHDwin, and then we will hit finish. And of course, submit it to that backend, and I can keep working now. This one's going to happen super fast. I all but guarantee it. But again, you can continue working through this. And just as a quick note, all of those charts and everything we were looking at are available here as well. So you can just create that search and start diving through these just as easily. So like the operator comparison, say it's all right here as well, just for those wells that we're looking at. So again, you can still do this without going through the whole thing of creating a project if you don't want to. But a project is a great collaboration space. So let's go look at our exports. And our Bakken PHDwin just popped up. So let's go ahead and download that. And I will open this. Now let's go ahead and take a second and let me hop over into PHDwin just to show you exactly how this is going to come in. Okay, so I popped over to PHDwin here on a different machine, and I've got a Bakken project already. So let me import these wells. Let me go over and choose, I have it here in my download samples, Bakken. And we will go ahead and leave the defaults. Again, we worked with PHDwin to ensure that this is as complete as possible. And I believe we've had 40 wells in this, considering that we've just grouped by well, we've got 40 cases, nice and easy. So let's just go ahead and take one, look at the general information. We can see everything is filled out from the reservoir, the case name, the monthly production, we'll have it in here. The ID codes, one thing kind of to note when we are working at a well level here, that you'll have this Infinity ID. Now this Infinity ID will match over to an identifier in Well Database, and you can take this ID and you can use that in that Well Finder in Well Database as well. So if you happen to inherit a PHDwin database that is populated from Well Database data, super easy to go ahead and grab that data again. You know, that worked with API numbers before as well, so no matter where it's coming from, you are covered. And then of course, wellbore completions should be in here, as well as any other data that is populated. So again, made it quick and easy to have all the cases we need, and that's a very straightforward but very quick way to get your evaluations rolling. So now let's hop back over to our tool, And I'm going to reset my filters, and we're going to look at a couple of odd edge cases that you should keep in mind. So I think I've got some searches saved here that we can pull up. Of course, you can save any search in Well Database. What I have here is a set of wells that's at the New Mexico-Texas border. Now, this is a great example of dealing with production that's being reported at different levels from different state regulatory bodies. So in Texas, it's going to be at the lease level, and in New Mexico, it's going to be at the well level. And so for this particular instance, what I suggest to do is create two exports, one from each side, so that you can export them to the proper frequency in which the reporting is. So how do you do that in Well Database? Well, you come down to the geographic filters, choose states, and we're going to apply Texas as a filter. Add that. And once we do, now we're just looking at the Texas wells. We can come and do an export here by choose, again, PHDwin. You can choose last used, and it'll default to whatever you chose before. But for our purposes, I'm in Texas. I'm going to choose lease level. I'm going to group by reservoir. And I'm going to hit next and call this the TX wells. And of course that goes submitting. And then the cool thing, if I come over here, all I need to do is check this box to exclude the Texas wells, and voila, we've got the New Mexico wells. So I'll export these. Kind of just step through this one more time. Oops. And we'll want to do well level and group by reservoir again. So we'll hit next on that. We'll call this NM wells. And we will finish that. And again, both of these will run off in the back end. And so it's a super quick and easy thing to toggle on one of the filters in Well Database, and it's worthwhile to do to help ensure that you are getting the cases at the level that you really need them to be. So let's pop over and let's look at these wells. Okay, so I've saved you some time and energy and got those files loaded up. We have 509 total cases here. And so we can see already we're seeing the well exist twice here. We have the reservoir of Clear Fork here. And then if I click on the next, we've got the Wolf Camp. You'll see our ID codes here are going to be our GUID of our well plus the identifier of the formation. So of course, if you continue exporting the data out of Well Database, it will absolutely map up just fine. Our monthly production numbers as well as our wellbore completion data should all be populated from all of these cases, to be honest with you. And then as we kind of look down, these are all well level. Let's see if we can't go all the way down to the bottom, probably find some Texas ones. Here we are. So we have Medicine Bow 56111, Texas wellbore API on this one. And let's see, we have Clear Fork as well and Wolf Camp. Under ID codes, you'll see here that your ID is going to be the Texas, so TX, and then the district 08, and then the lease number along with the reservoir code from Texas. So again, just makes it easy to map up, and it's so easy to come in and export these and pull them in at different levels, and so that it makes it where you have all the data is being evaluated at the proper intervals, the proper reporting levels. And so that is definitely how we would suggest handling anytime you're exporting across borders, where one state is handling it at the lease level and the other one is handling it at the well level. So let's take a second and talk about the identifiers, just so you are very clear about how these are set up. So the first option is by the well level, not grouped by reservoir. So kind of just your standard, give me the well production data and you are good. Those identifiers will simply be the Infinity ID for Well Database. So again, it'd be very easy to bring those back in. It's very important that we not key off of API numbers. It's just not a consistent key that can be utilized in all instances. So we use this Infinity ID. It gives you a global unique number. It makes it very easy to ensure that you are always getting the right well updated. So when you choose the lease level, things change a little bit. So in Texas specifically, we'll do the state TX abbreviation plus the lease, the district and the lease. And we do that because we know that that has been a standard that other providers have done in the past, and we want to make that simple on you. So if that is how your data is organized today, if you go by lease level, your exports will come come right in, no problem. Now, let's go to well level by reservoir. What you will find is that the Infinity ID is there, minus the dashes, and the identifier for the formation or reservoir will be appended to the end of it. That, again, is something that will be consistent every time you take it out of well database, but again, one other kind of cool feature we added, that if you take that identifier, which obviously is a misformatted GUID type with the extra characters at the end, but if you paste that character string into well database well finder, it will actually bring back the proper well there. So it makes that a little bit easier if you need to go reference that well again. And then the last is the lease level by reservoir. Now that will be similar to the lease identifier you had before with a pipe in the reservoir ID. So again, that keeps it very consistent from well database. It makes it very easy to update your data. And then of course, if you have APIs, and creating those searches are nice and easy as well. So the next thing I really want to talk to a little bit, I'm going to go ahead and flip over to a new search just because we want to keep it fresh. We're going to go offshore on this one. So let me grab those offshore API numbers. I'm going to reset my filters again. And I'm going to come back to my well finder. I'm going to drop these in. Now, of course, offshore reports at 12 frequently, but we got these all matched on the 14 digits. So we will use those, apply, and zoom to our region. Now, these are all Talus wells, and I know they are a PHDwin user as well, so this works great. Now, one thing that you have, especially when you have very large databases, is the issue of keeping them up to date, especially if you're moving from providers. It's very complicated. So once you create your mapping and you've gotten your IDs set up in PHDwin properly, then one cool feature in well database is you can come into the export. And again, this is offshore. Of course, Gulf offshore data is at a well level, and we will group by reservoir because we do database all of the sands and wells are producing from. But if this is a historical data set that you have access to and that you're trying to keep maintained, and you don't necessarily want to go back and overwrite years and years and years of data that you know is good, you can come in here and set your start date. We'll just say 1/1/2025. And we'll leave the end date blank. You can put an end date, of course, if you want, but by leaving the end date blank, it's going to allow me to say use this template again, and I can use it ongoing in the future, and it'll always have the earliest production we'll get will be 1/1/2/25, but new production will continue to append to the end of the file. So I'm going to go ahead and hit next and call this I'm still going to call it GOM, sorry. Maybe I'll get used to Gulf of America one day. And hit finish here. Again, it's going to get submitted off to the back end system, but this takes me back over to my export window where while that's running, I'll show you can download exports that you've run in the past here. Now, of course, by nature, all exports are a snapshot in time. It's the data you had as of that point. And so downloading historical ones is just fine, but what if you want to update the data? Well, right next to this button, we have a run this export again. And what that's going to do is going to take all of your filters and it's going to reapply those filters, grab the latest data and regenerate the export with the updated data. So in this case where I have this massive PHDwin database that I want to keep updated, I've got potentially decades worth of production that I already know is good. I can do this and then come back once a month, hit regenerate, let it run, and when it comes down, I'll get my updated numbers and I'm off to the races. I didn't have to apply filters. I didn't have to do much of anything. I click on my exports, hit refresh, and I am good. And so to kind of wrap things up, we've got the ability in well database to obviously drop in an API list, a shapefile, search many different ways. It's a few clicks of a button to export out that data to PHDwin and you're off to the races. But should you want to do more evaluations, there are lots of steps in well database to kind of help you do some first passes on your evaluation, perhaps look at some alternative data sets, some different kind of hidden upside that you might be able to identify. When you are exporting these data, points, just make sure you are always tracking your well level, your lease level, and reservoir reporting. Again, there will be a link in our speaker page to our blog where we'll show you exactly what those are, so you can always reference that and make sure you are always getting the correct cadence of data. And then when you are exporting and maintaining a database moving forward, come back and use that refresh button on the export. Save yourself a ton of time and energy just to constantly go back and knock that out. And they'll give you just that subset of well by using the report dates for your production, your kind of report limits. There's plenty of support documentation on Well Database about everything I showed you today. And then furthermore, make sure you utilize the projects. The projects are there so that you can do things like you do these evaluations, even run your PHDwin evaluations, export those data points, create reports, load those into your project, share that with third parties, finance partners, you name it. They'll be able to come in and utilize those. The last thing I really want to talk about is our coupon code. We're going to give anyone who attended PHDwin Week and watched this to the very end, good for you, a coupon code for a whole 3 months use of Well Database. Now, Well Database is unique in that we offer month-to-month subscriptions for single users, all the way up to enterprise-level subscriptions for major organizations. So we've got something for everybody. So take that coupon code. It's going to be down there on the screen, as well as in some of our documents here we'll share with you. But take that coupon code, get a free month of Well Database, and try it out for yourself. I want to say thank you again for joining me today, and another huge thanks to PHDwin team for letting us being a part of PHDwin Week. I hope this gave you a very clear look on how to use Well Database and how it can make your workflows faster, easier, just less painful. And so if you're spending time digging through data, just let us help you get back to focusing on the analysis that really matters. And thank you here for attending, and try that promo code. And if there are any questions, I'm going to hang out and answer each and every one of them. Thank you again.
That wraps up our Well Database walkthrough with John Ferrell. We covered targeted search, mapped areas of interest with shapefiles, practical filtering on headers and production, quick QC on trends, and a clean export built for PHDwin with the Export Wizard. When your inputs are structured and consistent, analysis moves faster and stands up to review. Thank you to John and the Well Database team for the clear, repeatable workflow.
So I'm going to have John pop on in just a second, and we're going to ask him some questions in regards to his tool. I will say I've been working with Well Database all year, and I know for a fact, without even asking them, that if you're interested in Well Database, any of their services, you want to get at their data, they would love to talk to you. Avis over there, it's kind of like my equivalent, handles the sales side. Wonderful person to work with. Would love to talk to you about getting on that. And so if you go to our website, PHDwin.com, you can get more information, or of course, go to their website, welldatabase.com, and they can get you started. There's a Get Started Now button on there, and they can get you going. So I'm going to go ahead and bring John on in just a second. But before I do that, I want to do a little bit of housekeeping, because this will be our last session for today. And so after this, we'll be wrapped up, and this will be the last session for the fourth day of PHDwin Week 2025. I've already gotten a lot of questions about the PE hours. If you watched Ethics this morning, you will be qualified to be able to get PE hours for the hours that you watched for the rest of PHDwin Week. What's going to happen is when PHDwin Week is completely done, we're going to send out an email where you fill out a form to count for those hours, because the way the process works, you'll have to count for the hours, and then we verify. We can't do that until the conference is done. We don't have all the data. We don't pull out all the feed, we don't even know how many people are watching in any given second, because we split it into so many streams and all that now. We bring it all together at the end. And so we'll get all that together. After you fill out the form, we'll verify those hours. And then next week, we're just going to sit down and be cranking them out. Give us a little patience. Sometimes it takes up to 2 weeks to get them all out, but we'll get all the certificates out, and then you all get y'all's hours. Just before I bring John on, the other thing I want to talk about. So we still have 1 day left of PHDwin week. Tomorrow morning we're going to start at 9:30 with another quick start from QED. Then Dwayne Purvis is going to pop on and give us a presentation about planning and playing for plugging. Jim Tague did a presentation on P&A at 2 p.m. yesterday. That was by far had the most questions of any presentation so far this year. Y'all really want to talk about P&A this year. So let's do it. I'm ready to do it. So Dwayne loves that topic. He can't wait for your questions. Make sure you show up for that one. He's been on PHDwin week every single year. You know why? Because I think he's one of the best presenters in this industry, and he's a real thought leader, and he really knows what he's talking about. So I'm excited to have Dwayne back. He's definitely the gold standard in this industry. And then I'm going to be popping on at 11 o'clock to talk about the developer program, talk to some new entrants to the developer program, and what we plan to do with them. And then 2 p.m. is our flagship consulting presentation of the day. We had Ryder Scott on. We had DeGory McNaughton on. We're going to finish up with Haas Cobb. Thad from Haas Cobb is going to come on and talk about the perils of the black box and how to get ahead of costly mistakes that come with not understanding how your forecasts are generated, not being able to account for it. Garrett in the ethics presentation talked today about how, you use these auto fit engines, you put your name next to them, they're your problem. Haas Cobb is going to come on as part of that presentation and really get into what that problem looks like and what it can mean for you. And then for 3 o'clock, we're going to finish out the day. I'm going to bring Brandon Penner on to do a little update about how he's working with version 3. And then we will finish out with something like a user group meeting. And so if you have questions for me about PHDwin, nothing to do with the PHDwin week, you just want to ask me something, you want to take a swing at me, that'll be the time. We'll be sure to email out how to ask us those questions. And then I'll answer all, let's say, appropriate and professional questions that come up about either PHDwin week, PHDwin, or the previous sessions during that hour of 3 to 4 p.m. tomorrow. So that's how we're going to wrap up PHDwin week. We're not done today. I'm going to bring on John Farrell from Well Database right now, and we're going to talk a little bit about data. And here we go. And there he is. Hey, John, how you doing?
Doing great. How are you doing, John? Nice to be here, man.
Yeah, welcome to PHDwin week. We've been talking about this all year, and you're here, huh? So
absolutely, yeah, absolutely. But I got a real quick. I got to say, I might not be the only one. I want a list of the inappropriate questions you get that you can't answer.
Let's just say some people have some interesting questions about my love life, and I don't really want to get into those people. We're leaving those on the sidelines. So I know y'all like the bald head, but let's leave it alone. So John, we've been working all year. We've been going back and forth. We've had so many meetings to get our tools aligned to make it so this data flows in. Kind of where I want to start a little bit is just to say thank you very much for being a good partner this year. Thank you so much for working with me, working with the team to make sure the data flows in. We had Bob here in the office earlier. He wanted me to make sure to tell you hi and bring it over. And we really appreciate how you've opened up to us and how you've kind of been willing to work with us to really get this product polished up. Let me ask you from your side as a data vendor, what is the challenge of working with software like us? So you get to the endpoint and then the user's got to do something with the data. What's y'all's challenges to dealing usually with a company like TRC or PHDwin?
I'm going to be perfectly honest. It's unfortunate to say, but in this industry, getting just someone on the phone, who cares? So many of the companies out there, they've got their product and the data's got to go into it. And if I don't know, it's something about, they're used to working with certain people. And if you just want to try to improve upon it, they just kind of shine you on. They're not necessarily interested in ensuring that your customers have the options and that they actually work with the vendors closely to ensure that the end user gets the best experience. Because at the end of the day, like our shared users are the ones that get the value out of the fact that you and I can sit down and work this out, that we get every possible field we can, that we get them mapped properly. And honestly, I remember sitting down with Dave on some time ago, just about his frustrations about how you can't get the right levels, the lease, the reservoir, have them broken down so that you can do the decline at the right, as was reported, because it's just so dangerous. I mean, we allocate production. Everyone has to allocate production at some level and with their analysis. But, there are a number of people in this industry who probably should know, but they don't know that that is not a number that's raw, that's reported. That's a number that's calculated. And then you're making a calculation on a calculation. It's like a copy of a copy. You end up losing, your clarity. And then the next thing you know, I think you touched on it with the ethics. So you have to understand the flow of data. And so it's just so important that TRC and Well Database, that we aligned. And I'm going to be honest, I've reached out to others. They don't even want to talk to me. You guys did the exact opposite. You challenged me. You said you can export data, but can you export it the right way that our users can get and can do the right analysis? And I loved that, because it totally shifted our export. If you notice in our export, when we walk through it, that's completely customized based off of what you guys said, that how the levels need to be reported, about how it needed to be broken down. And so that engagement, that's just crazy. I mean, I don't know if it's crazier that you guys are so good or crazier that no one else seems to care, but to me, that's worth so much. You guys, and the back and forth, like you said, we've met so many times just trying to ensure that every possible thing was spot on, and the end result is fantastic. I was using it when making this video. The data maps so flawlessly. I love it. And so yeah, it's abnormal, but it's critical. And at the end of the day, you and I aren't the ones that are getting the benefit. It's our customers that are, and that's really the goal. So yeah, it's amazing, and I appreciate all the time you guys put into that. But it really is critical, and the end result is second to none. It's fantastic.
Well, we really appreciate that. You've been amazing to work with. You and your whole team has been amazing to work with as well. Earlier in the week, Nikhil did the demo using Well Database, going through the whole process. That's our regular demo now. We're using Well Database. Pretty much everyone that comes in the door and wants to see PHDwin, because we know that the data is going to be lined up consistently. We know if we do run into a problem, who we can call and how we can get a hold of it, and how we can move that down the road. And that means so much. You're right. A lot of times it's just, who can we get on the phone? Who can we get to help us and move this along? And if it's not someone that is competent, that's a big problem. Let's talk about that a little bit. So in this industry, I work with a lot of vendors, and as you know, there's a lot of people trying to sell data out there. They package together, they scrape the websites, and they're like, oh, great, I'm a data vendor now. And we always have these almost like competency tests that we have to do whenever we're talking to someone. Like, do they really know what they're talking about? Do they really have that domain knowledge? Internally, we've kept the same programming staff. I think they've had an average of 15 years at our company, if you look across it.
That's
Head
amazing.
developer's been here almost 20 years, right? And that allows us to have that domain knowledge, because they've been messing. And it's not just SQL or whatever. It's oil and gas data going into SQL. Can you talk a little bit about the value of that domain knowledge in this industry, and why data basically just isn't data, that this data is very specific and exclusive?
That is a fantastic question. I will be the first to admit that when we started Well Database, I believe my literal line I said to my co-founder Josh Holt, I said, well, let's just go get the data ourselves, and we'll make it available. All the states are online. We'll grab it. I had no idea at the time just how many potholes, pitfalls, mistakes, issues that was rampant in the data. And what you see in Well Database today is a decade plus worth of sifting specifically in public data, finding every one of those problems. And I can't tell you, like, there's no substitution for the amount of time that it takes to find the amount of problems that are there. And so it's a peculiar thing, because I understand the idea. It's just data. I'm going to get it from the Railroad Commission. I'm going to, package it, resell it. What could go wrong? And then you get into, what about pending lease production? What about the duplication of production in pending lease and in the lease level? What about when wells get shut in, and all these different aspects that go into allocation? It's one of those areas that there's no substitution for time in the job. And that's something that we really pride ourselves on, because data at Well Database really is the foundation of everything. I think we put it out the other day, like, I can make the prettiest tools in the world, and if the data going into it is garbage, then they're worthless, completely worthless. As a matter of fact, they're worse than worthless, or harmful. And that's where I think people have to be weary. And like you said, those competency questions, I think we even made a blog, 5 questions you should ask, because if your data provider can't explain how they link up the OCC completions with the OTC pun numbers, then there's not someone you want to be working with. And so, yeah, to your point, we are in the same kind of boat as far as our staff. At the end of the day, we do not want people at Well Database, period, who don't understand our product, who aren't willing to deep dive. And Avis is a perfect example. She knows everything inside and out. And if by some small chance she doesn't, she's going to ask me until she does know, and then she's just fantastic at that. And so those competency things, it sounds from the outside like that should be a given if you're a data provider, but you're spot on that you have to ask the hard questions. You have to dive into the details because, just like the lease level production, if you're making that forecast off of allocations, what did you mess up? If you don't even know the nuances of the data that you're getting, then how can you trust that? It's just the data, no matter what anyone says, everyone says the public data is nasty. It's easily 10 times worse than anyone thinks. And so it's one of those areas that, there's no substitution to the time and energy that you put in to build that foundation. And so I appreciate that you guys went through that. And honestly, it shows in the way that we work together. Your team is fantastic. And that's one other area that I wanted to point out about working together, that you guys have been unique because you've allowed us to go the opposite direction, asking us what data points can we add into PHDwin that'd be useful. And that was such a breath of fresh air because it was such a great back and forth about what we can do to jointly improve everyone's experience. And so, but yeah, those domain knowledge, oddly enough, some of these folks are getting a little bit older, and the domain knowledge transfer is a very big deal right now. We need to make sure that everybody's capturing this knowledge and passing it on to the next generation of workers in the industry.
So I want to talk about that. You can't talk about this because it'll get you in trouble, but I can talk about this. That you talk about the transfer of domain knowledge. That is another problem too. You can have domain knowledge. You can know what's going on maybe a certain point in time, but then this person retires, this part of the company gets sold, there's a new boss on top, and things move along. There is a certain data provider in this industry. I'm just gonna say a lot of y'all watching this feed uses y'all's primary data provider that got basically acqui-hired by a Canadian company. And suddenly, the number one question I ask when I get a new data provider on the phone, and they want to work with PHDwin, I ask, what is the underlying ID code that ties it all together? Are you based on API? And as you know, John, the right answer is no, you do not use API. You have your own ID because that's how you deal with the allocations. So you deal with the lack of consistency between it. In this particular company, they said, yeah, we used to have one, but we went back to API. And we asked them why. And they're like, well, we come from Canada, and up in Canada, everything has a consistent API. And it's like, well, you're not selling in Canada. We're not in Kansas anymore, and you're not in Canada anymore, right? That was this blatant loss of domain knowledge that now we have to deal with on the support desk every single day, right? And so this is the kind of thing where not only do you want competent people, you want competent people that, like y'all are, that represent who they are. That y'all have control of y'all's destiny, where y'all's code go. Y'all aren't asking a venture capitalist, oh, can we change the front end? We really need to add this button. We really need to change this thing. And that makes a big difference because if you got to pivot quickly, if you got to account for the needs of the clientele, then you have to be willing to maybe make some changes along the way. I mean, we're constantly changing version 3. Through this process, y'all changed so much of y'all's front end and how the export worked. I mean, they'll basically re-put together how the data works to work with our system. And that's a big undertaking. And that's the kind of thing where the venture capitalists will go, wait a minute, what's the payoff for that? I'm trying to flip this in 3 years. I don't think we want to mess with that one, right? And so it really becomes our problem. And the reason why—
I'm glad you brought that up. It's so
right?
true. And you know what's insane about it is that we started off as Well Database and we started gathering these data points, and it did not take us long to recognize that this API is not going to work as a hard and fast identifier, that we needed something a little more globally unique. We needed something that was more that we could count on a little bit more. And honestly, I mean, I think we hit it within months of starting Well Database that, Louisiana was issuing multiple API numbers to the same API number to multiple permits inside of Sonorous. And then you start digging in, you figuring out exactly why and how, and you're like, okay, so that's a bad idea. How do you get so far down the road and not understand that? I do not know. But that's a domain knowledge thing that I can't wrap my head around. So I appreciate you bringing that up, though.
Yeah, I mean, because it's a huge part of what makes this work together. Allows you to update that production 3 months from now. Allows you to make sure that you have, quality, consistent data from reserve season to reserve season, and you don't have to start over every time. And there's this particular tech in the industry. She was on the second year of PHDwin Week. Her name is Jessica Bird. I owe her a ton for teaching me so much about, you know, this industry and all that. And she used to audit the data providers. She gave me the spreadsheet one time. That was every data provider and how far off they were in each state, what the delay was, how many mistakes she counted, all that. And she was having to do that because her company was running into these problems on the other end. And then it was their problem. Once you put that in a file, once you send that off to the data room, it's not your problem anymore. It's not my problem anymore. It's their problem. And a lot of people don't know they're just shipping off problems every day. And, you know, that's part of the reason why we want to work with you, because we get garbage data, you know, we can't do anything with it. People can't do good evaluations. So y'all are really the starting point of the whole thing. And that puts a lot of pressure on you, John. You're right. I mean, to be able to live up to that, right?
It does. No, it absolutely does. And honestly, I take it, I mean, very personal, as weird as that might sound. Like when people find issues in our data, we obviously have teams working on things, but you know, I don't know. It bothers me. It really bugs me to my core to hear that, like, oh, this well is supposed to have production and it doesn't. And I'm sitting there. I mean, when I hear something like that, I start digging into things, even though no one asked me to. I might have someone else already have that task, but like, I have to know how on earth did this happen, because we built a system that has so many checks and so many balances, because everything you're saying is spot on. I hate the idea that someone takes data out of well database that isn't accurate. That is something that I personally have a problem with. And so it really is, yeah, I don't know. It's such a personal thing that I dive into, and making sure, you know, all of our system, our rules engine, our cleansing engine, it's all normalized, it's all programmatic. And so the biggest thing about well database is that it's consistent, it's clean, and it will always get you the consistent results that you can build upon. And that's one of the things. I was just on the call the other day with another customer or potential customer, who was complaining about how much money they're spending with another vendor. And then they have a whole staff of people cleaning the data afterwards. And that's insane. It's absolutely not acceptable.
Right.
So yeah, you are right. It's a big responsibility, but I think you know, I'm just like the mentally disturbed person enough to take on that, because I love it. I'm just like, yes, that's it. We will have the perfect data, and everyone can build off of that. And I love being in that foundational role, and I'm happy to live there. So,
and if someone finds a problem, you're willing to deal with it. You don't just put it under the rug, under the pillow, right? I mean, it's constant improvement.
I don't think I could. Yeah, I couldn't sleep at night. So it just it eats at me. I can't tell you how weird that sounds to say out loud, but no, I mean, we don't sweep that under the rug. And when we fix problems, we don't just go in and like correct a data point. We really go back and say, how did this happen to start with? All right, let's build a rule to help ensure that we've got this fixed properly. Now let's take this rule and run it over all the data in the system. So, you know, you found one problem. If it exists in one place, it's probably somewhere else. So we run that rule on everything. And then every future data point runs in. You can't get data into well database and sidestep our rules engine. It's impossible to do. Sorry, I'm not gonna say impossible, mostly impossible to do. We don't do it though.
Yeah,
it doesn't happen. And so that's just one of those areas that I don't know if it's just integrity or just a data. I mean, I'm a data nerd. And so like transparency and integrity of data is a big deal to me. And so you are right. It's a responsibility for us. And I take it personally. And it's something you will never report a problem with data at well database and not have a resolution around it.
Well, I'll say why, because the buck stops with you. You're not beholden to someone. If you fail, you're the one. Your family is the one that pays the penalty for it. I get a call at least once a month, and someone calls and say, "Hey, before I send this check to y'all for support and maintenance for the year, does Dave still own the company? Did y'all sell out yet?" Right? Because people are nervous about that. At least the ones that are paying attention are nervous about that. Because if you're just collecting a paycheck from someone, well, who cares if the data is great, right? You know, let the next guy deal with that, right? There's a big pass the buck problem in this industry, but you're responsible for this, right?
No, I do, and I completely agree with that. And I'm not going to act like it was been just a walk in the park to bootstrap a company, and I haven't considered raising capital or something like that. But in the end, the cons have always outweighed the pros, and the biggest pro being by doing what we do, by the buck stopping with me and Josh respectively. We get to guarantee a level of service and priorities that we can put around, and they don't always drive revenue. And that's important to us, that we do the right thing, that we work on the right data. And I don't care if it makes us money or not. We we do the right thing first, and we figured the money will come. And so far, so good. I'm proud of what we built, and I'm going to keep being proud of it. And I have no intention on changing that for a long time, or forever, honestly. But we'll see how the future goes. But I absolutely, it's just kind of built into our DNA. So I love it.
And ours too. That's why we love working with you, John. So we're with the Well Database. We love meeting together on it. Well, we're a little bit past, but there's one last thing I want to talk to you about, which is with this concept of big data. So earlier this year, we were working with Dwayne Purvis. He's going to be on tomorrow morning, everyone, 10 o'clock. Don't miss him. He's always on PHDwin Week. And he had a big project where he had to get a whole state's worth of data to do this analysis. And this is something in old versions of PHDwin were impossible to do. You couldn't put that much data in a system. But then how do you get that much data at all? Where is there a place where you can get that much data? Yeah, all these sites have where you can, download a little piece of the data. But if you want to do that big analysis, you need a lot of data. And what he was doing was he was taking it from y'all, loading it to PHDwin. We were like the data storage locker. And then he was bringing it out to the Blue River product they were on yesterday to do insight, to do analysis that just isn't possible until you have all the data in a region, all the data in a state. So people, they throw around these terms, big data, deep learning, AI. There's all these buzzwords that circle around the industry. But I see there being a real benefit to having a data system like our SQL Server that can take on large data, and an economic engine that can do 100,000 wells, 200,000 wells, and then a system like y'all's where y'all have this quality data that you're constantly updating, where someone can come to you and they can get a large amount of data like that. They can get it for a good price, and then they can do that kind of analysis. You want to talk a little bit about what your thoughts are on big data and where this industry is going to go, needing more and more data to make these analyses?
Absolutely. And I take a second to Dwayne Purvis. I love Dwayne. He is so interesting to talk to. He has so much insight and talk about knowledge. I mean, I learn something new every time I talk to him. And he's a user of Well Database, and we did this project, and he was not going to let an ounce of anything by. He gave me so much feedback on every ounce of the raw data is one thing, but even our calculated data, he went through, how do you do this? How does this done? And I, Dwayne is so respectful and thoughtful. He was appreciative that I would engage with it. For me, I was like, I'm appreciative that you would tell me all of these things, because I love someone with his knowledge giving us the feedback. We made changes to some of our auto backend forecasting based off of Dwayne Purvis and what he told us that he thought would be more industry standard, because we were relying on some things that were more mathematically kind of aligned. But from when he brought me in, kind of, well, in these cases, we should be making these changes. We made those changes. I just trust him that much that we kind of made those kind of alterations and started documenting a little bit more for people like Dwayne, who was going to ask the hard questions on it. But to this project specifically is a really interesting one, because it is biggish data on how much data he needed for that project. And the cool part about what we were able to do is that we have these back-end export systems. And so when you hit export in Well Database, it goes to a service and it runs all these exporting processes and delivers the files. Cool. What we were able to do for what Dwayne needed, because he needed so much data, we took it into, we integrated the PHDwin export into all of our backend systems that are beyond the export system. So we have what we call our custom export system that delivers exports to S3 or Dropbox or whatever. A lot of large companies use it to keep a data feed rolling in. And we generated the PHDwin export through that system and delivered it to him in Dropbox. So like, Dwayne actually didn't have to do, he just had to go download the file and upload it, and it was great. But in doing that process, we integrated the PHDwin export into our API and into our custom export systems. So that means some of our larger customers now are getting PHDwin exports delivered to them in an S3 bucket every single month, and all they have to do is grab the file, upload it. What we're delineating, or we're capping like the last 12 months of production, like I put in the video, so they don't have to overwrite their entire database every time. They're getting incremental updates, and all of this is automatic. And so no one's having to waste their time wrangling data to get this database update. They are able to get huge amounts of data from Well Database in one fell swoop, and then the SQL on PHDwin just loads it right in, no problem. And it's just like a beautiful thing, because you start taking back even 5 years, the steps necessary to take that level of data. It just took a tech or 2 or 3, sometimes weeks to just go through and get all the data, format it, put it where they need to, upload it to multiple projects because you could only have so much at once. And to see that kind of flow through that way, that we could automate that he just gets one massive export and then it just loads right into PHDwin and he's off to the races doing what Dwayne does best, which is digging into that data. I mean, that's priceless as far as the amount of time, energy, and honestly money saved by doing that. I loved that project, and I'm looking forward to doing that again with Dwayne on the next one. He comes to us with the best stuff. We have again greatest conversation. So if anyone's here not planning on watching Dwayne's thing tomorrow, they need to absolutely show up. It's Dwayne Purvis is awesome.
I mean, that's why I have him on every year. He knows what he's talking about. He knows what he's doing. He's taught me more engineering concepts than anyone except maybe the David Pasenda has, because he's willing to share. He doesn't sit on that knowledge. He wants everyone to be competent. He wants the industry to be more competent. He wants better data for everyone. And I think that's what we all want too, right? There's some companies that they want their little secret sauce and, oh no, we found something broken, let's not fix it. And that's not the way you operate. That's not the way we operate. We want, we have an open schema in the SQL Server. Y'all are, dealing with the public data, being very transparent how y'all are formatting it and pushing it out. And I think that that's what clients really need. Sitting there and trying to play goalkeeper, wall garden, it doesn't do anyone any good, because you always get to the edge of that wall. You always need to get into that next garden, and then you're going to have those problems. Then it's the client dealing with, as you said, with mounds of text, with man hours and all that. And that's what we want to get away from in this industry. And so I will say, I'll be honest, John, we haven't actually got questions coming in. Nikhil has been commenting, though. He said, I absolutely love John's passion and tenacity. I will completely agree with that. You got a huge fan over here. He's going to keep demoing your product. We love everyone at Well Database. Also, he told me, I just need to do a little correction. It's Jessica Morgan now. It was Jessica Bird when she was on PHDwin Week. That's why I used that name. But it's currently Jessica Morgan. She's probably watching this. I'm sorry, Jessica. I owe you. So I don't want to get on her bad side. She's taught me a lot, too, about this data stuff. But, where I kind of want to end with you, John, is that on the go forward, I think that there's more integrations we can do. I mean, I think that there's more that our companies can do to leverage and pull back together. I'm really excited to continue to work with y'all and make our products better and better and better, because we don't have a lot of overlap. We have a lot of mutual alignment, but we need more Dwayne Purvises. We need more people to step up. Get Well Database. Let John know if you run into problems. Import it in our system. Let us and John know if there's any issues, right? Like, we have what I call flagship clients. And a lot of times people think, oh, flagship clients, that means like a big bank, right? Or the biggest operator. A lot of those guys just follow along what a Dwayne Purvis came up with 3 years ago, because they're not willing to stick their neck out. Nothing against you big operators, nothing against you banks. I know plenty of y'all are very competent, but y'all have a lot on y'all's shoulders where y'all can't really innovate. Y'all can't really get into these edges where these independent consultants can, where some of these smaller operators can. And so I think there's a real opportunity, if you're out there and you're listening and you saw what John presented and you've seen version 3 and you have ideas for integration, you have ideas to make this better, we both want to hear it, right, John? We both want to hear your ideas. And, we might make you a little bit out there, but you know what? Then you'll be the first one to define it, and it'll be your product stack. It'll be your tool, right? And that's what we're trying to work towards, right, John? So
absolutely. No, the more integrations, the tighter, the way I mean, at the end of the day, we said it already, the way we can make our customers' lives better, that's what it's all about. How can we make your job easier so that you can focus on the hard stuff, and not this menial task of finding and wrangling data, fixing issues. Like, get to the real meat. And that's where I think us, Well Database and PHDwin together, we're just saving people more and more time and getting a better quality analysis and everything. So I think there's still more room for additional integrations and ways that we can kind of ease that path, again, eliminate those unnecessary hours and let people focus on the things that are really hard. And that's, I think, the best thing we can do to allow people to shine, kind of be their Iron Man suits. So
that's right. I like that. Iron Man suits, right? Be superheroes, and better data in, better results out. I mean, that's the bottom line, right? I mean, and that's what we're shooting for. And so, well, John, we're running a little bit of time, but I really appreciate the presentation today. Thank you so much for being part of PHDwin Week and being a key partner with TRC Consultants, PHDwin. I can't wait to be talking with you again, have future meetings with you. But for now, I'll let you go ahead and have the floor. Tell everyone, how do they find out more about y'all? Where do they go for Well Database stuff? One last little plug.
It is so hard. Welldatabase.com. No, everything is there. If you want to hop on, we do month-to-month plans, and then you hit the nail on the head. We get a lot of consultants, project-based work. Totally fine. I don't want to rope people in for a year when they've got a month worth of work to do. I want to make sure they pay what they need and don't pay when they don't. So come to welldatabase.com. You can chat with us if you have questions. You can get started just by the click of the button. No need you have to give us your DNA sample to tell you what a price is going to be. We just want to make that road easy. We want to get people what they need. So come to Well Database. And real quick, give a shout out. Like, so many of your speakers this week have been fantastic. The QED folks, the Kimberly Ayers, Dwayne Stewart, all people that I've been involved with. They're just fantastic people. You guys really put together a fantastic week. And I'm just really happy that you allowed us to be a part of it. So thank you guys so much for everything that you do.
Well, we really appreciate that. Yeah, Kimberly, Courtney jumped on and said, John, thank you for helping QED learn best data practices. There's a real plug for y'all right there. QED Courtney Stevens, I know y'all love her. She's on every year. She uses Well Database. Yeah, that's her data provider of choice. So there you go. You got the check mark from the queen of PHDwin. We can't do better than that. So thank you so much for jumping on, John. Thank you, everyone watching the stream today. We really appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and sign off for the end of it. So you have a good day, John. And you all have a good day, everyone. Join us tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. QED is going to be on again. They're going to finish out the week with another quick start. And then me and John were talking back and forth about Dwayne Purvis. Don't miss him tomorrow morning. He's going to be on, and he's going to have a conversation I think a lot of y'all are going to want to hear. So it's time to sign up. It's time to finish on a high note. So y'all have a great evening, and we'll see you for the final day tomorrow morning of PHDwin Week 2025. Thank you for joining us from the bottom of my heart. It means so much. All right, bye, y'all.